Su Zan transmigrated and became the protagonist's underling. He originally thought he could enjoy a happy life by clinging to the protagonist's coattails, but you're telling me I'm a cannon fodder underling who won't survive more than 2.5 chapters. Fortunately, the villain system was successfully bound, and Su Zan can receive a lot of rewards as long as he completes the tasks. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and achieving perfect foundation establishment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and obtaining the perfect golden core. Years later, Su Zan was invincible, and all those so-called protagonists had to call him father when they saw him. Chapter 1. The protagonist asked me to take care of his mother. The author, Lu Feng Du Luo, would be banned for purely female-centric stories, so there will be some other plot elements in the middle. Brother Su, I'm entrusting my mother to your care. You must take good care of her for me. Brother Su, did you hear me? I said I'm entrusting my mother to your care. Are you going to give me an answer? Brother Su, what are you standing there for? Brother Su, Tianshuan Continent, Central State, Su Family Palace. The main hall was bustling with noise, some people were grieving, and some were reluctant to part. In the center of the main hall, on the seat reserved for the young master of the Su family, Su Zan looked at the scene with some confusion. Have I traveled through time? Or did I accidentally wander onto a film set? Su Zan was somewhat dazed and didn't come to his senses for a long time. All he remembered was watching G2's match yesterday, and how G2 finally beat Navi, breaking their mental block. Su Zan got so excited that he accidentally died suddenly. When he woke up again, he found himself here. Brother Su, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? What time travel? What filming location? Yi Fan frowned slightly. He had called Su Zan's name 7 or 8 times, but Su Zan seemed to be muttering something under his breath. The Yi family Yi Fan. I the young master of the Su family in Tianshan City, Zhongzhou. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Su Zan's memories began to gradually return. This is a cultivation world called Tianshuan Continent, and he has transmigrated. He has transmigrated into the body of the young master of the Su family in Tianshan City, Qi Kingdom, Zhongzhou. The Su family was originally one of the top families in Tianshan City, and Su Zan was a well-known cultivation genius in the family. He successfully established his foundation at the age of 22, becoming a renowned cultivation genius. Moreover, he created a 9th-grade foundation establishment expert, 1 in 100, whose combat power far surpasses that of ordinary foundation establishment experts. Celestial realms in Tianshuan Continent. Body refinement, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, Tao integration, void return, godhood. Yi Fan was a cultivation genius he met during the talent selection process at Tianshan City, organized by the Tianwei sect. After exchanging skills, the two inexplicably developed a mutual appreciation for each other and even became sworn brothers. This Yi Fan is no ordinary person. This kid was probably born with the destiny of a protagonist. His father died right after he was born, leaving behind only a still beautiful mother to raise him alone. Because of his tragic background, Yi Fan suffered endless scorn and bullying. Later, for some unknown reason, he suddenly rose to prominence and became a cultivation genius. By a twist of fate, he met the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Might sect and developed a romantic relationship with her. You'd never believe that this kid isn't a main character. But this put Su Zan in a difficult position. After meeting Yi Fan, this kid caused him a lot of trouble, and he was always cleaning up Yi Fan's messes for free. In this way, they helped Yi Fan reach the pinnacle of his life step by step. Yi Fan was not an ungrateful person. Now that he had the opportunity to go to the Tianwei sect, he not only helped the Su family resolve their enemies in Tianshan City, but also helped them become the city lord of Tianshan City. If you've read this far, you might think Yi Fan is a decent person. But don't forget, the reason Yi Fan is where he is today is because he got involved with the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Might sect. And how could someone of this status lack sycophants? Before long, the enemy's sycophants will lead tens of thousands of troops to slaughter Tianshan City. The foolish Su Zan confidently said there wouldn't be any problems. Little did he know what kind of catastrophic disaster this would bring to the Su family. Yi Fan's words are useless to others. What does it matter who you are? Yi Fan's arrogance caused his friends and family to pay a heavy price, which was also an important turning point in Yi Fan's later maturity and composure. If you're asking how Suzan knew, well, it was naturally the system in his mind that told him. System, are you serious? So, I only have less than 2.5 days left to live. Suzan said in disbelief. In reply to the host, this system is honest and trustworthy, its word is as good as gold, and its promises cannot be overturned. I guarantee that everything I just said is true. Holy crap, this is ridiculous. I just transmigrated here. Becoming a stupid underling of a stupid protagonist is bad enough, but now they want to turn me into cannon fodder. Thinking of this, Suzan wished he could devour Yi Fan alive. Damn it, Yi Fan caused trouble himself and dragged others down with him. No, I need to find a chance to slip away. Suzan thought to himself. Host, you can't escape. Don't forget, this is a world of cultivation. Do you think this is reality? Then what do you suggest we do? Suzan subconsciously asked back. He. Host, are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten about my huge system? Suzan then remembered that he had a system. What was there to be afraid of? Bind your system name to the marking system. As long as you successfully mark a place supplementary paragraph comment, you will receive a reward from the system. Now, Yi Fan is heading to the Heavenly Might sect, and before leaving, he entrusted Wen Shui to me. This is a golden opportunity for me to defy fate. System, since you're already here, aren't you going to give me a newbie gift pack to play with? Suzan grinned mischievously. Dream on, host. If you can't even get the first kill reward, what's the point of the newbie gift pack? Isn't that just a waste of this system's money? Fine, you win, Suzan internally complained. Brother Su, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Yi Fan was speechless. He had called Suzan's name more than a dozen times, but Suzan seemed to have lost his soul. Ah, I'm so sorry, Brother Yi. I was thinking about something very important, so I didn't hear what you said. I'm really sorry. Could you repeat what you just said? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan patiently repeated his thoughts. Basically, he was going to the Tianwei sect to cultivate, and because he had too many enemies, he entrusted Wen Shui to Suzan's care for the time being for her safety. When Yi Fan becomes powerful enough, he will return and bring Wen Shui and Suzan to the Heavenly Might sect. You piece of trash, you're still waiting to get stronger. Before long, your crystal will be stolen. Suzan was internally ranting and raving. However, now, he was about to become the one who would steal the enemy's home. Thinking of this, Suzan's lips curled up slightly. Now that God has given me the chance to defy fate, from now on, I'll be the one who enjoys it. Money, beautiful women, power, everything will be mine. Hey. What, Brother Yi, you're just going to leave us behind? How can that be? Back then, didn't my brother and I agree to share both good times and bad? Now you've gone to the Heavenly Might sect alone, leaving me, your brother, all alone. Suzan pretended to be very sad and said, Chapter 2. Good Brothers. Good brother, I know I've wronged you, but I promise you, once I've established myself in the Heavenly Might sect, I will definitely bring you there. Yi Fan lowered his head and said with shame, Okay, I believe you, my good brother. After all, you're my best brother. I believe you won't forget me. That's right, we're the best of brothers. Come on, let's drink this up. Suzan and Yi Fan clinked glasses, and the atmosphere at the farewell party began to liven up. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the farewell party came to an end. After Suzan's tearful performance, which was comparable to that of an Oscar-winning actor, Yi Fan finally prepared to leave with his little wife. When they left, everyone wept bitterly. Yi Fan and Wen Shui cried even more, their faces streaked with tears. What a touching display of blood ties and deep affection. Only Suzan wanted to cry but couldn't, because he was already laughing so hard he couldn't hold it in. Sister, I'm leaving. Don't worry too much about me. If you need anything, just talk to Brother Su. To avoid any unpleasant situations, the author doesn't have a strong enough backing to address everyone as sister, or by their name. With my talent, it won't be long before I make a name for myself, and then I'll come back for you to enjoy the good life. Yi Fan said with heartache. He had said these words to Wen Shui countless times, but even now, he hadn't let her enjoy a few days of peace and quiet. This is one of the reasons why he asked Suzan to take care of Wen Shui. If Wen Shui stayed by his side, she would inevitably worry if he got injured while working hard outside. However, once they are far away, as long as Wen Shui doesn't know, then it's as if nothing happened, which is also a way to give themselves peace of mind. Fenner, don't worry about me. With young Master Su taking care of me, nothing will go wrong. You just need to take good care of yourself while you're away. When you come back in the future, don't forget the kindness that young Master Su has shown you. Suppressing her grief, Wen Shui gave him these instructions. Okay, sis, I'm off. After saying this, Yi Fan reluctantly left with his wife. Fenner, remember to eat. No matter where you go, never let yourself go hungry. I'll be here waiting for you. Watching Yi Fan's departing figure, Wen Shui wanted to rush forward, but thinking of Yi Fan's future, she held back. Only when Yi Fan could no longer be seen did Wen Shui realize that Yi Fan was no longer by her side. The thought of Yi Fan not being by her side for a while brought tears to Wen Shui's eyes. Fenner, my Fenner. Wen Shui collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. Goodbye, my good brother. Suzan suppressed his laughter and managed to shed a few tears. Damn it. Finally gone. If you hadn't left, I was about to burst out laughing. Thankfully, Yi Fan finally left, otherwise, Suzan was genuinely worried that he wouldn't be able to hold it in any longer. And, seeing Wen Shui like this, Suzan certainly wouldn't let such a perfect opportunity pass by, and quickly came to Wen Shui's side and hugged her. It smells so good. Suzan greedily inhaled the air around Wen Shui, finding it incredibly fragrant, as if there was a scent of a scoundrel named Sao mixed in, which brought him pleasure. Feeling the warmth from Suzan's chest, Wen Shui cried even louder. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many of the Su family servants, who looked at Suzan and Wen Shui with strange expressions. What are you all looking at here? Get out of here right now. At Suzan's reprimand, the servants scattered and fled, but in private they were discussing it heatedly. Wen Shui cried for an unknown amount of time before finally stopping. Auntie, wipe it off. Your makeup is ruined from crying. Suzan handed his handkerchief to Wen Shui, his eyes filled with heartache as he spoke. Thanks. Without thinking much, Wen Shui took Suzan's handkerchief and started wiping her tears. This woman, when she cries, is terrifying. Wen Shui almost cried her eyes out. Oh, young Master Su, I'm so sorry. After wiping away her tears, Wen Shui realized how inappropriate her actions were. Thinking of this, Wen Shui quickly pushed Suzan away, but Suzan didn't give her a chance. I'm sorry, young Master Su, I didn't mean to. Wen Shui said shyly. It's all right, Auntie, I can't stand seeing women cry. You can lean on me for as long as you want. Suzan hugged Wen Shui tightly. Thank you, young Master Su. Suzan's words warmed Wen Shui's heart. Over the years, apart from Yi Fan, Suzan could be considered the second kindest person to her. Since her husband passed away 20 years ago, Wen Shui has been living with Yi Fan. She hadn't felt this way in many years. It was a feeling of reliance. At this moment, Wen Shui felt an urge to rely on Suzan, and she wanted to keep this feeling going. But if this continues, wouldn't it mean I'll have to be with Suzan? What are you thinking, Wen Shui? She's Fenner's brother, how can you have such thoughts about him? Wen Shui shook her head, banishing the impure thoughts from her mind. If someone is kind enough to take care of you, and you end up having inappropriate thoughts about them, what's the difference between that and being born? Besides, the other party is Yi Fan's best friend, his best brother. How could he? It's so beautiful. Taking advantage of this moment, Suzan began to carefully observe Wen Shui in front of him. Wen Shui has a graceful figure, with long, ink-black hair casually draped over her shoulders, skin as white as snow, and bright, lively eyes. Every smile and frown of hers is full of endless allure. Not only does she have a curvaceous figure, but her long, shapely legs are especially alluring. Suzan was itching to try his luck, but Yi Fan hadn't been gone long, and he was afraid that Yi Fan would suddenly turn back, which would ruin his plans. By the way, young Master Su, this handkerchief is very precious, isn't it? I'm so sorry to have gotten it dirty. Wen Shui said somewhat shyly. Suzan glanced at the handkerchief he had just handed to Wen Shui, and it seemed to be true. Although it was just an ordinary handkerchief, it was infused with spiritual power. With just a gentle wipe, it can clean even the dirtiest things, and it can be sold for spirit stones. It's all right, Auntie, it's just a handkerchief, you don't need to feel too guilty. Suzan pretended to be very magnanimous and said. If Suzan hadn't been afraid that Yi Fan wouldn't have left so quickly, he would have said something like, Madam, you don't want to lose money, do you? Chapter 3. Losing money. No, young Master Su, although I am a rough man, I am also reasonable. Since I have damaged your things, I will definitely make amends. Wen Shui said stubbornly. Although she hadn't received much formal education, she was taught from a young age that she must compensate for any damage she caused to other people's property. Therefore, Wen Shui was determined to compensate Suzan for the items no matter what. Oh, in that case, Auntie, just give me 5 spirit stones. That's a friendly price. Seeing that Wen Shui insisted on paying compensation, Suzan couldn't stop her and had no choice but to give in to her wish. However, he didn't make things too difficult for Wen Shui. This handkerchief was worth 10 spirit stones and it was brand new. He was already being generous by only having to compensate her for half of it. After all, I'm not some villain, just a nobody like Sao he. Don't blame me for this, you insisted on asking for it yourself. Suzan thought to himself. 5 spirit stones. Hearing this, Wen Shui was stunned. She had only intended to ask for a small amount of silver. She hadn't expected it to cost 5 spirit stones. That was far too expensive. You should know that when it comes to exchanging spirit stones for silver, even a single spirit stone worth 1,000,000 taels is extremely rare and highly sought after. Unless there are special circumstances, no one is willing to exchange spirit stones for silver. And now, a mere handkerchief costs 5 spirit stones. Is the Su family really that wealthy? He had thought that Yi Fan leaving him tens of thousands of taels of silver was already quite comfortable, but unexpectedly. Because he was unable to cultivate, Yi Fan didn't leave any spirit stones for himself. What should I do? What should I do? I already boasted that I would compensate young Master Su, but now it seems like I can't afford to. Wen Shui panicked for a moment. Although my parents taught me from a young age that I should compensate for the damage I caused to other people's things, they didn't teach me what to do if I couldn't afford to pay for it. What's wrong, Auntie? 5 spirit stones. That's already half the original price. That's very little. That handkerchief is brand new, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to sell it for 10 spirit stones. Suzan explained. Suzan's words undoubtedly dealt another blow to Wen Shui's heart. 10 spirit stones. I'm doomed, I absolutely can't afford to pay this back. Wen Shui was upset. What's wrong, Auntie? Suzan was a little puzzled. Wen Shui had just been so confident, so why did she look so dejected now? Nothing, I just think your family is really rich, Mr. Su. Wen Shui tried to change the subject. You can't afford to pay for it, can you, Auntie? Suzan saw through Wen Shui's intentions. Seeing that her little scheme had been exposed, Wen Shui deflated like a punctured balloon. It's like this I don't seem to be able to compensate you, young Master Su. Wen Shui said helplessly. She thought she was a rich woman, but she never expected that she was nothing in front of Suzan. Thinking of the boast she had just made, Wen Shui wished she could die immediately. It's all right, Auntie, I already said there's no need to pay. Suzan smiled. No, this is such a valuable item, I'd feel terrible if I broke it. Wen Shui said anxiously. Since you insist on making this request, Auntie, then there's no other way. Just agree to my 3 requests, and this matter will be considered closed. Suzan spoke up. I promise you. Wen Shui agreed without much thought. In her opinion, Suzan simply wanted her to help with some housework or get some rest. As for any other excessive demands, Wen Shui didn't even dare to think about them. After all, she was his good brother Yi Fan's. However, let's make this clear beforehand. I won't agree to any strange or unreasonable requests. Even though I was in the wrong first, you shouldn't use that as an excuse to ask me to do anything excessive. Wen Shui said shyly. From the very beginning, she had a strange feeling towards Suzan. She felt warm and at ease when she was by Suzan's side. She was afraid that if Suzan used this as an excuse to make demands of her, she might not be able to resist. How could I, Suzan, a man of integrity and upright character, possibly do such a thing? All right, in that case, calling you auntie is too formal. You're not that much older than me, and you're so young and beautiful. How about I call you Sister Wenzu from now on? Suzan spoke up. If you want to improve the relationship between two people, you should start by changing how you address each other. This isn't right, is it, young Master Su? Hearing Suzan's words, Wen Shui felt both happy and shy. She was happy because Suzan praised her for being young and beautiful, but shy because she felt that Suzan's way of addressing her was a bit too intimate. What if others misunderstood? What's wrong with that? In Tianshan City, as long as others hear that you are my sister, Suzan's sister, who would dare to touch you? I'm doing all this to protect you, Sister Wenzu. You're so beautiful, so many people are after you. If I don't do this, it'll be a huge problem for you to go out in the future. After all, I can't follow you around all the time, right? Suzan explained. And most importantly, you just promised me, are you trying to go back on your word? Suzan gave a wicked smile. Hearing Suzan's words, Wen Shui felt somewhat ashamed. Suzan was trying his best to protect her, but his own mind was filled with filthy thoughts. If Suzan found out, he would be heartbroken. Moreover, I just agreed without hesitation, but now I'm acting like I want to go back on my word. I've really gone too far. If Yi Fan finds out what I've done, how can I be a role model in the future? All right, young Master Su, Wen Shui spoke up somewhat shyly. That's right, Sister Wen Shui. Tomorrow I'll hold a meeting in Tianshan City. I want everyone in Tianshan City to know that you are my sister, Suzan's sister. That way, no one will dare to touch you. Suzan spoke up. Thank you, young Master Su, you're so kind. Upon hearing this, Wen Shui was deeply moved. Also, from now on, don't call me young Master Su anymore. Just call me Brother Suzan. After all, you're my older sister. If siblings don't address each other as brother and sister, wouldn't it seem strange to others? You agree, right, Sister Wenzu? Suzan smiled. Okay, that's true. Wen Shui thought for a moment. Although she felt a little strange, what Suzan had just said did make some sense, and she couldn't refute it. Most importantly, she had agreed to Suzan's 3 requests, and this was only the first one. Wen Shui was naturally willing to accept it. Chapter 4. Rest. It's getting late. Let me take you to the guest room to rest, Sister Wenzu. As it was getting late, Suzan prepared to take Wen Shui to the guest room that had been prepared in advance to rest. All right, little brother Suzan, Wen Shui nodded. After a period of adjustment, Wen Shui has gotten somewhat used to being called Suzan's younger brother. He, you're taking the bait. I'll show you how. I'm the older sister, can turn into, I'm your older sister. Suzan gave a wicked smile. And so, the two walked side by side toward the guest room. Along the way, Suzan would steal glances at Wen Shui every now and then, leaving Wen Shui's mind in a state of confusion. Why does he keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Or what? Wen Shui was extremely puzzled. She felt that Suzan was acting strangely today. He had never been like this before. What was wrong with him? Is there something on my face? Wen Shui couldn't help but ask. No, Sister Wenzu, your face is so white, like a sheet of glass, how could there be anything there? Suzan smiled. This is a fantasy world where people's thinking is relatively futile. Suzan's bold praise could be a criminal offense. Sure enough, Wen Shui blushed immediately upon hearing Suzan's words. Although she didn't know what glass was, she could tell that Suzan was praising her. Even so, you can't keep staring at me. I'll get shy. Wen Shui blushed. Being stared at like that, especially by someone as handsome as Suzan, would make any girl with a normal sexual orientation feel shy. Sister Wenzu, that's going too far. My eyes are on my body, I can look wherever I want. If you restrict my freedom like this, I'll report you to the authorities. Suzan joked. I'm not talking to you anymore. After Wen Shui finished speaking, her face turned red, and she quickened her pace, walking directly ahead of Suzan. It seemed that as long as she walked faster than Suzan, Suzan wouldn't be able to see her. He. What an interesting woman. Suzan looked at Wen Shui twisting and turning in front of him, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Wasn't this Chun Chun giving him a treat? Soon, the two arrived at the guest room that Suzan had prepared for Wen Shui. Upon arrival, Wen Shui was astonished because she discovered that the guest room Suzan had prepared for her was right next to his. Brother Suzan, what's going on? Wen Shui was a little puzzled, because the room prepared for her before was not this one. I'm sorry, Sister Wenzu, I forgot to tell you. In order to better protect you, I temporarily moved you from your previous room to this one. After all, Sister Wenzu, you are such an important person. I wouldn't feel at ease if I didn't take care of you personally. Suzan spoke with reason and conviction, in a serious tone. But if that's the case, won't people gossip about you? I'm a widow after all, and people will think that you and Suzan are together. Wen Shui dared not continue. In the Tianshuan continent, people of her status were mostly considered unlucky. In addition, she lost her father at a young age, and many people regarded her as a jinx. If Yi Fan hadn't been more successful, Wen Shui's reputation would likely have been even worse. Wen Shui didn't want Suzan to be given a bad reputation because of her. After all, Suzan had always been known as a genius and benevolent in Tianshan City. Don't say any more. This is my second request. If you don't agree, I'll be in a lot of trouble. After all, Yi Fan entrusted me to take care of you. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to Yi Fan? Sister Wenzu, you don't want Yi Fan to worry, do you? Suzan earnestly advised. Well, okay then. Wen Shui's expression was somewhat complicated, but hearing that Suzan was saying all this for her own good, she didn't say anything more. In addition, 2 of the 3 requests Suzan made have already been fulfilled, which made Wen Shui feel inexplicably at ease. Alright, it's getting late, Sister Wenzu, you should go inside and rest. Tianshan City hasn't been very peaceful lately, especially after Yi Fan left. There are always some people who are eager to cause trouble, so you have to be extra careful. Suzan spoke up. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Su. I'll go and rest now. Upon hearing this, Wen Shui quickly went into the guest room. Hey, Yi Fan must be far away now, so it's about time for me to begin. Suzan stared at Wen Shui's figure as she walked into the room, a wicked smile playing on his lips. It was eerily quiet in the dead of night, the faint sound of servants snoring could be heard. Wen Shui, who was fast asleep, seemed to sense something and suddenly woke up. Wen Shui opened her eyes and noticed that there seemed to be another figure outside the window, which immediately made her perk up. Recalling what Suzan had said to her before he left, Wen Shui was immediately filled with horror. Who is it? Where is it? As soon as Wen Shui shouted, the figure outside the window disappeared instantly, and Wen Shui screamed in fright. Help! In an instant, the entire Su residence was alerted by Wen Shui's scream. The next second, Wen Shui's door was opened, and a handsome and tall figure rushed in. Sister Wenzu, are you all right? The visitor was none other than Suzan. What happened? Seeing Wen Shui's panicked state, Suzan quickly asked her with concern. There was someone standing outside just now. Wen Shui pointed out the window, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was truly terrified. What are you all doing? Get your hands on something right now. As soon as Suzan shouted, the Su family guards who were about to enter quickly retreated and began a thorough search. Don't be afraid, Sister Wenzu, I'm here to protect you, there won't be any problems. After dismissing the guards, Suzan went to Wen Shui's side, hugged her tightly, and gently patted her back to comfort her. It was clear that Wen Shui was truly terrified, her body was trembling uncontrollably. Wen Shui was just an ordinary person. Although she was pretty, this was the first time she had experienced something like this. Wah, little brother Suzan, I'm so scared. For the first time, Wen Shui felt the fear of death. This was the Tianshuan continent, where strength was paramount. After something like this happened, there's absolutely no way I could have survived, and even getting revenge would be very difficult. Wen Shui lay in Suzan's arms and began to sob softly, which melted Suzan's heart. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Suzan responded gently, patting Wen Shui's back softly. Chapter 4. Rest. It's getting late. Let me take you to the guest room to rest, Sister Wenzu. As it was getting late, Suzan prepared to take Wen Shui to the guest room that had been prepared in advance to rest. All right, little brother Suzan. Wen Shui nodded. After a period of adjustment, Wen Shui has gotten somewhat used to being called Suzan's younger brother. He, you're taking the bait. I'll show you how. I'm the older sister, can turn into, I'm your older sister. Suzan gave a wicked smile. And so, the two walked side by side toward the guest room. Along the way, Suzan would steal glances at Wen Shui every now and then, leaving Wen Shui's mind in a state of confusion. Why does he keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Or what? Wen Shui was extremely puzzled. She felt that Suzan was acting strangely today. He had never been like this before. What was wrong with him? Is there something on my face? Wen Shui couldn't help but ask. No, Sister Wenzu, your face is so white, like a sheet of glass, how could there be anything there? Suzan smiled. This is a fantasy world where people's thinking is relatively futile. Suzan's bold praise could be a criminal offense. Sure enough, Wen Shui blushed immediately upon hearing Suzan's words. Although she didn't know what glass was, she could tell that Suzan was praising her. Even so, you can't keep staring at me. I'll get shy. Wen Shui blushed. Being stared at like that, especially by someone as handsome as Suzan, would make any girl with a normal sexual orientation feel shy. Sister Wenzu, that's going too far. My eyes are on my body, I can look wherever I want. If you restrict my freedom like this, I'll report you to the authorities. Suzan joked. I'm not talking to you anymore. After Wen Shui finished speaking, her face turned red, and she quickened her pace, walking directly ahead of Suzan. It seemed that as long as she walked faster than Suzan, Suzan wouldn't be able to see her. He, what an interesting woman. Suzan looked at Wen Shui twisting and turning in front of him, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Wasn't this Chun Chun giving him a treat? Soon, the two arrived at the guest room that Suzan had prepared for Wen Shui. Upon arrival, Wen Shui was astonished because she discovered that the guest room Suzan had prepared for her was right next to his. Brother Suzan, what's going on? Wen Shui was a little puzzled, because the room prepared for her before was not this one. I'm sorry, Sister Wenzu, I forgot to tell you. In order to better protect you, I temporarily moved you from your previous room to this one. After all, Sister Wenzu, you are such an important person. I wouldn't feel at ease if I didn't take care of you personally. Suzan spoke with reason and conviction, in a serious tone. But if that's the case, won't people gossip about you? I'm a widow after all, and people will think that you and Suzan are together. Wen Shui dared not continue. In the Tianshuan continent, people of her status were mostly considered unlucky. In addition, she lost her father at a young age, and many people regarded her as a jinx. If Yi Fan hadn't been more successful, Wen Shui's reputation would likely have been even worse. Wen Shui didn't want Suzan to be given a bad reputation because of her. After all, Suzan had always been known as a genius and benevolent in Tianshan City. Don't say any more. This is my second request. If you don't agree, I'll be in a lot of trouble. After all, Yi Fan entrusted me to take care of you. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to Yi Fan? Sister Wenzu, you don't want Yi Fan to worry, do you? Suzan earnestly advised. Well, okay then. Wen Shui's expression was somewhat complicated, but hearing that Suzan was saying all this for her own good, she didn't say anything more. In addition, 2 of the 3 requests Suzan made have already been fulfilled, which made Wen Shui feel inexplicably at ease. All right, it's getting late, Sister Wenzu, you should go inside and rest. Tianshan City hasn't been very peaceful lately, especially after Yi Fan left. There are always some people who are eager to cause trouble, so you have to be extra careful. Suzan spoke up. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Su. I'll go and rest now. Upon hearing this, Wen Shui quickly went into the guest room. Hey, Yi Fan must be far away now, so it's about time for me to begin. Suzan stared at Wen Shui's figure as she walked into the room, a wicked smile playing on his lips. It was eerily quiet in the dead of night, the faint sound of servants snoring could be heard. Wen Shui, who was fast asleep, seemed to sense something and suddenly woke up. Wen Shui opened her eyes and noticed that there seemed to be another figure outside the window, which immediately made her perk up. Recalling what Su Zan had said to her before he left, Wen Shui was immediately filled with horror. Who is it? Where is it? As soon as Wen Shui shouted, the figure outside the window disappeared instantly, and Wen Shui screamed in fright. Help! In an instant, the entire Su residence was alerted by Wen Shui's scream. The next second, Wen Shui's door was opened, and a handsome and tall figure rushed in. Sister Wenzu, are you all right? The visitor was none other than Su Zan. What happened? Seeing Wen Shui's panicked state, Su Zan quickly asked her with concern. There was someone standing outside just now. Wen Shui pointed out the window, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was truly terrified. What are you all doing? Get your hands on something right now. As soon as Su Zan shouted, the Su family guards who were about to enter quickly retreated and began a thorough search. Don't be afraid, Sister Wenzu. I'm here to protect you. There won't be any problems. After dismissing the guards, Su Zan went to Wen Shui's side, hugged her tightly, and gently patted her back to comfort her. It was clear that Wen Shui was truly terrified. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. Wen Shui was just an ordinary person. Although she was pretty, this was the first time she had experienced something like this. Wah, little brother Su Zan, I'm so scared. For the first time, Wen Shui felt the fear of death. This was the Tianshuan continent, where strength was paramount. After something like this happened, there's absolutely no way I could have survived, and even getting revenge would be very difficult. Wen Shui lay in Su Zan's arms and began to sob softly, which melted Su Zan's heart. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Zan responded gently, patting Wen Shui's back softly. Chapter 6. Taking Down. Sister Wenzu, do you know? I've always liked you. Su Zan suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing Su Zan's words, Wen Shui's brain went completely blank. I said I've always liked you, Sister Wenzu. Su Zan spoke again. Is it the kind of affection a younger brother has for his older sister? Wen Shui thought about it carefully and felt it was normal. Su Zan was the only son of the Su family and had never experienced what it was like to have an older sister. Now that they address each other as brother and sister, it's normal for Su Zan to have such feelings for her. I like you very much too, little brother. Wen Shui smiled. Really, I'm talking about the kind of liking between a man and a woman. Su Zan explained. Su Zan's words left Wen Shui somewhat bewildered. Are you kidding me, young Master Su? Upon hearing Su Zan's words, Wen Shui was stunned. She even changed how she addressed Su Zan, because this was simply too shocking. I'm not joking, I really like you. Su Zan said very seriously. Are you crazy? Wen Shui had never experienced anything like this before, and immediately tried to struggle free from Su Zan's embrace. However, Su Zan is a 9th grade foundation establishment expert, a master in the early stage of foundation establishment. How could Wen Shui, a mere mortal, possibly break free from Su Zan's restraints? I'm not crazy, I'm serious, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, I'll say it again. I like you, Wen Shui. Su Zan spoke with unwavering determination in his eyes. Do you know how happy I was when you just said that you hadn't found anyone else all these years? Do you know how sad I was when you just said you felt cold, desolate, and melancholy? After all these years, Sister Wenzu, you also need someone to care for you, don't you? Are you willing to let your heart just sink like this? Su Zan said loudly. Fortunately, he had already set up a soundproofing magic array in advance, and it is now activated. No matter how loudly you speak, no one outside can hear you. After all these years, I don't believe you haven't thought about these things. Putting all that aside, am I not good enough for you? No, I'm not unworthy. Wen Shui was so surprised by Su Zan's sudden confession that she didn't know how to respond. Wasn't he just asking a question? How did it suddenly turn into a confession? If that's the case, why are you rejecting me? It's not like I'm not good enough for you. Besides, Sister Wenzu, didn't you just say that you like me too? Why are you rejecting me now? Were you lying about what you just said? Su Zan questioned loudly. No, I thought you were talking about affection between family members, but who knew you? How could Wen Shui have known that this was all an elaborate scheme set up by Su Zan? Otherwise, she would never have fallen for his tricks. So, you were lying just now. Do you know what crime it is to deceive the young master of the Su family? Su Zan gave a wicked smile. You calm down, think about Yi Fan. Have you forgotten that I belong to Yi Fan? Wen Shui said loudly. To hell with Yi Fan. I don't care if he's Yi Fan, Li Fan, Cao Fan, or Long Shenxian. Sister Wenzu, do you know how happy I was when you just said you liked me? It was a kind of joy that I can't describe, like a person who is about to die of thirst finding water to drink. Su Zan didn't care about anything else anymore. At that moment, he kissed her directly. Feeling that soft layer close to her, Wen Shui's whole body went limp. Although she was still a little angry, she unconsciously stopped resisting. I want to speak. Young Master Su, let me speak. Wen Shui struggled to speak. Okay. Go ahead, I'm listening. Su Zan looked at the beauty in front of him, but his claws didn't stop. I'm asking you, do you like me as a person, or do you like my body? If you like my body, then you can have it, and I won't tell Yi Fan. I only ask that you let me go after you're done, and that you never come looking for me again. But if you like me, then you should explain why you like me. I need to know, right? Wen Shui spoke up. She didn't want to just hand it over for no reason, she needed a reason. Whatever the reason, as long as it's a reason that makes you feel at ease. After all, if he didn't have a suitable reason, how would he explain himself to Yi Fan if Yi Fan found out about his relationship with Su Zan in the future? A reason. As long as there's a suitable reason, just one suitable reason will suffice. If I have a suitable reason, Xiao Fan will understand why I'm like this, right? Wen Shui's words deeply moved Su Zan. He knew that Wen Shui had completely compromised. Of course I love you. I want you, your heart, your body, everything about you. Su Zan said with deep emotion. How can you be so greedy? Who else would like so many things like you? Although Wen Shui was scolding him on the surface, she was secretly pleased. This was the first time she had heard such blunt and unvarnished words. In this feudal continent, such words undoubtedly had a huge impact. Wen Shui simply couldn't resist Su Zan's straightforward confession. Aren't people greedy? I'm human too. Isn't it normal that I like you a little more? Su Zan smiled. Then let me ask you, when did you start liking me? I'm not flirtatious, and I can't say things like you do, so what exactly do you like about me? Wen Shui asked. Such a simple question was naturally a small problem for Su Zan. Do I need a reason to like you? If I give you a reason, and then I can't keep it later, does that mean you don't love me anymore? Su Zan spoke up. No, but how can someone just fall for someone for no reason? There has to be a reason, right? Besides, we've only known each other for a short time. Wen Shui replied. What Wen Shui needed most was a reason that could convince herself and Yi Fan. I can't exactly say I was lustful. Su Zan thought to himself, if this got out, he would be criticized to death. In his previous life, he would have been severely condemned online. It's a feeling. I love the feeling of you on my body. Whenever I see you, I have a different feeling. I've only ever felt this way with you, I've never felt it at any other time. Su Zan was talking nonsense with a straight face. Chapter 7. System Rewards. I see, I understand now. Wen Shui smiled, revealing a beautiful smile. Thank you, Su Zan. Now, please my husband. Wen Shui's next words were undoubtedly a huge shock to Su Zan. Unfortunately, it's late at night, and it's not the time to say, I love you. Good night everyone. Why do I feel my eyelids twitching? Could something be wrong with Wen Shui? In the Central Plains, at a disciple's residence of the Heavenly Might sect, Yi Fan, who was cultivating, suddenly felt something was wrong. It felt as if something important was slipping away from me. Impossible. With Brother Su here, how could Sister Wen Shui possibly have any problems? I was just overthinking it. Yi Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Su Zan was second only to me in talent in Tianshan City, and when I left Tianwei sect, I cleared away most of the obstacles from the Su family. There will definitely be no major problems in Tianshan City in the short term. I was really overthinking it. I'm still such a child. I can't be without Sister Wenzu for a moment. It's only been a short time, and I'm already starting to worry. In that case, I should cultivate even harder. I should strive to break through to the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. That way, even in the central continent, I will have a certain ability to protect myself. When that time comes, I will bring Wen Shui and Brother Su to the Heavenly Might sect. That will be fulfilling my promise from back then. With this in mind, Yi Fan began to cultivate even more diligently, vowing to break through to the Golden Core realm as quickly as possible. Perfect Foundation Establishment, Nascent Soul Realm Experience Card, 10,000 System Gold Coins, 1 drop of Immortal Essence. Su Zan began to list the rewards for completing the daily tasks. After completing the daily tasks, he obtained a Perfect Foundation Establishment, a Nascent Soul Realm Experience Card, 1 card for 1 hour, and so-called System Coins. In the Tianshuan continent, when cultivators break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, they will achieve different levels of Foundation Establishment based on their own potential. Generally speaking, ordinary Foundation Establishment is divided into 9 grades, while Su Zan is a 9th grade Foundation Establishment cultivator, which is considered a genius by most people. Above the 9th rank are the Earth rank, Heaven rank, Divine rank, and the legendary Perfect Foundation Establishment. Is this the terrifying thing about cheating? Just by completing a daily task, I actually obtained the legendary Perfect Foundation Establishment. Su Zan said excitedly, with the existence of a Perfect Foundation Establishment cultivator, even though he is only at the early stage of Foundation Establishment, he can still fight to a draw against a typical peak Foundation Establishment cultivator. In addition, he also obtained a Nascent Soul Realm Experience Card. Although it was only for 1 hour, Nascent Soul Realm cultivators were already invincible in the Qi Kingdom. In addition, Su Zan also obtained a drop of Immortal Essence. As long as he takes just 1 drop, he can improve his aptitude. Su Zan didn't plan to use this on himself, after all, he was a man with a system. If you want to improve your cultivation level or change your aptitude, you can use gold coins to buy them in the system shop. Su Zan planned to use this drop of Immortal Essence on Wen Shui. Wen Shui herself has no talent for cultivation. Even though Yi Fan invested a lot of resources in her, Wen Shui was still unable to break through to the Qi refining realm. If you can't break through to the Qi refining realm, it means you can't absorb spiritual energy, and if you can't absorb spiritual energy, you can't reach the later realms. In the Tianshuan continent, the lifespan of ordinary people is completely unknown. Whether they can survive depends on luck, and there is no such thing as an average age. As long as those high and mighty cultivators exist, the lifespan of ordinary people is as worthless as grass, and can be taken away at will. Foundation Establishment cultivators can have a lifespan of at least 150 years, and it's not impossible for some to live up to 200 years. Su Zan has already established his foundation, and he doesn't want Wen Shui to turn into dust in a few decades. What's the use of having a system if you can't even protect your own woman? Su Zan thought to himself. Husband, do you think the Su family can accept us being together? I can't cultivate, my family background isn't great, and most importantly, Fenner, I don't know if he can accept it. Wen Shui's words broke Su Zan's train of thought. Her concerns were not unfounded. It's okay. As long as you don't tell and I don't tell either, who would know? As for the Su family, I'll handle it. Aren't I holding a big meeting tomorrow? My parents will be there too. We'll see what they think of you then. Besides, I am the young master of the Su family, and I still have the right to choose my partner. Su Zan comforted him. I see that's true, but I'm still a little worried. After all, Fenner is. Wen Shui dared not continue. Such a thing would be unacceptable to anyone. Yi Fan and I are brothers who have risked their lives together. He can't just kill me, can he? I helped him so much back then. He's not the kind of person who forgets kindness. Su Zan smiled. Given Yi Fan's personality, at most he would cripple me, but he would definitely let me go. Besides, now that I have the system, it's not certain who will cripple whom. Although Yi Fan's current strength is still above mine, who knows how much of a cheat code I'll have activated next time we meet. You still remember that. Yi Fan is your brother who's risked his life for you. Look at the state you're in now, it's really too much, so shameless. Wen Shui was extremely shy and couldn't help but pinch Suzanne's thigh hard. Ahem, I didn't go too far. Yi Fan told me to take good care of you. Didn't I do that? Suzanne gave a wicked smile. Okay, so this is how you take care of me, right? Wen Shui said, feigning anger. I was wrong, I'm sorry, madam. Looking at Suzanne, who was playfully teasing her, Wen Shui felt incredibly happy. She wished time could stand still forever. Looking back on my life experiences over the years, this is the happiest time of my life. To protect this happiness, Wen Shui is willing to pay any price. Even Yi Fan couldn't stop her from pursuing this kind of happiness. I'm sorry, Fanner, but I'm afraid I won't listen to you so easily when the time comes. Wen Shui thought to herself. If Yi Fan dares to disrespect Suzanne or do anything to harm Suzanne in the future, even if it costs Wen Shui her life, she will still slap Yi Fan hard across the face. Oh, by the way, madam, please take this. Suzanne took out the immortal marrow. Chapter 8. A double marriage. What is this thing? Wen Shui looked at the jade bottle containing the immortal essence in front of her and asked curiously. This is immortal essence. Just one drop can change your constitution. Once you drink this drop of immortal essence, you can cultivate from now on. Suzanne spoke up. Wen Shui stared wide-eyed in disbelief. She had never heard of such a magical thing before. In the Tianshuan continent, anything related to immortals or the like is bound to surprise people. Such a precious thing, my husband, you should use it yourself. With your talent, it would be such a waste to use it on me. Although Wen Shui was very tempted, she thought about her ridiculously poor talent and realized that even if she took this drop of immortal essence, it probably wouldn't improve her much. But Suzanne is different. Suzanne is the #1 genius in Tianshan City. If he takes it, his talent will definitely reach a new level in the future. Fool, we cultivators embark on the path of cultivation precisely to pursue the so-called immortality. On this long road to immortality, I would be very lonely without your companionship, my lady. You wouldn't want me to walk alone through the long river of history, watching the person I love grow old and die, would you? Although Suzanne's words made Wen Shui feel strange, they also broke her heart. Yes, if Suzanne were to walk this path to immortality alone, he would probably die alone. In order to prevent Suzanne from suffering the same fate, Wen Shui finally accepted the jade bottle. Wen Shui carefully opened the jade bottle, and a refreshing fragrance wafted out. She gently poured out a drop of immortal essence, the crystal-clear liquid shimmering with a mysterious light under the lamp. Without the slightest hesitation, she tilted her head back and swallowed the immortal marrow. Is this okay? Wen Shui asked curiously. That should be fine, right? Anyway, that's what the system introduction said, and Suzanne just followed the instructions. Soon after, a surge of heat spread through Wen Shui's body, and she felt as if her body was enveloped by a powerful force. Her meridians began to expand, and spiritual energy surged into her body like a tide. To her surprise, she discovered that she could actually sense the presence of spiritual energy. Although the spiritual energy she sensed was only about the size of a finger, Wen Shui could definitely feel its presence. This means that Wen Shui has finally broken free from the shackles of the body refinement realm and successfully entered the Qi refinement realm, officially becoming a cultivator. I can cultivate now, that's great. Wen Shui was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. The realm that Yi Fan had tried to reach, even after consuming countless treasures, had been so easily broken by Suzanne. Suzanne, he's just too amazing. He's amazing in every aspect. In an instant, Wen Shui's admiration and love for Suzanne reached a new level. Women are creatures who admire strength. As long as Suzanne showed a little bit of his strength, Wen Shui would uncontrollably move closer to him. That's wonderful, my lady. From now on we can cultivate together and pursue the path to immortality together. Suzanne held Wen Shui tightly. Although this drop of immortal essence improved Wen Shui's aptitude, her cultivation talent was still very poor, with a cultivation speed only 1/10 of her own. However, this is still very strong. The Wen Shui of the past probably didn't even have 1% or 1,000th of his strength. The spiritual treasures Yi Fan had previously spent on Wen Shui could have helped Suzanne break through to the Golden Core realm, and at least reach the heavenly grade golden core level, if he had used them on himself. My husband no need for further explanation, I understand. The next morning, the Su family extended invitations to various forces, and all the prominent forces in Tianshan City were invited. This matter is of utmost importance, and Su Zan's parents are naturally among those involved. You're the Wen Shui that Shuner mentioned. You're really beautiful. If you and Yi Fan weren't in that kind of relationship, I'd really like you to be Shuner's wife. In that case, the relationship between our Su family and Yi Fan will be even closer. Looking at Wen Shui in front of her, Su Zan's mother was overjoyed. If she hadn't known that Wen Shui and Yi Fan had another layer of relationship, she would have really wanted Su Zan to take Wen Shui in. After all, Wen Shui looks like she's suited to have children. She's big where she should be and curvy where she should be. Su Zan's mother was dreaming of having a grandson. After all, she had been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment for a long time and didn't know when she would be able to break through to the golden core stage. She had no other ambitions in life but to see Su Zan hold his grandson before she died. Madam is too kind. I am of lowly status and could never be worthy of young Master Su. Wen Shui said modestly. Although Wen Shui said this on the surface, she was naturally overjoyed to have gained Su Zan's mother's approval. After all, this shows that the Su family does not reject him. What are you saying? Your son is a direct disciple of the Heavenly Might sect, and in terms of status, he's practically a brother to my Shuner. If your status is considered lowly, then aren't we even worse off than commoners? Su Zan's mother smiled. Wen Shui is really being modest. Just based on Yi Fan's status as a direct disciple of the Heavenly Might sect, the Su family is not someone they can afford to offend. Yi Fan's master was a nascent soul cultivator. He could easily crush the Su family with a single hand. The Su family is nothing compared to the Heavenly Might sect. Watching the two talk, Su Zan's father, Su Hai, just smiled and remained silent. It's really hard to join in a conversation between women. Su Hai sighed. Wen Shui has only been in the Su family for a short time, and Su Zan's mother is already thinking about getting her. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. You know, Wen Shui is more than a size older than Su Zan. It's really amazing that Su Zan's mother came up with this idea. By the way, I heard that a thief broke into your place last night. Did it scare you? Was the thief caught? Su Zan's mother suddenly spoke up. Thanks to young Master Su, I haven't run into any problems. As for that villain, he's extremely cunning. Young Master Su searched for a long time but couldn't find him. As she said this, Wen Shui blushed. After their heart-to-heart talk last night, Wen Shui already knew that the so-called villain was Su Zan himself. This explains why the other party could appear nearby without warning. Besides, so many people were not caught, so who else could it be but a member of the Su family in disguise? However, to Wen Shui's surprise, the person impersonating this villain was actually Su Zan himself. How utterly despicable. Chapter 9. Labeling. I'm so sorry, you were frightened because of our oversight. Su Zan's mother said apologetically. Wen Shui was a guest, and as the host, I should apologize for not taking good care of her. Moreover, Yi Fan's status in the Tianwei sect is extraordinary, and Su Zan's mother is afraid that Wen Shui will blame the Su family for this. It's all right, madam, it's all over now, Wen Shui said very generously. Seeing Wen Shui say this, Su Zan's mother breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, all the prominent figures in Tianshan City came to the Su family. After all, the Su family are the city lords of Tianshan City, recognized by the Qi Kingdom's royal family. If they don't come, the Su family can even mobilize the Tianshan City army to besiege them. This is all thanks to Yi Fan's help. As the number one sect in Qi Kingdom, Tianwei sect has a close relationship with the royal family. With Yi Fan's help, it wasn't difficult for the Su family to take over the position of the city lord of the small Tianshan City. The Wang family, the Li family, the Black Wolf gang, are they all here? Su Zan looked at the various factions who had taken their seats, and after confirming that all the invited people had arrived, Su Zan cleared his throat, preparing to say a few words. He is the host and the initiator of this event, so naturally he is the one to host it. Thank you all for accepting this invitation. I'll get straight to the point. Does anyone here recognize the lady next to me? Su Zan pointed to Wen Shui standing to the side. I don't know him. I don't know him. All the factions were unaware of Su Zhan's intentions, but they were all astonished by Wen Shui's beauty. Wen Shui exuded the scent of a mature woman, captivating everyone's souls like a succubus. At this moment, many of the forces present began to stir and speculate about the relationship between Wen Shui and the Su family. This young lady is Yi Fan's older sister, a genius from our Tianshan city. She's also my sister. These words immediately stunned everyone present. Yi Fan's name was well known in Tianshan city. Even if they hadn't heard of Yi Fan's name, they had definitely heard of the Heavenly Might sect. Now, Yi Fan had become a disciple of an elder of the Heavenly Might sect, which was something they couldn't compare to. Su Zhan's words put an end to the fantasies of many who still harbored ulterior motives towards Wen Shui. After all, they were facing Yi Fan. Those who previously looked down on Yi Fan and bullied him have all been wiped out by him. He didn't even spare an earthworm hiding 4 feet on the ground. His ruthlessness goes without saying. I know that Sister Wenzu is very beautiful, and I also know what you're thinking. Yi Fan entrusted me to take good care of Sister Wen Shui, and I will naturally fulfill my promise. If you disrespect Sister Wen Shui in the future, then you will be disrespecting my Su family and my brother Yi Fan. By then, even if Brother Yi doesn't make a move, I will still wipe you all out. Su Zhan said coldly, his eyes flashing with a sharp killing intent. Everyone present was frightened by Su Zhan. The Su family was quite influential in Tianshan city, especially since they were now the city lords. Su Zhan's word is law in Tianshan city. No one dares to disobey him. Very well, I understand your attitude from your reactions. Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Zhan was very satisfied. This was just an appetizer. His purpose was far more than that. But, last night, some reckless thief actually took advantage of a loophole in my Su family's security. He tried to do something to my sister. As soon as Su Zhan finished speaking, a person who was tied up and gagged was thrown up. Lu Zi, it's you. The leader of the Black Wolf gang was utterly astonished to see his gang members left in the hall. Oh, you admit it now, Chief Xiao. I thought you wouldn't admit he's one of yours. Su Zhan sneered. Upon hearing this, Chief Xiao was filled with regret. The moment he saw Lu Zi, he panicked and inadvertently went up to claim kinship. He didn't consider at all what Su Zhan had said earlier. Lu Zi was suspected of attacking Wen Shui. If I go up now, wouldn't I be walking right into the Su family's trap? If the Su family uses this as an excuse to cause trouble, even the people behind me won't be able to protect me. After all, the Su family has Yi Fan as their backer. We're doomed. We should notify the guild members immediately. By the time Chief Xiao realized what was happening, his Black Wolf gang members were already surrounded by the Su family's guards. Forget about sending a message, not even a fly could escape. Apart from the Black Wolf gang members, you can leave now. I apologize for the inconvenience. If you have any complaints, I will personally apologize to you another day when I have time. Su Zhan said with a smile. Damn it, this attitude doesn't sound like an apology. Anyone who dares to object will probably be wiped out tomorrow, right? Everyone thought to themselves. However, these are all things that can be kept in one's mind. If one were to actually say them out loud, the Su family would probably wipe them out by now. How could that be? Young Master Su, you are so wise and capable, how could we have any objections? On the contrary, the Black Wolf gang actually attempted to ambush Miss Wen. They deserve to die. Someone spoke up. That's right. Since the Black Wolf gang deserves to die, who among you is willing to wipe them out for me? I can share the loot with you all. Su Zhan spoke up. Wipe out the Black Wolf gang. Hearing Su Zhan's words, everyone was shocked. Su Zhan was ruthless. The Black Wolf gang only wanted to ambush Wen Shui. Was it really necessary to wipe out an entire family? Besides, the Black Wolf gang has powerful backers. Su Zhan is trying to drag everyone down with him. What, you all don't want to? Could it be that you are actually accomplices of the Black Wolf gang? But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. My Su family is always so heavily guarded, how could the Black Wolf gang possibly get in? I'm sure everyone here has put in a lot of effort, right? Su Zhan said with a gloomy expression. How could that be? How could we possibly be colluding with the Black Wolf gang, let alone helping them? Everyone quickly retorted. In that case, I'll have to trouble you all. You don't want me to accuse you of attempting to murder the city lord, do you? Suzan gave a wicked smile. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Didn't they just say that the sixth son of the Black Wolf gang wanted to ambush Wen Shui? How did it suddenly turn into an attempt to murder the city lord? Lu Zi entered the city lord's mansion without permission. If it hadn't been discovered in time, who knows what he might have done. Based on this one incident alone, I wouldn't care what charges I leveled against him. Suzan's lips curled up slightly as he spoke in a threatening tone. Chapter 10. The Devil. A devil, he's an absolute devil. How could Suzan be so ruthless? That's terrifying. I feel like Suzan is even more terrifying than Yi Fan. Suzan's actions undoubtedly refreshed everyone's understanding of him. Sure enough, someone who can be on friendly terms with that ruthless Yi Fan is definitely not a kind person. Moreover, Suzan is even more ruthless than Yi Fan. After all, even Yi Fan wouldn't so easily label someone. I can't take it anymore. If this keeps up, we might be next. Yes, better to die for your friends than for me. Brothers of the Black Wolf Gang, let's meet again in the next life. Under Suzan's threats, all the forces in Tianshan City chose to help him commit evil. The Black Wolf Gang intends to assassinate the city lord. I have issued an order to kill them in the city lord's name. I hope that you all can wipe out the entire Black Wolf Gang within 3 days. And take stock of the Black Wolf Gang's assets. Hand over 50% of them to the city lord's mansion. At Suzan's command, all forces in Tianshan City quickly sprang into action, and within minutes they had completely surrounded the Black Wolf Gang. The poor members of the Black Wolf Gang were almost all dead before they even understood what was going on. Without their leader, the Black Wolf Gang had no power to resist and was quickly overthrown. Chief Xiao, is there anything else you'd like to say? Suzan sneered. Now that things have come to this, young Master Su, you've said everything, good or bad, what else can I say? Chief Xiao smiled wryly. He realized that Suzan was using this incident to pin the blame on the Black Wolf Gang. In fact, it's not certain whether Lu Zi has done what Suzan mentioned. But the problem is, I just happened to run into Suzan's line of fire. If I have to blame someone, I can only blame my bad luck. Since there's nothing more to say, let's take it. As soon as Suzan finished speaking, the experts from the Su family immediately executed Chief Xiao on the spot. As for the so-called sixth son, Suzan didn't give him a chance to explain how many bowls of noodles he had eaten. After Chief Xiao fell, Suzan casually sent him to his death. Shuiner, you did well this time. After this incident, those aristocratic families are even more afraid of us. Moreover, the resources from the Black Wolf Gang have just solved our Su family's urgent problem. Su Hai spoke up. Suzan's plan to ambush Wen Shui yesterday wasn't just a simple ambush, it was also an excuse to eliminate the Black Wolf Gang. Suzan knew that the Black Wolf Gang was a force sent by the nearby cities, and he naturally would not tolerate such an existence. Using this excuse to get rid of him was also a way to eliminate a thorn in one's side. Father, you flatter me. You and Mother should go back and rest first. Leave the finishing touches to me. Suzan spoke up. Upon hearing this, Su Hai and Suzan's mother didn't say much, just nodded and left. After Su Hai and the other two left, only Wen Shui and Suzan remained on the field. After everyone left, Wen Shui finally couldn't bear the nausea and vomited. In all her years of life, this was the first time Wen Shui had ever seen someone die right in front of her. The intense impact of the bright red blood constantly pushed Wen Shui to her physical limits. In the end, Wen Shui couldn't hold back and vomited up everything she had eaten yesterday. Fortunately, some things can't be vomited out. Madam, are you all right? Suzan quickly poured Wen Shui a glass of water and then patted her back repeatedly, which calmed her down a little. Wah, how scary. Husband, why did you do this? They didn't do anything to me, did they? Wen Shui asked, puzzled. This is the world of cultivators. In the world of cultivators, as long as your fist is big enough, then you are the truth. As long as your fist is big enough, then you can do anything. Madam, although this is cruel, you are now a cultivator, and I hope you will understand this principle in the future. Suzan explained. There will be more scenes like this in the future. Suzan doesn't want to keep Wen Shui locked in a thermos forever. This is just to let Wen Shui enjoy the outside world in advance. So that's how it is. As long as your fist is big enough, you can do anything. If my strength surpasses my husband's in the future, then wouldn't I be able to be on top of him? Thinking of this, Wen Shui blushed instantly. Just imagining such a scene made her feel like she was going crazy. How could such a thought suddenly pop into her mind? That's just way too much. Looking at Wen Shui's flushed face, Suzan was a little confused. Wen Shui's current appearance gave Suzan the feeling that he had accidentally led her astray. But I don't think I said anything outrageous. What is Wen Shui doing? Wen Shui, what are you thinking about? Suzan was speechless. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. What was Wen Shui thinking? However, judging from Wen Shui's expression, it was clear that she had taken his words to heart. This made Suzan feel very gratified. I understand, my husband. I will work hard to cultivate. Wen Shui said resolutely, her eyes filled with determination. I thought that, given Wen Shui's personality, she wouldn't be able to accept it so quickly. I didn't expect that she would have adapted so soon. Suzan was overjoyed. As expected of someone close to the protagonist, they have extraordinary qualities compared to ordinary people. Ahem, since you've taken my advice, I won't say any more. I had a sudden realization last night. I'll be going into seclusion now. If you need anything, just tell the butler. Suzan spoke up. I understand, husband. I will rest well and wait for you to come back. Wen Shui said gently. After spending some more time together, Suzan reluctantly went to his secluded cultivation spot. There shouldn't be any commotion here, right? Suzan came here naturally to make use of the perfect foundation he had obtained earlier. Because he was afraid of causing any trouble, Suzan only lost it now. The reason he chose this place was to avoid being noticed. After all, being a villain means you have to learn to play it safe. Even if there's a 99.99% chance of success, you still have to be cautious until something is 100% certain. System. I want to use perfect foundation building. As Suzan spoke, the perfect foundation establishment item in his system inventory disappeared instantly and began to slowly merge with him. Chapter 11. Perfect foundation building through fusion. Suzan felt a powerful and unfamiliar force surge into his body like a tide. At the same time, his foundation began to be rebuilt, becoming more perfect and powerful. This process should have been extremely painful, but unfortunately, Suzan had a cheat code. For just 5,000 gold coins, Suzan was able to shield himself from the pain of rebuilding his foundation. How strange, I clearly see my bones and flesh breaking apart piece by piece and then reforming, but I don't feel anything at all. This reminded Suzan of his past life when he was playing on the grass and accidentally fell onto the tiles because he couldn't step over a step. At that time, Suzan, covered in blood, went to find his mother who was watching his father play ball. Suzan truly admired himself back then. Despite being covered in blood, he remained remarkably calm. Later, Suzan was taken to the operating table and watched as the doctor waved a long needle around his eye, but he felt no pain at all. At this moment, Suzan felt exactly like this. Breaking bones and flesh should have been extremely painful, but he had actually experienced it so easily. Is this what makes cheating so powerful? As time passed, Suzan's original foundation establishment was completely shattered and rebuilt, and the perfect foundation establishment was completely integrated. Perfect foundation building. Success. Suzan slowly opened his eyes flashing with excitement. When Suzan opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. He felt the surging power within him, as if he could control the entire world. With this perfect foundation, even without a system, I can go very far. Suzan thought to himself. The so-called foundation building means creating a solid foundation. The stronger the foundation, the easier it will be to achieve breakthroughs later. Now that he has achieved perfect foundation building, Suzan's potential and combat power have increased immeasurably. Even without a system, Suzan could go very far on the path of cultivation by relying on his own strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving your first kill. You were rewarded with a newbie gift pack. Damn it, you damn system. You've been waiting for this newbie gift pack for so long, and you're only just now showing up. Suzan cursed. Faced with Suzan's questioning, the system remained silent. Open the newbie gift pack for me. Seeing that the system remained silent, Suzan stopped paying attention. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Chi observation technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the villain's halo. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a heaven rank cultivation technique, the 5 elements technique. They actually gave me a heaven level cultivation technique. This. Hearing the system notification, Suzan felt like he was dreaming. That's a heaven level cultivation technique. In the Tianshuan continent, cultivation techniques are divided into yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and heaven rank. Above the heavenly realm, Suzan has never heard of such a thing before, given his current level. However, Suzan knew how powerful a heaven-level cultivation technique was, because it was something that even the Heavenly Might sect did not possess. Suzan also knew that Yi Fan had become so powerful precisely because he possessed a heaven-level cultivation technique. The heavenly-level cultivation technique that Yi Fan possesses allows him to absorb a portion of the spiritual energy of the creatures he has personally killed. This spiritual energy can be used for cultivation or to restore one's own lost spiritual energy. It is truly terrifying. This is one of the main reasons why Yi Fan was able to rise to prominence so quickly. Why is it one of the main reasons? As the protagonist, he certainly wouldn't have such a good thing on him. Of course, this was purely Suzan's guess. Although he and Yi Fan were good brothers, Yi Fan would never tell Suzan all his secrets. Since the cultivation techniques were given to him by the system, Suzan comprehended the Chi observation technique and the 5 elements technique in an instant. The Chi observation technique allows him to see through a person's fortune. Fortune is divided into 9 levels, and those with fortune at level 6 or above can be considered as the protagonists of destiny. I'm rather curious, just what exactly is Yi Fan's destiny level? Suzan thought to himself. Unfortunately, Yi Fan wasn't by his side right now, otherwise Suzan would have liked to see just how high his good brother's luck really was. However, when Suzan checked his luck level, it was actually A, which made Suzan extremely curious. Could it be that this Chi observation technique cannot see through one's own fortune? System, what's going on? Suzan asked curiously. In reply to the host, because the host is an uncontrollable factor, the luck level is not displayed. I see, Suzan thought to himself. Perhaps it's because I have a system. When it comes to luck, you can't see any upper or lower limits. Next, Suzan examined his heaven-level cultivation technique. The 5 elements technique allows one to mobilize the power of the 5 elements, thereby increasing one's attack power by several levels. Moreover, in addition to that, my affinity for the 5 elements has also increased dramatically. With a mere thought, Suzan sent the chair beside him flying into the air. Such techniques are only possible for nascent soul cultivators, yet I, who am only at the foundation establishment stage, already possess such abilities. This technique is just as good as Yi Fan's. After all, with this technique, if he were given a level 1 technique, Suzan could make this level 1 technique unleash power far exceeding that of a level 1 technique. As expected of a heavenly level cultivation technique. It's so simple yet powerful. Suzan thought to himself. Next, there's the last thing, the so-called villain's halo. Once you're adorned with the villain's aura, your chances of encountering the protagonist increase dramatically. After all, the protagonist is someone you can only come across once in a lifetime. If you want to get the system's rewards, you naturally can't do without the existence of the protagonist. However, this comes at a price. After being shrouded in the villain's aura, one becomes more likely to be hated by the protagonist. I wonder if Yi Fan will hate me for this. He, we're best buddies. Suzan's anticipation grew stronger. Putting all that aside, Suzan and Yi Fan had no conflict, and Yi Fan was also a person who used fingerprint mapping. The Su family's current status is largely due to Yi Fan's influence. Forget it, I already have a system, so whether it's Yi Fan or not doesn't matter. It's a pity that Yi Fan only has one Wen Shui. If he could have more, that would be great. Suzan thought to himself. Of course, this is a very subjective matter, a person can only have one person like Wen Shui in their lifetime. Unless it's something created, like a spirit, then it's different. In addition, the villain's aura can also increase one's favorability among villainous forces. Now that the matter is resolved, before the people from the Heavenly Might sect arrive, why not take this opportunity to strengthen my relationship with Wen Shui? Who knows, we might even run into a few of the main characters on the street later. Su Zan gave a wicked smile. Chapter 12. Shopping. After all, I haven't been in this world for very long, and I haven't yet experienced the customs and culture of this other world. My husband, you're finally back. I didn't see you all day yesterday. I thought something had happened to you. Upon seeing Su Zan, who hadn't returned home all night, Wen Shui was so excited that she almost pounced on him. What could possibly happen to me? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Su Zan smiled. It was clear that Wen Shui was genuinely worried about him. He had only been away from her for a day, and she had already become like this. However, Su Zan was not annoyed by this. On the contrary, he was extremely happy. This proves that everything yesterday was not just a charade, and that Wen Shui now belongs to him completely, body and soul. Of course, even if it was just a charade, I still got what I wanted. Perfect timing. I have things to do today, let's go out for a walk. Tianshan City is so big, I haven't explored it with you yet. Want to go shopping? Come with me. Upon hearing Su Zan's words, Wen Shui hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't want to go out with Su Zan, but given her status, what if people saw her and spoke ill of him? Husband, this isn't right. If people see my identity, they'll inevitably gossip. Besides, if Fenner finds out that we've gone out in such a high-profile manner, how am I supposed to explain it? Wen Shui said with concern. Wen Shui's concerns were not unfounded. The Tianwei sect was so powerful, and Lin Fan was a disciple of an elder of the Tianwei sect. There might be spies from the Tianwei sect all over Tianshan City. Moreover, Su Zan's identity is so precious in Tianshan City that he is bound to become the subject of gossip. If word gets out about my relationship with Su Zan, how will I ever save face again? What are you afraid of? I announced in front of so many people yesterday that you are my older sister. What's wrong with an older sister and younger brother going out for a stroll? Those who gossip are the ones who deserve to have their entire families executed. If they can even think of such things in a twisted way, then they probably have no reason to exist. Su Zan said calmly. Given her current relationship with Yi Fan, if these rumors were to reach Yi Fan's ears, I'm afraid Yi Fan could wipe them out by himself without even having to lift a finger. Yi Fan. Su Zan is my good brother. How could he do such a thing? Su Zan. Good brother. Forever. Yi Fan. Good brother. Forever. Okay, that makes sense. But just in case, I'll wear a veil when I go out. Wen Shui spoke up. That way, even if someone sees him, they won't realize it's him. At most, they'll just gossip about the young master of the Su family's romantic encounter. There are plenty of such things among the major powers in Tianshan City. Even if others find out, it won't matter. No, what's the point of that? Su Zan just loves looking at Wen Shui's face. That's the root of his lustful desires. If Wen Shui puts on her veil, what's the point of him going out with her? Although this creates a sense of mystery and beauty, it only applies to those who have never seen Wen Shui's face. He had already seen it. If it were in another place, Su Zan could accept it. But Wen Shui was still hesitating. No, this is my third request. You can't refuse. Su Zan immediately brought up the third requirement. All right. Seeing Su Zan's insistence, Wen Shui didn't say anything more and agreed, feeling very happy inside. Su Zan really wants to go shopping with me that much. He's even willing to sacrifice his third request for this. Su Zan and Wen Shui walked hand in hand on the streets of Tianshan City, the sunlight shining on them, creating a warm and loving scene. It was the first time Wen Shui had appeared in public with Su Zan, and she was a little nervous. Her palms were sweating. Faced with the curious, surprised, and somewhat admiring gazes of those around her, Wen Shui felt a little uncomfortable. Su Zan remained calm and composed, as if none of this concerned him. Husband, I feel like so many people are looking at me. I'm a little scared. Wen Shui said in a low voice. It's all because you're so beautiful. Even I'm smitten with you, let alone anyone else. Su Zan smiled. Never one of you is serious. Wen Shui said angrily. However, after Su Zan said that, Wen Shui's tension and unease dissipated considerably. Ignore them, treat them like they're air, and just focus on me and everything else. Su Zan smiled. You're so greedy, you still expect me to only have eyes for you. Wen Shui said shyly. How could Su Zan say such a thing? Isn't he ashamed? Anyway, if it were Wen Shui, she probably would never say such a thing in her entire life. The streets were bustling with people, and there were all sorts of trinkets on display. Wen Shui was like a child, full of curiosity about everything around her. Although she had lived in Tianshan City for so many years, Wen Shui never had time to visit the city. On weekdays, Wen Shui spends most of her time at the vegetable market and the place where she does odd jobs. The main problem is that she doesn't have money, otherwise, why wouldn't Wen Shui go out for a stroll? Later, although Yi Fan became wealthy, he also made more enemies. In order to protect Wen Shui's safety, Yi Fan locked her up at home and assigned people to protect her. So, this is the first time in all these years that Wen Shui has had the time to appreciate the cultural charm of Tianshan City. I'm so happy. This is the first time I've ever felt like this. Wen Shui felt an unparalleled sense of joy, a feeling she had never experienced before. And all of this was given to me by Su Zan. Thinking of this, Wen Shui's love for Su Zan deepened even further. My lord, Tianshan City is so lively. How come I've never noticed it before? Wen Shui said softly. This is the first time I've discovered this either. Su Zan smiled. As the young master of the Su family, Su Zan's task from a young age was to cultivate, and then learn to handle the affairs of the Su family. He didn't necessarily have much time, and it was his first time appreciating the city. To relieve the pressure of cultivation, he frequented Yichun Tower most often on weekdays. That was also the place where he first met Yi Fan. Let's go out more often in the future. Wen Shui said with some anticipation. Sure, no problem. Su Zan agreed. He could feel that Wen Shui's heart was racing, which brought Su Zan some new experiences and ideas in the future. Just as the two were enjoying their stroll, a commotion nearby immediately drew their attention. Chapter 13. Xiao Fan. I'll beat you to death, you little beggar. You dared to try and steal my things. I'll beat you to death. A young man dressed in fine clothes was beating a beggar. There were countless onlookers around, and some people wanted to step forward to help or argue with the young man, but they were stopped by the guards next to him. The young man's guard was at the late foundation establishment stage, and after Tianshan City, he was one of the few who could rival him. These commoner cultivators, though willing, lacked the power to do so and could only watch helplessly as the little beggar was beaten. The little beggar was ragged and thin. Under the young man's punches and kicks, he could only curl up and let out weak groans of pain. Ding! The protagonist of Destiny, Xiao Fan, has been detected. The protagonist? You're telling me this is the protagonist? Su Zan had assumed that the little beggar wailing in pain was the protagonist in his mind, but he never expected that the young man dressed in fine clothes was the protagonist mentioned by the system. Can the protagonist of a destined story do bad things? In my memory, aren't all the protagonists good people in the eyes of the world? Su Zan thought to himself. However, the Xiao Fan in front of us might be the protagonist of a time travel story, while the real protagonist probably hasn't transmigrated yet. However, this doesn't matter. Since he is the protagonist of Destiny and his clothes are so gorgeous, then his father must still be alive. Next, Su Zan checked Xiao Fan's luck level, which was a standard level 6, definitely a person with great luck. Would the host like to spend 1,000 gold coins to learn more about the forces behind Xiao Fan? Spend. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Although he had finally encountered a second protagonist destined for him, Su Zan did not rush to his death. Let's see which family, the Xiao family or the Su family, has more power first. Otherwise, how can he bully others by relying on his power? As 1,000 gold coins disappeared from his system inventory, Su Zan also learned about the Xiao family's situation. The Xiao family is a powerful family in the nearby Tianshui city, with comparable influence and a golden core cultivator in charge. What surprised Su Zan even more was that the Black Wolf Gang, which had been destroyed earlier, was a force supported by the Shao family. No wonder it's the villain's halo. I casually wiped out some foreign force, and they all turned out to be the protagonist people. Su Zan chuckled self-deprecatingly. The Shao family's power is comparable to his own, but don't forget, he still has his good brother Yi Fan. With Yi Fan around, the Shao family is nothing. Moreover, Shao Fan was in the wrong in this matter, so even if the Shao family wanted to take action, they would have to think twice. Wen Shui, kind-hearted, couldn't bear to see such a scene. She quickly grabbed Su Zan's sleeve, her eyes filled with pity. "Husband, please save this little beggar." "Rest assured, madam, no one can act so presumptuously in my territory." Su Zan originally didn't want to bother with it, but since it involved beating up the protagonist of Destiny, there was no reason not to take action. "Stop." Shao Fan stopped what he was doing when he heard Su Zan's shout. He turned to look at Su Zan and saw that he was dressed in extraordinary clothes and had a beautiful woman with him. He immediately felt wary. "Brother, give us some face. We're all on the same side. He's just a little beggar. It's no big deal to hit him." Shao Fan gave Su Zan a smile and then took a storage ring from his hand and handed it to Su Zan. Although Shao Fan was a playboy, he wasn't brainless. He knew who he could afford to offend and who he couldn't. The little beggar in front of me is probably someone I can afford to mess with, but Su Zan in front of me looks like someone I don't want to mess with. After all, Su Zan was dressed in extraordinary clothes and dared to walk on the street with a beauty like Wen Shui, so it was absolutely impossible for him not to have some strength. "Our own people, you dare to beat someone up on my turf. You really have some nerve. Do you even know who I am?" Su Zan sneered. Seeing that Su Zan was not giving him face, Shao Fan was a little unhappy, but he still suppressed it. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Although the Shao family has a lot of influence in Tianshui City, this is Tianshan City. "Brother, give me some face. I'm from the Shao family of Tianshui City. We might even be friends." Shao Fan continued to smile apologetically. Upon hearing this, Su Zan sneered inwardly. "The Shao family, my foot. I'll beat up your Shao family." Bribing government officials in public and assaulting civilians in public are acts that, according to the laws of the Great Qi, warrant imprisonment and severe punishment. "Little brat of the Shao family, your good days are over." As soon as Su Zan finished speaking, the law enforcement team of Tianshan City surrounded Shao Fan. "You're from the Su family." Upon seeing this, Shao Fan immediately understood that the young man in front of him was actually a member of the Su family of Tianshan City. In Tianshan City, only the Su family has the authority to mobilize the law enforcement team. The enforcement team in front of him was composed entirely of Foundation Establishment cultivators, and there were many of them. He only had 2 late-stage Foundation Establishment guards with him, so they were no match for him. "Young Master Su, our 2 families have no enmity whatsoever. Why bother with this? How about I invite you to our Yichun restaurant in Tianshui City for a get-together another day?" Shao Fan was still trying to turn hostility into friendship, but Su Zan wouldn't listen to him at all. "What do you take me for? Why would I go to such a vulgar place? What are you all standing there for? Arrest them right now." Su Zan's expression changed, and then he gave the order. At Su Zan's command, the enforcement team immediately arrested Shao Fan and the other 2. "Damn it, you're not giving me any face, are you? Get him." Seeing that Su Zan was not giving him face, Shao Fan stopped pretending and gave an order. Shao Fan's guards immediately engaged the law enforcement team in battle. "He's completely stubborn." Su Zan wiped his hands. Just looking at Shao Fan's face, he already had the urge to go up and slap him in the face. Now that Shao Fan had given him a reason to take action, Su Zan felt extremely pleased. As expected, the protagonists of Destiny are all good people. They even cured my OCD. The art of the 5 elements. With a casual wave of his hand, Su Zan caused the sharp blades in the sheaths of the surrounding cultivators to rise into the air, their blades still catching fire. Telekinesis. Could you be a nascent soul cultivator? This was the first time Shao Fan had ever seen such a technique, retrieving objects from a distance. Wasn't this a skill only capable of nascent soul cultivators? How could Su Zan know it too? Su Zan did not respond, but instead controlled the dozens of flaming flying swords to shoot towards Shao Fan's guards. The flying sword streaked across like a meteor, instantly turning the two guards into pincushions, beyond any hope of survival. Even his body was reduced to ashes by the flames of the flying sword and disappeared into the air. With this move, Suzan truly achieved what it means to reduce someone to ashes. Is this the power of a perfect foundation establishment stage cultivator combined with a heaven-level cultivation technique? I feel like I could kill a golden core cultivator now. Instantly killing two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators was something he could never have done before. Suzan even felt that he could now kill golden core experts. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Chapter 14. 3 sentences, 18 slaps. After dealing with the two guards, Suzan walked up to Xiao Fan, whose face was filled with terror. Young Master Su Yichun Pavilion in our Tianshui city has a lot of beautiful women. Why don't you give it a try? This was Xiao Fan's last act of defiance. So you're the one from the Xiao family, huh? Snap. It happened so fast. A crisp, loud slap mark immediately appeared on Xiao Fan's face. Xiao Fan covered his face, his expression filled with disbelief. You hit me, aren't you afraid? Before he could finish speaking, he received another resounding slap across the face. So what if I hit you? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Oh ho, fortune changes every 30 years. I won't underestimate a young man's potential. Clap clap clap. The crisp sound of slaps echoed through the streets of Tianshan City, like a melodious symphony. With just 3 sentences, Suzan made Xiao Fan slap 18 times. At this moment, Xiao Fan was beaten black and blue, and was almost unrecognizable. Husband. He's already unconscious. It would be terrible if someone got killed. Wen Shui said with concern. Madam, you don't understand. You let him go, but do you think he'll let that little beggar go? After Suzan's lecture, Wen Shui finally understood why Suzan did what he did. She had been too saintly. She had actually thought of letting a bad person go. Thinking of this, Wen Shui felt extremely ashamed. To make up for her shame, Wen Shui went up and beat Xiao Fan, knocking him unconscious. Young Master Su is awesome. Young Master Su is awesome. From today onwards, Young Master Su is my idol. Young Master Su is so handsome. Suzan's actions undoubtedly established a good image among the common people of Tianshan City. Wen Shui's gaze towards Suzan was practically dripping with lust. Rest assured, everyone, with me here, no matter if it's the Xiao family, the Wang family, or the Li family, they won't be able to cause any trouble. If such scoundrels appear in the Su family in the future, please inform me, and I will punish them severely. With the atmosphere already at this point, it's impossible for Suzan not to establish a certain persona. Sure enough, upon hearing Suzan's words, the crowd erupted in even louder cheers. Husband, you were so handsome just now. Wen Shui looked at Suzan with eyes full of admiration. By the way, little one, are you all right? Suzan gently helped the little beggar up. Don't be afraid, with my husband here, they won't dare to do anything to you again. Wen Shui comforted her from the side. Upon hearing this, the little beggar burst into tears, his cries filled with grievance and gratitude. Thank you, young master, thank you, madam. If it weren't for you, I might have been beaten to death today. Wen Shui looked at the little beggar in front of her with heartache. The little beggar reminded her of Yi Fan when he was a child. I remember when I saw Yi Fan in the wilderness, he looked just like that. What a pitiful child. Husband, why don't we take her in? Wen Shui said with heartache. No problem. What's your name? Do you have family? Suzan nodded. The Su family is large and wealthy, they wouldn't be unable to support even a beggar. Besides, this is a good opportunity to establish a persona for themselves. A persona might not be very useful in front of villains, but if you have a villainous aura, villainous forces will be more inclined to befriend you. Moreover, when it comes to the protagonist of Destiny, character design is extremely useful. As long as you establish a good persona, the protagonist will inevitably see himself as a good person. Who knows, I might find another great job like taking care of Wenzu in the future. I don't know my name, and I don't have any relatives, but everyone calls me Ruer. Ruer said softly, it's a little girl. Wen Shui used a handkerchief to wipe Ruer's face, revealing a delicate face. The onlookers were stunned. If they had known Ruer was this beautiful, they would have rushed at her without hesitation. Since Suzan is there to back me up, I might as well take this opportunity and maybe even win the heart of the beauty. Although Ruer is very beautiful, even stunningly beautiful. However, Suzan was not particularly affected by this. The women he liked were all more mature, and a young woman like Ruer was not pleasing to his eye. In that case, you shall be called Su-Ru from now on. Suzan spoke up. Anyway, since I've already decided to take them in, I might as well let them take my surname. In this way, Suzan can still treat her as a younger sister, and Suzan has always dreamed of having a younger sister. Really, that's great, young Master Su. From now on, I'll be called Su-Ru. Su-Ru was thrilled and wanted to hug Suzan, but she stopped herself when she thought about her clothes. Don't worry, Ruer, young Master Su is a good person. You won't suffer if you follow him. Wen Shui smiled. Guards, lock the prisoner Xiao Fan in the dungeon. At Suzan's command, the enforcement team immediately detained Xiao Fan, who was already unconscious. Just then, an aged voice rang out from the crowd. Wait, everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man slowly walking over. Although the old man was emaciated, he had a calm demeanor and sharp eyes, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary person. Young Master Su, could you please give me some face and release my young Master Xiao? The old man spoke slowly. Who do you think you are? You dare ask me to give you face? Suzan sneered. The old man smiled slightly and said, I am a guest elder of the Xiao family and the young master's protector. I have come to Tianshan City with the young master this time. Enough. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Your young master was just beaten up, and you weren't there when he was being beaten. Now you're causing trouble here. Who the hell do you think you are? Suzan sneered. If I had an irresponsible protector like you, I would have killed you long ago. Who gave you the right to yell here? Suzan said dismissively. Young Master Su, are you not even willing to give me this much face? The old man's face darkened, and the aura of a golden core cultivator began to slowly leak out, making it difficult for the surrounding cultivators to breathe. He hadn't expected Suzan to be so arrogant. He was a golden core cultivator, yet Suzan dared to speak to him like that. Does Suzan really think he's invincible in Tianshan City? That he doesn't dare to disrespect anyone? The golden core cultivator is here. Everyone, get out of here. If a fight breaks out, none of us will escape unscathed. Someone shouted something, and the onlookers who were just watching the drama scatter and flee, leaving only Su-Ru, Wen Shui, Suzan, and the law enforcement team standing there. After all, those are golden core cultivators. There are only a handful in the entire Tianshan City. If a fight breaks out, the entire Tianshan City might be destroyed. Chapter 15. So what if you have a golden core? What? So what if you're a golden core cultivator? Do you think you're the only golden core cultivator in Tianshan City? Suzan smiled slightly, and soon, two auras even more powerful than the old man slowly emerged from the crowd. I'm so sorry, young master. I'm late in coming to your rescue. Two elderly men knelt before Suzan. These two are elders of the Su family and obey his orders. The Su family is, after all, a golden core family, so having two golden core cultivators is something they can certainly offer. Since that's the case, if you want to atone for your sins, then beat that old man in front of me until he can't take care of himself and is incontinent. Suzan sneered. Upon hearing this, the two elders of the Su family immediately stood up, their eyes revealing a sharp look as they gazed at the guest elder of the Xiao family. The guest elder of the Xiao family's expression changed drastically. The reason he hadn't made a move earlier was to observe whether any golden core experts from the Su family were hiding in the shadows. He only dared to be so arrogant after confirming that there was nothing there. However, he never expected that the Su family's support would arrive so quickly. They had arrived at such a short time. Of course, he didn't know that Suzan had already started calling for reinforcements long before Suzan was about to make his move. He wasn't stupid. He naturally knew that with Xiao Fan's status, how could he not have a golden core cultivator protecting him? Young Master Su, why be so aggressive? If this matter escalates, it will benefit no one. Elder Xiao spoke up. Now you're scared. Where did your, I've got you figured out, attitude go? Furthermore, Xiao Fan has violated the laws of the Great Qi dynasty. As the city lord of Tianshan City, I have the right to arrest him. Could it be that your Xiao family is truly invincible, daring to defy the laws of the Great Qi? Su Zan immediately labeled the other party with the accusation. Upon hearing this, Elder Xiao dared not respond. He had to admit that Su Zan had put a very good accusation on him. If he had responded, the Xiao family might have been wiped out the next day. Oh, by the way, don't say I'm disrespecting your Xiao family. Xiao Fan just resisted arrest. According to the laws of the Great Qi, I could kill him without any problem. Now, I'm sparing his life. I didn't kill him outright, I only killed 2 Foundation establishment guards. That's already giving you a lot of face. Otherwise, do you think he would still be lying there unharmed? Su Zan sneered. Although Su Zan also wanted to kill Xiao Fan directly, how could he lure out his elders if he didn't spare Xiao Fan's life? Moreover, because of the system's settings, there's no reward for killing Xiao Fan. He was afraid that if he killed Xiao Fan's identity would become invalid, and he would suffer a huge loss. Therefore, even if I want to kill Xiao Fan, I have to complete the task the system gave me first. Beat him so badly he can't take care of himself. Then notify the Xiao family and have them come to ransom him. At Su Zan's command, 2 Su family elders instantly unleashed their powerful auras and rushed towards the Xiao family's guest elder. The elders of the Xiao family had no choice but to accept the challenge. The battle between the 3 golden core cultivators was about to break out, and the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy made the surrounding air seem to freeze. Go all out, don't dawdle. If you break anything around here, you'll have to pay for it. Su Zan reminded him. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Su family immediately fought even harder. Su Zan, you bastard, all fuck you, you son of a bitch. Your mother XXXXX. Still dare to yell, beat him to a pulp. 3 golden core cultivators engaged in a fierce battle in the air, their spells flashing and the sounds of their spiritual energy colliding deafening. Although the Xiao family elder was quite strong, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position when faced with the combined attack of 2 Su family protectors. With a loud boom, the Xiao family elder was struck by the Su family's protector and fell heavily to the ground. He coughed up blood and was pale. He was clearly seriously injured. Elder Xiao, how have you been? Under the protection of 2 golden core experts, Su Zan arrived in front of the other party and stepped on him. Young Master Su, I was wrong. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, please let me go. Elder Xiao was terrified. He was truly afraid. This Su Zan was utterly lawless. He really dared to kill him. That won't do. I've already said I'm going to beat you so badly you can't take care of yourself. Su Zan sneered. A few hours later, looking at the Xiao family elder whose cultivation had been destroyed, whose meridians were broken, and whose limbs were crippled, Su Zan felt nothing but disgust. Fortunately, before taking action, he had already arranged for Su Ru and Wen Shui to be sent back to the Su family. Otherwise, if the 2 of them had witnessed such a cruel scene, they probably wouldn't have been able to eat dinner. This is the consequence of violating the laws of the Great Qi. Lock them up in the dungeon and deal with them there. They'll only get 1 meal a day. Have someone torture them 24 hours a day. At Su Zan's command, the enforcement team immediately stepped forward and took the Xiao family elder and Xiao Fan away. Su Zan's series of actions undoubtedly caused a huge sensation in Tianshan City. In an instant, the high-ranking officials and nobles of Tianshan City were no longer as arrogant as before. In just one afternoon, the security situation in Tianshan City improved dramatically. On the other side, after learning that Xiao Fan and a Golden Core elder had been imprisoned by Su Zan and beaten so badly that they could no longer take care of themselves, the Xiao family members in Tianshui City were furious. Outrageous! Outrageous! They're just a small family, the Su family. How dare they look down on us like this? Do they want to start a war with us? Xiao Long, Xiao Fan's father and the head of the Xiao family, was furious. With a loud smash, the table next to Xiao Long was instantly smashed into powder. In his view, the Su family and the Xiao family were both Golden Core families, and the fact that the Su family dared to do such a thing clearly showed that they did not take them seriously. If war really breaks out, the Xiao family might not be any worse than the Su family. Husband, don't be angry, don't upset yourself. Although we suffered a loss this time, the Su family won't be able to cause trouble for much longer. A beautiful woman's voice rang out beside Xiaolong. The speaker was none other than his wife, Li Wanxi. What makes you say that, madam? Xiaolong asked with some confusion. However, after hearing Li Wangzai's voice, Xiaolong's anger subsided considerably. Haven't you heard? The reason the Su family has achieved its current status is not only due to its own resources, but also because of a man named Yi Fan. Yi Fan has now become an apprentice of an elder in the Tianwei sect and has even won the favor of the elder's daughter. He is enjoying immense prestige. But I've heard that the elder's daughter has quite a few admirers. Among them are quite a few young masters from nascent soul families. Although they can't do anything to Yi Fan, I heard that they're preparing to come to Tianshan City to take action against the Su family. Chapter 16. The Tyranny of Xiao Fan. Everything Li Wanxi said was true. It was information she had obtained from a friend in the Tianwei sect. Moreover, Yi Fan acted arrogantly in the Tianwei sect. Before he had even joined the sect, he had already offended the inner sect senior brother who had come to recruit disciples that day. Besides, Yi Fan offended quite a few people, most of whom were his wife's sycophants. If Yi Fan hadn't been lucky enough to become an elder's personal disciple and even managed to get his granddaughter. Otherwise, Yi Fan would probably have died without a burial place long ago. However, just as people love and hate the same thing, even if they can't kill Yi Fan's family and friends are still capable of being killed. The moment Yi Fan joined the Heavenly Might sect, someone had already investigated his background thoroughly. They also learned that Yi Fan had a good brother named Su Zan in a place called Tianshan City, and that Yi Fan's mother was also there. They can't kill Yi Fan, but that doesn't mean they can't kill Su Zan and Wen Shui. Although the Su family reigned supreme in Tianshan City, they also became the city lords of Tianshan City. However, no matter how powerful the Su family is, at most they are just a golden core family. And those so-called sycophants, aren't they all from nascent soul families? Any one of their elders could easily wipe out Tianshan City. Therefore, they set their sights on Su Zan and Wen Shui, so that Yi Fan would know the consequences of offending them. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Xiaolong's eyes. If that's the case, then he really didn't need to get angry about this matter. After all, according to Li Wanxi, Su Zan and the Su family are already corpses, dead people. There's no need for me to argue with a corpse or a dead person. Excellent. Then we'll be patient and wait until those people make a move against the Su family before we reap the benefits. By the way, madam, please tell that friend not to hurt Fan'er. Otherwise, we'll really suffer a huge loss. Xiaolong spoke up. Don't worry, my husband. I already gave the instructions. Leave this to her. Li Wanxi said confidently. Very well. In that case, I'll await your good news. Damn the Su family, damn Su Zan. How dare you imprison my Fan'er? I'll make sure you all die a horrible death. Xiaolong said with a fierce look in his eyes. Will you tell me or not? Will you tell me or not? Will you tell me or not? Inside the Tianshan City prison, Xiao Fan was tied to a wooden stake, his body covered in blood, and several prison guards were whipping him relentlessly. Su Zan, watching this scene from the side, felt extremely pleased. As the protagonist destined by fate, Xiao Fan actually bullies the weak. Such behavior would be despised even in prison. Therefore, these prison guards are putting in their best effort right now, not to mention Xiao Fan's status as the young master of the Xiao family. Normally, those prison guards only deal with criminals and the like. They would never have the chance to come into contact with someone like this. Now that they have such an opportunity, they should seize it and not let it come again. After this is all over, they can brag about how arrogant that so-and-so from the Xiao family was back then, yet he still had to obediently call me, master. Are you guys out of your minds? You've been beating me for hours, and now you're asking me if I'm going to talk. What are you saying? What do you want me to say? Ask me something. Keep hitting me, keep hitting me, keep hitting me. Xiao Fan's mentality collapsed. He had just recovered a bit after being brutally beaten by Su Zan. Now I've been inexplicably beaten for so long, and they keep asking me whether I should tell them or not. What the hell are you saying? Just ask. I'm begging you, just ask me one question. Just asking. What do you want to ask? The prison guards looked at each other, their faces also full of questions. Why is that? It seems like young Master Su didn't say anything. He was just busy hitting the phone. You've gone too far. Seeing the other person like this, Xiao Fan was so angry that he fainted. Wake him up. As soon as Xiao Fan fainted, Su Zan ordered his men to wake him up. With Su Zan's command, a bucket of cold water was splashed onto Xiao Fan with a splash. Once inside the prison, Xiao Fan's spiritual power had been sealed, and he was now no different from an ordinary person. Feeling the icy chill, Xiao Fan suddenly woke up. Ah, I'm freezing. I'm freezing. You bunch of bastards. Xiao Fan couldn't help but curse. Oh ho, you dare talk back, give me a slap. Seeing this, the jailer picked up a whip and gave Xiao Fan more than a dozen lashes. After being beaten again, Xiao Fan finally behaved himself. At this moment, Su Zan came to Xiao Fan's side. Upon seeing that familiar face, Xiao Fan felt fear instead of anger. This is the very person in front of me who locked him up in jail. And he didn't give me any face at all. Madman. Devil. Su Zan is definitely a madman or a devil. I never want to see that face again in my life. Young Master Xiao, it seems you're not doing so well. When we met today, didn't you say you'd take me to experience the Yichun Pavilion in Tianshui City? I wonder if you're still keeping your word. Su Zan joked. Didn't you say you wouldn't go to places like that? Xiao Fan was a little confused. He clearly remembered that Su Zan had said he didn't go to places like that. How come now? When did I say I wouldn't go? How dare you twist my words? Beat him up. At Su Zan's command, another dozen or so lashes were applied, and Xiao Fan fainted again because he couldn't bear it. This time, Xiao Fan did not put up his previous resistance. After several hours of relentless torture, Xiao Fan, who was already immortal, could not withstand such a blow. At this moment, Xiao Fan was on the verge of death, barely breathing. This doesn't look good. This Xiao Fan is too weak. He's barely even finished. Give him this. Seeing that Xiao Fan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, Su Zan took out a pill and ordered someone to feed it to him. He didn't want to kill Xiao Fan so quickly, he was just taming Xiao Fan right now. If Xiao Fan isn't given some unforgettable fear, how could he, as the protagonist of destiny, possibly submit to me and obediently do my bidding? After taking the pill given to him by Su Zan, Xiao Fan miraculously regained consciousness, and many of his injuries healed. However, the excruciating pain I felt before has not been erased. Chapter 17. Want to live? Get your sister over here. Looks like the recovery is going quite well. Seeing Xiao Fan become lively and energetic again, a sinister smile immediately appeared on Su Zan's face. The pills she had just fed Xiao Fan were a specialty of Tianshan City, specially prepared for prisoners. Just by taking one pill, the other person can be restored to their original state. However, the side effects are also quite pronounced. That is, the pain and suffering you feel after taking it will be doubled. It's a wonderful thing invented by Su Zan's predecessor. Su Zan never dreamed that beneath the glamorous exterior of his predecessor, there was such a face. It truly surprised him. However, thanks to the efforts of his predecessor, Xiao Fan would probably have been killed by him. Big brother, please let me go. Just tell me what you want. Stop torturing me. I'm really scared. Wah, I am guilty. I shouldn't have hit someone in public. I shouldn't have bribed you. I shouldn't have taken you to Yichun Tower. Xiao Fan burst into tears. Even though he was a grown man, he couldn't bear such torment. Moreover, Xiao Fan has lived a life of luxury since childhood, and he has always been the one tormenting others. He has never had the opportunity to be tormented by others. Now, the pain he once caused others has returned to him tenfold or twentyfold. In an instant, Xiao Fan regretted the mistakes he had made. Of course, he didn't know he was wrong. Rather, he felt the pain himself. What do I want? What do you think? Faced with Xiao Fan's compromise, Su Zan did not rush to make his own demands. He simply remained silent, which instilled a special kind of fear in Xiao Fan. I'll give you all the money I have. And I have a fiancée, she's incredibly beautiful. If you want any of that, I can give it to you. I'll give you anything. I'll give you anything you want. Please, please let me go. Big brother. Xiao Fan had gone a bit crazy and started talking nonsense. The jailer beside Xiao Fan, instead of being afraid, became even more excited when he saw Xiao Fan like this. To be able to torment a rich young man to this extent, even if they die, they can still brag about it for a lifetime. I'm not interested in what you're saying. Do you have any other ideas? Su Zhan smiled. In Xiao Fan's eyes, such a smile was undoubtedly a devilish smile. That smile seemed to be telling itself that if it couldn't produce something satisfactory, then it would lose its value. Once he loses his value, Xiao Fan knows without even thinking what the consequences will be. If it were someone else, Xiao Fan would be willing to gamble that the other person might encourage his identity and not kill him. But Su Zhan is different. This guy will resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Even the elder who had been secretly protecting him had his cultivation crippled and was kept by his side. The reason he was being punished now was simply because the elder had been tortured to the point of unconsciousness. Thinking of the tragic state of that elder, Xiao Fan was filled with regret. He regretted why he had provoked Su Zhan and why he had come to Tianshan City. Wah, big brother, just tell me what you want. I'll do whatever you say, please stop torturing me. Xiao Fan was truly terrified. Even if Su Zhan asked him to die now, he would agree without hesitation. After all, in Su Zhan's hands, living is far worse than dying. It's better to just die. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not a devil, I'm always very gentle, everyone who knows me says so. Su Zhan smiled. Seeing that Xiao Fan had begun to give in, Su Zhan prepared to express his own thoughts. Do you want to live? I can give you a chance. After all, I'm in a good mood today. Furthermore, according to the laws of the Great Shi, since you didn't kill anyone, I can't execute you. This is an official matter. Su Zhan smiled. Upon hearing this, a glint appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes. Since Su Zhan couldn't kill him, didn't that mean he could? However, Su Zhan's next words were undoubtedly a bucket of cold water poured on Xiao Fan's head. However, although I can't execute you, I can still lock you up here and torture you for more than 10 years. So, which do you want? Do you want to get out of here alive, or stay locked up here and then? Su Zhan didn't continue speaking. He knew exactly what Xiao Fan would choose. I want to live. Xiao Fan said cautiously. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Haven't you eaten? Su Zhan scolded. I want to live. I want to live. Don't kill me. Wah. Don't kill me. I want to live. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt homesick. He thought of the maid who always warmed his bed and his parents. He even considered the top courtesan he always patronized at Yichunlu, who was an artist but not a prostitute. He really didn't want to die. He longed to go back to his old life. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan couldn't help but shed tears. Su Zhan was really tormenting him. Was this really a method that a human could come up with? That's more like it. In that case, if you want to live, write a letter and ask your sister to come and talk to you. He. If you want to live, then write a letter and have your sister come here in person. Su Zhan gave a wicked smile, and at this moment, he finally revealed his purpose. What, you want my sister to come and ransom him? Hearing this, Xiao Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected that Su Zhan's purpose was actually this. Brother, your surname is Su, not that other surname. How come your thinking is so different? Originally, Xiao Fan thought that Su Zhan wanted some of the Xiao family's assets as ransom, but he didn't expect that Su Zhan's real purpose was Li Wanqi. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You surnamed Su. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Even if you torture me to death today, I will never do as you ask. My birthplace isn't something just anyone can covet. Keep dreaming. Xiao Fan said loudly. If Xiao Fan agrees to Su Zhan's shameless behavior, what difference would it make if he survived? He might as well have just died. Seeing Xiao Fan's resistance, Su Zhan was somewhat surprised, but he was not discouraged. He knew that anyone would find it hard to accept such a thing at first glance. However, he believed that with his methods, he could soon pry open Xiao Fan's stubborn mouth. Dip the whip in salt water, and I don't need to tell you what to do next, right? Su Zhan gave a wicked smile. Chapter 18. I write. Upon hearing Su Zhan's words, the prison guards around him shuddered and perked up. Good heavens, isn't this just like rubbing salt into a wound? Whether Xiao Fan felt good or not after that whipping, they didn't know, but they certainly did. As expected, when it comes to torturing people, you have to look to young Master Su. Who could stand such methods? The guard's admiration for Su Zan reached a new height, flowing like a mighty river. Su Zan, go to hell. If you've got the guts, just kill me already. If you utter a single word of dissent, I'll change my surname to yours. You want me to write a letter to my dad and cuckold him? Let me tell you, absolutely not. Forget about it for the rest of your life. The frustration in his heart made Xiao Fan toughen up again. Since he was going to die anyway, Xiao Fan might as well go all out. The next second, smack, a whip soaked in salt water lashed loudly across Xiao Fan's body. Ah, it hurts so much. Xiao Fan immediately let out a miserable laugh. Upon hearing such a sound, the jailers were not frightened at all. Instead, they showed expressions of surprise and delight. Ha 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 ha, listen to this sound, how wonderful it is. Hearing Xiao Fan's screams, the jailer next to him burst out laughing. This behavior was undoubtedly a double blow to Xiao Fan, both mentally and physically. In an instant, a thought arose in Xiao Fan's mind. No, I can't be afraid. The more afraid I am, the more I fall into Su Zan's trap. I'm going to die anyway, so I have to stand up for myself. I absolutely cannot betray my sister. Xiao Fan kept telling himself and encouraging himself. After a period of mental re-education, Xiao Fan suddenly became tough again. Ha 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 ha, is this all you've got? Bring on whatever tricks you have up your sleeve. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Xiao Fan laughed heartily. It has to be said that Xiao Fan is really stubborn. Even though he was baring his teeth and his face was contorted, he still remained defiant and even a bit arrogant. However, what he received in return was still a resounding lash, and the jailer didn't care about anything else. They actually hoped that Xiao Fan would continue to be stubborn, as that would bring them more amusement. After an hour of torture, Xiao Fan remained defiant. Even though he was on the verge of death, he continued to spew trash talk and provoke people. Sir, something's off with this kid. I feel like he's even more twisted than all of us perverts. I've been a jailer for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever encountered something like this. One of the jailers said with some fear. Looking at the battered and bruised Xiao Fan before him, even he was a little scared. However, Xiao Fan refused to give in. In all his years as a prison guard, this was the first time anyone had managed to last so long under his watch. Even after several whips have broken, Xiao Fan is still full of energy. In such a situation, even these experienced prison guards were at a loss with Xiao Fan. After an hour of torment, Su Zan finally understood that Xiao Fan was determined to fight him to the death. He felt that if he actually listened to Su Zan and called Li Wanqi over, his future would definitely not be any better. So, since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well make sure I die with some dignity. Here's what we'll do. Go get a knife, cut off one of young Master Xiao's ears, wrap it in a gift box, and then send it to the Xiao family. I believe that once his sister sees the gift I gave her, she will definitely ask to come and see me. Su Zan sneered. Since Xiao Fan refused, he would simply remove the small parts from Xiao Fan's body. This time it was the ears, next time it could be somewhere he. That's hard to say. Su Zan believed that once Li Wanqi saw the little gift he had given her, she would definitely come over on her own. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan panicked. He hadn't expected Su Zan to be so ruthless. Was Su Zan going to use him to force Xiao Fan into a position of power? Wouldn't that mean he had sacrificed himself in vain? Just as Su Zan said, once Li Wanqi sees her parts, she will definitely come over as Su Zan requested. Wouldn't all my insistence here have been in vain? That's Su Zan. He's absolutely despicable. How could he even come up with such a treacherous method? Is he even human? Upon hearing Su Zan's words, the prison guards immediately showed expressions of delight. As expected, young Master Su is indeed clever. He even managed to come up with such a clever idea. Seeing Xiao Fan finally showing a panicked expression, their sense of defeat vanished instantly. He. As expected, young Master Su is so clever. How come we roughnecks couldn't think of such a method? Yes, it has to be young Master Su. Following young Master Su, I can really learn a lot. The jailers present praised Suzan to the skies, making it seem as if Suzan had done something good. Guards, bring me the knife at once. At Suzan's command, a jailer quickly brought over a 40-centimeter long broadsword. What frightened Xiaofan even more was that the jailer's gaze was fixed on his lower body, as if he had seen something glittering with gold. Upon seeing this, Xiaofan felt a sudden tightness in his groin. Oh no, something's not right. It doesn't seem like they're going to cut off my ear. Xiaofan felt a chill run down his spine. This Suzan, is he some kind of scoundrel? How could he even come up with such a despicable trick? Big brother, wait. Xiaofan was about to beg for mercy, but the jailer didn't give him a chance and directly stuffed a smelly sock into his mouth. Abba, I have something to say, help. Xiaofan pouted and struggled incessantly, but the people around him ignored him and instead pressed closer. This time, Xiaofan was truly afraid. A strange odor suddenly emanated from Xiaofan. Ha, brother, look at this kid. He was so tough just now. Now he's so scared he peed his pants. Ha, kid, where did your bravado go? Why aren't you using it again? He, you almost made us lose face in front of young Master Su. As several burly men pressed closer, Xiaofan's fear reached its peak. Supported by his strong will to survive, Xiaofan actually managed to vomit out the sock that was stuffing into his mouth. Young Master Su, all right it. Xiaofan was terrified that if he arrived even a moment too late, he would become the first eunuch in the history of the Xiao family. Why didn't you do this earlier? Suzan sneered. With Xiaofan's compromise, the prison guards immediately stopped what they were doing, losing interest. Chapter 19. Big brother, are you satisfied? 2 hours later. Brother, the letter is finished. Please take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I can revise it anytime. Oh, right, the time and location aren't arranged yet, but the number of people isn't. Let me arrange it for you. Let's set the time for 3 days from now, at the Su family's house, and have my sister come alone. How about that? Seeing Xiaofan's obsequious yet slightly fearful expression, Suzan smiled wickedly with satisfaction. He then took the letter and examined it carefully to see if Xiaofan had written it truthfully. Upon seeing the contents of the letter, Suzan was extremely satisfied. The words in the letter were sincere, filled with Xiaofan's longing for his mother and his deep remorse for his mistakes. If the maximum score is 10, then Suzan would give this letter a score of 9.9. Excellent. This letter you wrote almost brought me to tears. Suzan joked. Big brother, please stop teasing me. Xiaofan said, on the verge of tears. Suzan's words are undoubtedly a blow to my spirit. Ha, you did a great job, brother Xiao, I admire you very much. Guards, bring me the best dishes and the finest wine. Bring up all the good food and drink. Treat my brother Xiao to a good meal. Suzan patted Xiaofan on the shoulder happily. The Xiao family elder, who had been unconscious, woke up at this moment. Upon hearing how Xiaofan treated him, he was filled with jealousy and gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred and anger. If his mother hadn't passed away decades ago, he could have had all these things too. After resolving Xiaofan's matter, Suzan returned to the Su family. The Su family did not react to this matter at all. To them, it was just a minor incident. Moreover, this little incident brought the Su family's prestige in Tianshan City to a new level, gaining them considerable support. Suzan's actions not only didn't earn him any blame, but he also received praise from his parents when he returned home. My husband, you're finally back. I have a surprise for you. Not long after Suzan finished dealing with Xiaofan's matter and returned to the Su family, Wen Shui excitedly pulled him aside. Madam, what's wrong? Suzan smiled slightly, not at all angry. My husband, you'll understand once you come with me. Wen Shui said mysteriously. With a hint of curiosity, Suzan followed Wen Shui into a room. Pushing open the door, one sees Su Ru dressed in a clean and tidy dress, her hair neatly combed, standing there like a little princess. Young master, madam, Su Ru obediently bowed to Wen Shui and Suzan. He, my husband, look how adorable Ruer is. I only had someone dress her up, and she's already so beautiful. She's definitely a natural beauty. Wen Shui looked at Su Ru with great joy, her eyes filled with pride. Su Zan looked Su Ru up and down. Putting everything else aside, Su Ru was indeed beautiful. She has delicate features, fair and tender skin, and seems to be a hidden cough. In short, Su Ru has everything she needs, and she doesn't have any unwanted fat either. However, Su Zan had no interest in Su Ru. The Su family had plenty of these little girls, even though Su Ru might be the prettiest one among them. However, Su Zan only ever admired these girls, he never had any romantic feelings for them. Despite their repeated attempts to flirt with Su Zan, he remained completely uninterested. It might be related to my surname from my past life. Su Zan thought to himself. Su Ru was many times more beautiful than any celebrity he had ever seen in his previous life, but Su Zan remained calm and composed upon seeing her. If he were to choose a woman, it would be a mature woman like Wen Shui. A young girl like Su Ru simply wouldn't catch his eye. Feeling Su Zan's gaze, Su Ru suddenly became a little uncomfortable, even though she had mentally rehearsed the scene of seeing Su Zan countless times. However, when she actually saw Su Zan, Su Ru couldn't help but panic. The moment Su Ruking saw Su Zan scrutinizing her, she couldn't help but lower her head, but she couldn't see her toes. In addition, Su Ru was so nervous that she kept fidgeting with the hair by her ear with one hand. Great, it definitely looks much better than before. Su Zan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Su Ru before him was a stark contrast to the little beggar from before. If Su Zan hadn't known that the Su Ru before him was the same little beggar from before, he would never have connected the current Su Ru with the little beggar from before. Young master, do you like it? Su Ru asked somewhat nervously. Great, it looks really good. I love it. Su Zan wasn't lying. However, the liking he spoke of wasn't the romantic kind, but simply an appreciation of something beautiful. It's like when you were in a past life, sitting on your phone screen scrolling through videos and seeing a beautiful view. Hearing Su Zan's words, Su Ru was overjoyed and revealed a sweet smile. Su Zan's approval was undoubtedly a very happy thing for Su Ru. Xiaoro, you must smile more often from now on. I love it so much. Wen Shui couldn't help but pick up Su Ru, almost strangling her to death. Madame Ruer can't breathe. Su Ru struggled. Oh, I'm sorry, I got a little excited and accidentally used a bit too much force, I'm so sorry, Ruer. Realizing her lapse in composure, Wen Shui felt somewhat embarrassed. However, she meant no harm. Although she had only known Su Ru for a short time, she genuinely liked Su Ru. In comparison, girls are more likely to like beautiful women than boys. Ahem, but speaking of which, please don't call me, madam, in front of outsiders, but you can call me that in private. Wen Shui whispered a reminder. Why is that? Hearing Wen Shui's words, Su Ru was a little confused. Could it be that the relationship between the two people in front of her was not ordinary? In an instant, Su Ru had already imagined the entire plot of a Mary Sue novel. Ahem, don't ask things you shouldn't ask. Just remember that, or Su Xiao and I will ignore you from now on. Wen Shui spoke up. There was even a hint of threat in his words and actions. This action terrified Su Ru. Ah, no, you can't. Ruer will be good and listen to Madam. Madam and young master, please don't ignore Ruer. Upon hearing Wen Shui's words, Su Ru immediately became anxious and almost burst into tears. Chapter 20. A powerful enemy attacks. He. Since you don't want to, then you'd better listen to me obediently. Otherwise, you don't want me and the young master to ignore you from now on, do you? He. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, the situation above won't happen. At this moment, Wen Shui was smiling like a big devil. There was no way around it. Su Ru's angry look was just too cute, and Wen Shui had no desire to resist. Seeing Wen Shui like this, Su Zan found it somewhat amusing. It was the first time he had ever seen Wen Shui like this. Alright, stop teasing her. It's getting late, go get some rest. Su Zan smiled. Husband, you don't understand. The joy in this is something someone like you can't comprehend. Wen Shui spoke up. Su Zan. And so, Su Zan quietly watched as Wen Shui kept teasing Su Ru. Su Ru's expression changed from one thing to another, making Wen Shui laugh out loud. Wen Shui didn't fall asleep until she was tired from playing. Young master, would you like me to warm your bed? Su Ru asked cautiously. What? Hearing this, Su Zan was a little confused. Su Ru had only been here for a short time, how could she have learned these things? I heard from the madam that maids in wealthy families all do this kind of thing. Su Ru said in a serious tone. Don't listen to her nonsense. We're not rich. The real rich are those holy lands and holy lords. We're just some poor, remote village. We don't have a damn bit of money. So, the idea of a bed warmer maid doesn't exist, do you understand? Su Zan explained. All right. Hearing Su Zan's explanation, Su Ru was somewhat disappointed, but she still remembered what Su Zan said. Only the Holy Lord of the Holy Land can be considered rich. With these emotions in mind, Su Ru reluctantly drifted off to sleep. Seeing that Su Ru had fallen asleep, Su Zan tiptoed back to his room. The next day, early morning. Young master, something terrible has happened. The master wants you to come over immediately. Su Zan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the voices of the servants. What happened? Don't panic. Although Su Zan was a little annoyed at being woken up, he figured that since the other party had bothered to disturb him while he was sleeping, something important must have happened. Thinking of this, Su Zan forgave the other party. Young master, you'll understand when you get there. It can't be explained in a few words. The master has been waiting for you for a long time. Upon hearing this, Su Zan immediately set off for the Su family's council hall. As soon as I entered, I saw Su Hai and his mother Wang Ping sitting there with worried expressions. Father, what happened? Su Zan had a vague idea in his mind. Yi Fan's wife's few sycophants had come knocking on his door. Something terrible has happened. Shuiner, you must quickly take the elite of the Su family and some of our assets and leave through the secret passage. As long as you are alive, there is hope for the revival of our Su family. You must set off now, or it will be too late. Oh, right, remember to bring Madame Yi along too. As long as Madame Yi is alive, there is still hope. Su Hai said anxiously. What exactly happened? Su Zan asked. Sigh, I don't know why either. The Heavenly Might sect suddenly brought several nascent soul cultivators to attack Heavenly Mountain City. They even threatened to make us hand over Madame Yi. How could that be possible? Su Hai sighed and said. The other party came with a menacing attitude, not at all like they were having a conversation. Even if I really handed Wen Shui over, they probably wouldn't let me go. Instead of doing that, it would be better to find a way to save Wen Shui. That way, given the sacrifices made by the Su family, Yi Fan would still have a chance to help them take revenge in the future. As for Su Zan, needless to say, the Su family has sacrificed so much, Yi Fan will definitely treat Su Zan well out of consideration for that. I see. Sure enough, according to the dog system, the Heavenly Might sect really did bring people to attack Tianshan City. And they even brought nascent soul level experts. Even if the Su family used all its resources, it might not be able to replace a nascent soul expert. Not to mention, it wasn't just one nascent soul cultivator who arrived, but several nascent soul experts. They had considered asking Yi Fan for help, and Yi Fan had probably received the news by now and was on his way. However, it takes at least 3 days to get here from Tianwei sect, and even at the fastest, it will still take 1 or 2 days. However, the protective array of Tianshan City can only last for a few hours at most. With so many nascent soul experts attacking in turn, even if the Su family brought in all their resources, it still wouldn't be enough. If it weren't for the arrival of some powerful families in Tianshan City who were on good terms with the Su family, Tianshan City would probably be a sea of fire by now. Sigh, there's no time left. Enough said. Shuiner, just do as I just told you. If we're too late, they'll break through Tianshan City's protective formation. Su Hai said anxiously. In fact, even if Su Zan did as Su Hai said, there would be no way to change it. The enemy had already completely surrounded Tianshan City, so much so that not even a fly could get out. They even set up a formation. Even if you try to run, where can you go? Running away meant certain death, and not running meant certain death, so Su Zan chose the third option, to kill them all. Father, since they've come with such fanfare, they must have made preparations. Tianshan City is like a cage now. Not to mention people, even a fly can't get out. Even if we run, where can we run to? Hearing Su Zan's words, Su-hai sighed helplessly. Yes, he never expected that the other party would come so ostentatiously. They must have made preparations. Even if they wanted to run, they couldn't get very far. They were doomed either way. Since we're going to die anyway, let's fight them to the death. We'll kill as many as we can. Su-hai and Wang Ping's eyes hardened. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well take a few more down with them. Father, don't panic, I have another way. I can save the Su family from this dire situation. Su Zan spoke up. What method? What do you need me to do? Upon hearing this, Su-hai was immediately excited. Sure enough, in crucial moments, we still have to rely on Su Zan. Su-hai didn't doubt Su Zan's words. Even if he did, what else could he trust right now? He might as well try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. He. It's simple, just kill them all. Chapter 21. Kill them all. Kill them all. Did I hear that right? Su-hai was stunned. He couldn't help but touch Su Zan's forehead, wondering if Su Zan had suddenly developed a fever and his mind had become muddled. As Su Zan's father, don't you know his strength? Although he successfully established his foundation in 22 years ago, his opponent was a nascent soul cultivator. The difference between foundation establishment and nascent soul cultivators is like the difference between humans and ants. When will my son have such abilities? Report. A servant ran in. What is it? Speak. Su-hai spoke up. The Heavenly Might sect has broken through the city's protective formation. What? Tianshan City, atop the city walls. The garrison of Tianshan City couldn't help but swallow hard when they saw the sea of people and countless soldiers below them. What put them under even more pressure were the 6 figures standing in midair. In the Tianshuan continent, only the legendary nascent soul cultivators can achieve such a level. Those are nascent soul cultivators. 6 of them. Even if Tianshan City mobilized its entire strength, it's not certain they could contend with them. Are we going to die here today? Although there is a protective formation for the city, there are not many spirit stones left to support it. At most, the so-called protective formation will be destroyed in a few hours. When the time comes, they will undoubtedly face death. Wah, I don't want to die. I'm so young, I haven't even gotten married yet. Wah, I don't want to die either. I just got to hold hands with Kuihua next door today. At this moment, an atmosphere of despair permeated the entire city of Tianshan. There was no way around it. The oppressive aura of nascent soul cultivators was simply too overwhelming. Although there were only 6 of them, they were enough to destroy Tianshan City. Just when they were in despair, something even more desperate happened. The 6 nascent soul cultivators who had been hovering in midair made their move. The 6 people exerted their power simultaneously, and a huge and powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy instantly spread out. A dazzling beam of light shot out from their hands and slammed into the city's protective array. The city's protective array trembled violently, its light flickering erratically, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. The defenders of Tianshan City were pale, their despair growing stronger. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die either. What are you crying for? If you don't want to die, hurry up and help reinforce the city's protective formation. However, no sooner had the man finished speaking than a dazzling light shone upon him, and in just a moment, the speaker had turned to ashes. The city's protective formation has been breached. Everyone in Tianshan City, we're here to cause trouble for the Su family. As long as you don't take sides, we won't attack you. The words of the nascent soul cultivator echoed in the air, plunging the people of Tianshan City into confusion and panic. Some of those who initially supported the Su family began to waver, feeling that they shouldn't take risks for the Su family, since facing 6 nascent soul cultivators was almost a guaranteed defeat. Many people have already begun to surrender, and some have even started cursing the Su family, saying that they were forced into this situation by the Su family. These ungrateful bastards, how could our Su family have treated them like this for so many years? The general defending the city was filled with rage upon witnessing this scene. The Su family had been kind to them in the past. In fact, they had saved their lives. Yet, at this critical moment of life and death, they had betrayed the Su family. Alas, is the Su family truly doomed to perish here today? Husband, I knew it. The Su family wouldn't last long. Sure enough, today, the Heavenly Might sect has come knocking on our door. Li Wanshi looked at the army surrounding Tianshan City with cold eyes and a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. Yesterday, she received a handwritten letter from Xiao Fan. That damned Su Zan actually wanted her to come in person, otherwise he would never let Xiao Fan off the hook. Li Wanshi was perfectly aware of what it meant for him to come in person. This blatant provocation naturally transformed Li Wanshi into a desktop cleaning master, and she cleaned the table spotless. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The Su family is on the verge of death, yet they're still so arrogant. This Su Zan, does he really think he's some big shot? How dare he be so arrogant? Does he really think my Xiao family is afraid of him? Li Wanshi was furious. She had been married into the Xiao family for so many years, and this was the first time she had been provoked like this. And what's more, the one who provoked her was just a junior. She was old enough to be his mother. How could Su Zan be so shameless? It's only because Xiao Fan is still in Su Zan's hands that she has led the Xiao family's army to clear the way. Madam, please don't be angry. The Tianwei sect has completely surrounded Tianshan City. The Su family is like a fish in a fishing net. Even if they struggle, they will only end up dead. Why should we get angry over a dead person? Xiao Long comforted him. Xiao Long was furious after receiving Xiao Fan's handwritten letter. After all, in all his years, he had never seen anyone dare to so openly covet his wife. If Su Zan were a nascent soul cultivator or some kind of divine transformation expert, he might have been forced to submit. But who are you, Su Zan? What are you anyway? You're just a foundation establishment cultivator, and only a 9th grade one at that. How dare you set your sights on the woman of a golden core expert like him? Anyone who didn't know better would think that Su Zan's cultivation had reached the nascent soul and deity transformation stages, or even that he had achieved a perfect foundation establishment. That's true. The Su family is doomed to perish. Once the Su family is destroyed, we're so close to Tianshan City, we might still be able to get a share. In an instant, Li Wangzai's eyes changed from anger to greed. She had already begun to fantasize about the Su family being destroyed and then the Xiao family taking over the Su family's assets. Excellent. I've already given the order. Once the Su family is destroyed, the Xiao family's army will intervene. Xiao Long said confidently. Oh, right, madam, there's one more thing. Please remind your friends in the Heavenly Might sect to go easy on them and not to harm Fener's life. Xiao Long gave instructions. After all, the other party is a nascent soul cultivator. If they accidentally hit him too hard and hurt Xiao Fan, it would be him and Li Wanshi who would feel the pain. After all, Xiao Fan was his only son. Once he reached this level, it would take an unknown amount of time to have another child. Who knows, by the time the alternate account is released, my position as the head of the family might have already been taken by someone else. Don't worry, my husband. I've told her repeatedly that she'll take care of things once she's paid me. Li Wanshi said confidently. Chapter 22. Watching the show. Ha 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 ha. That's good. In that case, let's wait and see the show. Xiao Long laughed heartily, as if he could already see the Su family's demise. Come on, my husband. Such a beautiful view, how can we not get a closer look? Li Wanshi gestured for them to enter. At this moment, a number of powerful figures from Tianshan City had gathered, but they were not there to help. They were simply there to watch a good show unfold. At first, they were terrified when faced with tens of thousands of troops and 6 nascent soul cultivators. They thought the end of Tianshan City was near, so they decided to join forces and cooperate once again. However, to their surprise, the other party's aggressive approach was solely aimed at the Su family. This immediately put their minds at ease, since it wasn't their business. At the same time, many people who hate the Su family are ready to kick them while they're down. However, the city's protective formation is still active, so they dare not make a move at this time. They weren't stupid. After all, although the Su family was currently suffering a devastating disaster, their strength was still intact. If they make a move at this time, they will likely face a fierce rebuttal from the Su family, and in that case, they will end up losing more than they gain. Oh, isn't this the Wang family head? You're usually so elusive, why are you here to watch this good show? Ha 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 ha, Patriarch Li, didn't you come too? Our Tianshan city hasn't been this lively in a long time. The last time there was such a commotion was when the Su family and the Sun family were fighting. The Su family won last time. This time, there's no way the Su family can escape this calamity. Their opponents are 6 nascent soul cultivators. Even the Su family's patriarch is only at the late golden core stage. Go ahead and beat the Su family. We brothers have suffered oppression from the Su family for so long, and finally we can make something of ourselves. Just then, they noticed a figure leaving the Su family home. This person isn't that Suzan. What does it mean that he left the Su family alone? Is he trying to run away? How is that possible? If he wanted to run away, how could he walk out of the Su family so openly? Besides, Tianshan City is now surrounded and a confinement formation has been set up, allowing entry but not exit. How can he possibly escape? He seems to be heading towards the city gate. Good heavens, is he going to the city gate to defend against the enemy? Repel the enemy. Don't be ridiculous. You'd think his father would be able to defend himself, but with only a foundation establishment stage cultivator like him. Everyone was puzzled by Suzan's actions, and out of curiosity, they all chased after him. They wanted to see what Suzan, the young master of the Su family and the city lord of Tianshan City, was up to at this time. It seems you have all made your choices. The nascent soul cultivator stood proudly in midair, looking down at the people in Tianshan City who were divided into 2 factions. To their surprise, the Su family's supporters actually made up the majority, which was quite unexpected. It seems that the Su family has a good reputation in Tianshan City. If Tianshan City continues to develop, they may become an undeniable force in the future. However, who made the Su family offend their young master? And at the same time, they offended 6 others. Since that's the case, then we can't blame them. I'm giving you one last chance. If you submit, we can spare your lives. Our main purpose this time is to cause trouble for the Su family and Wen Shui. We don't want to commit too many murders. Besides, your master hasn't uttered a single word yet. He might have already abandoned you and run away. There's no point in you persisting. A nascent soul cultivator spoke up. This was just a provocation. In fact, they had already made ample preparations when they were preparing to attack Tianshan City. Tianshan City is now completely surrounded by their army. Not even a fly can get out, let alone a person. However, what responded to him was a series of resolute gazes. Those who supported the Su family still had unwavering eyes. They were like the Su family's loyal followers. When they encountered their most difficult time, it was the Su family who helped them. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. Perhaps they can beg for survival on their knees, but this incident will surely become a source of inner demons for them in the future. Now that you have made your choice, prepare to die. A nascent soul cultivator shook his head. In his eyes, everyone's actions were undoubtedly suicidal, all unnecessary sacrifices. Old Li, you'd better act quickly. Don't let them die too painfully. This is a good deed. Otherwise, the sins you commit in the future will affect your breakthrough. Never forget what our ancestors said. It is permissible to kill, but it is forbidden to mistreat living beings. A nascent soul cultivator joked. No need for your lecturing. Let's not waste time. Let's all work together and send these loyal dogs on their way. These people aren't worth wasting too much time on. Let's deal with them as soon as possible so we can head to the Su family. The one known as Old Li, a nascent soul cultivator, spoke up. As soon as the words fell, several nascent soul cultivators attacked almost simultaneously. In an instant, the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations of the fusion of heaven and earth spread outwards like a surging tide, and Tianshan City seemed to be in the eye of the storm. Such a terrifying attack. They don't just want to kill people. They want to massacre the entire city. Xiao Long stared in shock at the scene before him. The pressure from the nascent soul cultivator was too strong. Even as a golden core cultivator, he was barely able to withstand such terrifying spiritual power from the outside. He quickly told the weaker members of the Xiao family to step back, because just now, some of the weaker members of the Xiao family had died because they couldn't withstand the pressure. Hey, you dignified nascent soul cultivators actually sent 6 of you to deal with my Su family. You have no shame at all. Just as this terrifying attack was about to land, a voice rang out and a dark figure suddenly leapt out from the void. The dark figure appeared incredibly small in the face of this terrifying storm. However, his aura was extremely terrifying. An aura that made everyone tremble erupt from him, and the entire Tianshan city seemed to tremble instantly. The terrifying storm that had just struck disappeared after that sound was heard. Puff, puff, puff. The combined attack of the 6 nascent soul cultivators was shattered in an instant, and they all suffered backlash. Chapter 23. Then I'll break through to the nascent soul stage. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my heavenly might sect? A nascent soul cultivator wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and questioned the young man in green robes before him. As they questioned him, they were more surprised than anything else. Just how strong was the person in front of them who could so easily neutralize their attacks? What surprised them even more was why such a thing existed in this small Tianshan city. Didn't their previous intelligence say that the most powerful families in Tianshan city were the Sun family and the Su family, both golden core cultivators? Moreover, the Sun family perished in their struggle with the Su family, and now the Su family holds absolute power in Tianshan city. Where did this young man in blue robes come from? Me, I'm the Su family member you're looking for. Oh, by the way, Yi Fan and I are best buddies. You guys have found a big fish. Su Zan sneered. It's you. How can you be so strong? A nascent soul cultivator exclaimed in terror. When they arrived, they already knew that Yi Fan had a good brother named Su Zan in Tianshan city, and the two of them had a life or death friendship. Therefore, Yi Fan even entrusted Wen Shui to Su Zan for care. However, according to their investigation, Su Zan is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Although he has some talent, he shouldn't be this powerful. He deflected the combined attack of 6 nascent soul cultivators with a wave of his hand. Is this guy cheating? Is this really something a foundation establishment cultivator could do? Even the geniuses in those holy lands who have achieved perfect foundation establishment don't do this much. He even suspected that the person in front of him was not Su Zan at all, but some reclusive master in disguise. Such a reclusive master was hiding in Tianshan city, only to suddenly encounter this group of juniors who came to bother him. Great, it's young Master Su. We have hope. It really is young Master Su. He's come to save us. Who said the Su family wouldn't dare utter a sound? Young Master Su has arrived. Those who supported the Su family were immediately overjoyed. Upon seeing Su Zan arrive, they were naturally overjoyed. They had just been plunged into despair, but now, seeing Su Zan seemed to rekindle their hope for life. However, this hope was quickly dashed. Because they suddenly remembered that Su Zan in front of them was just a foundation establishment cultivator. Although he was a 9th grade foundation establishment cultivator, his opponent was a nascent soul cultivator. The difference between the nascent soul stage and the foundation establishment stage is 2 major realms. Unless Su Zan gets a cheat code, they're still going to die. It doesn't matter. Being able to see young Master Su one last time before I die, I have no regrets. Someone spoke up. Excellent. Young Master Su's willingness to come shows that the Su family is still committed to the same fate as us. Our expectations were not in vain. Someone said with relief. Whether they live or die is no longer important. At least in this final moment, they were not abandoned by the Su family. Gentlemen, cheer up. Who said you're going to die? It's them who are going to die. Su Zan sneered. Ridiculous. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator. You dare to think you can overthrow us nascent soul cultivators. Upon hearing Su Zan's words, the group burst into laughter, their eyes immediately filled with disdain. Although they didn't know how Su Zan had neutralized their attacks, they could clearly sense that Su Zan was only at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, based on the reactions of that group of people, they confirmed that the person in front of them was Su Zan, one of the brothers' most important targets this time. Since that's the case, there's nothing to be afraid of. Su Zan is only at the foundation establishment stage. Although he just neutralized their attack, he must have paid a considerable price. Being able to achieve this level of skill proves one thing. Su Zan possesses a secret treasure. And it's an extremely powerful one. Otherwise, how could he possibly neutralize the attacks of 6 nascent soul cultivators with only foundation establishment cultivation? Thinking of this, the people present all revealed greedy eyes. They seem to see themselves tearing Su Zan to pieces and then taking the secret treasure for themselves. Suzan actually possesses such strength. He can even break through the combined attack of nascent soul cultivators. Those who had just followed were also incredibly surprised to see this scene. Fortunately, they were only following Suzan and had no intention of capturing him and handing him over to the Tianwei sect. Otherwise, given Suzan's strength just now, he could probably have suppressed them with a wave of his hand. Thinking of this, they broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, they had just resisted the temptation. However, speaking of which, why does Suzan possess such a treasure? Did Yi Fan give it to him? The crowd couldn't help but become curious, and a greedy glint appeared in their eyes. It is said that people die for wealth and birds die for food. When they thought that Suzan had such a treasure, their eyes became greedy. Everyone, stop thinking about it. Let's just watch the show. Don't forget, there are still 6 nascent soul cultivators here. Even if Suzan has some secret treasures, can you really compete with them for them? Upon hearing this person's words, everyone present calmed down. Yes, there are still 6 nascent soul cultivators left. Even if they wanted to snatch it, they would be willing but unable to. Among this group, the most powerful was only at the golden core stage. How could they possibly compete with nascent soul cultivators? He, little brat of the Su family, if you know what's good for you, hand over your secret treasures. That way, I might leave you with a whole corpse. He, not bad, not bad. Such a precious item is being wasted on a foundation establishment cultivator. You'd better hand it over quickly, lest you break it. The group looked at Suzan with mocking expressions, as if they had already figured him out. You guys seem to have me figured out. Seeing the mocking expressions on their faces, Suzan also revealed a mocking expression. What else? With your foundation establishment level, you think you can fly to the heavens? Someone sneered. Is the nascent soul stage really that impressive? Suzan also sneered. It's amazing. So what? If you're not convinced, then go ahead and break through to the nascent soul stage. In that case, I might as well break through to the nascent soul stage. Ha. You've broken through to the nascent soul stage. You think nascent soul cultivators are all the rage. Just because. Before the man could finish his sarcastic remarks, his face suddenly turned deathly pale, his mouth gaped open, and he wore an expression of disbelief. The other 5 people were equally shocked by what they saw. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all retreated in unison. The smiles on the faces of the nascent soul cultivators froze instantly, replaced by shock and disbelief. They stared wide-eyed at the ever-increasing aura emanating from Suzan, a strong sense of unease rising within them. Chapter 24. Is the nascent soul stage really that impressive? Husband, can Shuner really handle this alone? There are 6 nascent soul cultivators. Inside the Su family mansion, Wang Ping looked towards the city gate with a worried expression. Unlike the calm and peaceful scene here, the city gate was already in turmoil, with a sense of impending doom. I don't know either. Now we can only pin our hopes on him. Su Hai sighed. He wished his cultivation level were higher so that Suzan wouldn't have to carry the burden alone. If he were also a nascent soul cultivator or a deity transformation cultivator, these people definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. You really are something, sending your own son to the front lines alone. Do you have any sense of responsibility? Wang Ping grabbed Su Hai by the ear. Oh dear, madam, what are you doing? Do you think I wanted Shuner to go alone? He won't let us go with him. Su Hai covered his reddened ears and said with a wronged expression. As a father, Su Hai naturally couldn't let Suzan go on an adventure alone, but Suzan wouldn't let him go. He even threatened Suzan with his own life. Although Suzan was almost certainly going to die under these circumstances, Su Hai didn't want Suzan to die because of him. I don't care. You're the one to blame anyway. Wang Ping has played her trump card, and now, not knowing if she'll have another chance like this, she can't care about anything else anymore. My husband, you must be safe and sound. On the other side, Wen Shui hugged her pillow with great concern, muttering to herself. Young master. Su Ru's eyes were also filled with worry. Just then, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire Tianshan city, and even Wen Shui and the others at the Su family's residence felt this terrifying aura. What a terrifying aura! Has some powerful expert emerged from seclusion? This oppressive feeling is even stronger than that of a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be a legendary deity transformation cultivator? Su-hai felt this terrifying aura and almost lost his footing. Fortunately, the terrifying aura only lasted for a short while before disappearing. It's coming from the direction of the city gate. This commotion, could it have been released by Shuiner? Wang Ping said with delight. That's impossible. Shuiner is only a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he has some trump card, it couldn't possibly be higher than a golden core cultivator. Could it be that Yi Fan left behind a backup plan? Su-hai asked, puzzled. In any case, this incident gave Su-hai and Wang Ping a glimmer of hope. If it really is Su Zan, then the Su family can survive this crisis. How is this possible? This aura is that of a nascent soul stage expert. A nascent soul cultivator looked at the terrifying Su Zan before him and stammered. As the aura intensified, the sky shifted dramatically, with thunder and lightning flashing. Su Zan seemed to be one with heaven and earth, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The nascent soul cultivators were now in a panic. They tried to escape, but found themselves bound by an invisible force and unable to move. No, this is impossible. How could a foundation establishment cultivator suddenly break through to the nascent soul stage? A nascent soul cultivator cried out in despair. Practice makes perfect. Su Zan laughed heartily, just like a genius teenager in a game who uses cheats to beat you and then mocks you for being bad and telling you to practice more. Several nascent soul cultivators felt a strong sense of immersion and were starting to get angry, but they were helpless. Don't panic, everyone. Although we don't know what his secret treasure is, given his cultivation level, he definitely can't activate it too many times. As long as we take turns blocking, he definitely won't be able to hold out. One of the nascent soul cultivators spoke up. However, no one responded to his words, and an awkward silence filled the air. The nascent soul cultivator was right. If they took turns resisting, they could indeed hold out for a while, but that was only under normal circumstances. Right now, Su Zan has broken through to the nascent soul stage, which is on a completely different level from nascent soul cultivators. Su Zan could crush them with a flick of his wrist. Brother Su, perhaps we've misunderstood something. Some people are already prepared to surrender. That's right, it's all a misunderstanding. We were just doing this for someone else. We had no choice but to do it. Some people offered their own explanations. Misunderstanding. If I accidentally killed you, that was a misunderstanding too. Su Zan was too lazy to argue with them. The nascent soul experience card only lasted for 1 hour. Although it could be turned off and on at any time, he still needed to save it as a trump card for the future. Give me your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zan appeared behind a nascent soul cultivator in the blink of an eye. Boss, wait. Before the nascent soul cultivator could finish speaking, Su Zan struck out with a palm, instantly enveloping him with powerful spiritual energy. The nascent soul cultivator had no time to react before he was reduced to ashes in terror. The system's product is indeed extraordinary. Although he only had 1 hour to experience it, Su Zan truly felt the terror of a peak nascent soul cultivator. That's right, the nascent soul experience card given by the system directly raised Su Zan's cultivation level to the peak of nascent soul, instead of the early stage of nascent soul that he thought he was at. The difference in strength between the peak of the nascent soul stage and the early stage of the nascent soul stage is more than tenfold. Even if a peak nascent soul cultivator fights an early nascent soul cultivator, and there's a slight difference in strength, both can achieve an instant kill. Moreover, the 6 people in front of us are only at the nascent soul stage, and none of them are even at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The soul of that nascent soul cultivator tried to escape, but Su Zan grabbed it and burned it to ashes. Ah, you'll die a horrible death. The nascent soul cultivator left this world completely, cursing Su Zan all the while. The other nascent soul cultivators were terrified upon seeing this. They all tried to beg for mercy, but Su Zan remained unmoved. He was like a ruthless war god, ruling over life and death on this battlefield. You don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. Since you've decided to kill, then you should be prepared to be killed. Su Zan's voice was icy, filled with murderous intent. Then, Su Zan flashed and appeared in front of another nascent soul cultivator. The cultivator was terrified and desperately tried to resist, but he was unable to move under Su Zan's powerful pressure. No, don't kill me, the monk cried out in despair. Weren't you feeling great just now for mocking me? Where's your arrogant attitude from just now? Didn't you think you had me cornered? And you look down on my foundation establishment stage. Is the nascent soul stage so great? Tell me, is the nascent soul stage really that amazing? Isn't the nascent soul stage incredibly impressive? Suzan picked up the nascent soul cultivator like a chick, and with every word he spoke, he slapped the cultivator more than a dozen times, smashing the nascent soul cultivator and his soul together. Chapter 25. Smash them all, Xiaolong regrets. After dealing with this nascent soul cultivator, Suzan instantly moved on to the next nascent soul cultivator. In fact, with Suzan's current strength, he is capable of completely annihilating his opponent. However, Suzan chose to do this in order to instill fear in some people. Anyway, it didn't take much time, only 2 minutes had passed since they dealt with the 2 nascent soul cultivators. My lord, spare me, I didn't say anything, I didn't mock you at all. The nascent soul cultivator knelt down before Suzan in midair. Ha 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 ha, is this what they call a nascent soul cultivator? They have no backbone at all. Exactly, they're not even as good as us. What kind of nascent soul cultivators are they? All they know is how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The supporters of the Su family felt a surge of satisfaction when they saw that 2 of the people who had been so arrogant just moments before had been beaten to a pulp by Suzan in less than 5 minutes. At the same time, they also discovered something. Some of the people who had just defected to the enemy were actually trying to escape at this time. Gentlemen, let's not stand idly by. These people not only tried to defect to the enemy, but also insulted the Su family. Let's arrest them together. As soon as someone shouted, everyone rushed forward and quickly tied up the few who had just defected to the enemy. It's precisely because you didn't say anything or make any sarcastic remarks that I'm going to kill you. Damn it, you've left me with no good reason to kill you, isn't that a crime? Suzan sneered. You're just making excuses. The nascent soul cultivator roared. So what if I'm being unreasonable? If you're so capable, why don't you break through to the nascent soul stage and give me a beating? Suzan laughed heartily. You fucking. The nascent soul cultivator was so enraged by Suzan's words that he vomited blood. If he could break through to the divine transformation realm, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? What? You can't do it, you're bad, practice more. In your next life, practice for another 2.5 years before coming back to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Suzan crushed the other person's body and soul together. Gentlemen, it seems that Suzan isn't going to let us off the hook. Let's all attack together and fight him to the death. A nascent soul cultivator spoke up. The remaining 2 nascent soul cultivators also understood that begging for mercy was useless at this point, so they might as well fight to the death, which might give them a glimmer of hope. As soon as they finished speaking, they all unleashed their magical treasures, their bodies gleaming with light and surging with spiritual energy. However, when faced with Suzan, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, all their actions seemed so ridiculous and laughable. Let's attack together. Perfect. I won't waste my time dealing with you one by one. After saying that, Suzan flashed and moved like a ghost among the nascent soul cultivators. Every time he made a move, it carried an aura of world-destroying power, making it difficult for those nascent soul cultivators to withstand. A nascent soul cultivator brandished his sword, attempting to block Suzan's attack, but Suzan merely waved his hand, and the sword instantly shattered, the powerful force sending the nascent soul cultivator flying. After being thrown several meters away, the nascent soul cultivator's body exploded in midair, and blood rained down on the ground. This is impossible. How could a nascent soul cultivator be so terrifying? The remaining 2 nascent soul cultivators were now in despair. Facing Suzan, the great demon king, they had already used all their trump cards. They thought they could put up a fight against Suzan, but they never expected that their villains would be seen as clowns by Suzan. Let alone resist. They couldn't even let them live for 1 more minute. You think you can fight me? A mayfly trying to shake a tree. With each sentence Suzan uttered, he threw a punch. After 2 punches landed, the last 2 nascent soul cultivators were reduced to dust by Suzan's voice. At this point, all 6 nascent soul cultivators sent by the Heavenly Might sect had been killed by Suzan. Suzan spent less than 5 minutes resolving the matter. In less than 5 minutes, 6 nascent soul cultivators died. Su Zan's battle left a deep impression on everyone present, and even after many years, it is still talked about with great interest. Young Master Su is awesome. Young Master Su is mighty. From today onwards, young Master Su is my idol. Cheers erupted from the crowd supporting the Su family. They had thought the Su family was doomed, but Su Zan had unexpectedly appeared. Impossible. Impossible. How could he be so powerful? He's only at the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Long, who witnessed the whole thing, was devastated. He never imagined that Su Zan would have such terrifying strength. He even killed 6 nascent soul cultivators in an instant. He had been so certain that Su Zan was dead. But the outcome was completely unexpected. What should I do, my husband? Li Wanxi was also incredulous when she saw this scene. She never dreamed that Su Zan could actually unleash power beyond the nascent soul realm. No wonder Su Zan is so arrogant and fearless. He can even kill a nascent soul cultivator instantly, let alone the Xiao family, which doesn't even have a nascent soul cultivator. What can I do? Even the Heavenly Might sect can't do anything about Su Zan's strength. Xiao Long said irritably. What about Fen'er? He's still in the Su family's hands. Now that the people sent by the Tianwei sect have been wiped out, what will happen to Fen'er? Are we just going to let Fen'er fend for herself in the Su family? Li Wanxi could not accept this result. She clearly remembered that Su Zan had mentioned in his letter that if she didn't go, the Su family would send over Xiao Fan's body parts one by one. Xiao Fan is her own son. As his mother, she absolutely doesn't want him to suffer like this. What else can we do? We can only have you go there yourself. Xiao Long gritted his teeth and spoke. Husband, you. Li Wanxi never expected that such words would come out of Xiao Long's mouth. Isn't this just pushing himself into a fire pit? Although it was said to be to save Xiao Fan, for Xiao Long to say such things would undoubtedly disappoint Li Wanxi. I didn't want it to be like this, but what can I do now? Xiao Long sighed helplessly and spoke. For the first time, the head of the Xiao family, who had been a powerful figure in Tianshui City for many years, experienced what despair truly meant. If Su Zan were merely a nascent soul cultivator, then he might still have a chance to contend with him. However, the strength that Su Zan just displayed was something that no so-called nascent soul cultivator could contend with. That's a nascent soul cultivator. He's not someone a golden core family can contend with. To protect the Xiao family, he had no choice but to do this. Although he knew that this act of deliberately putting a green hat on his head was very frustrating and humiliating. But for the safety of the Xiao family, he had no other choice. Chapter 26. For the sake of the Xiao family, I beg you, madam. If he doesn't listen to Su Zan and sends Li Wanxi there, then he and the Xiao family might be the ones who suffer. Xiao Long was very clear that he could always find another wife or son and have another one. But you only have one life. Everything you do is for your own life. Wanxi, I'm so sorry. For the safety of the Xiao family, and for my and Fen'er's lives, I'm begging you. Xiao Long pleaded, practically kneeling before Li Wanxi. Looking at Xiao Long's current state, Li Wanxi couldn't reconcile the Xiao Long before her with the once powerful and influential Xiao Long. Xiao Long is now a complete coward, willing to sacrifice himself for his own life. What's the point of living if you throw away your dignity for the sake of your life? Thinking of this, Li Wangzai's heart was filled with sorrow and anger, and she did consider leaving. But the thought of Xiao Fan still suffering in the Su family, perhaps even being tortured, comes to mind. Li Wangzai's heart softened immediately. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. Madam, I'm begging you, from now on, I'll do whatever you ask, I'll obey you. Even if you take my life, I won't say a word. Xiao Long pleaded. Even so, Xiao Long saw through Li Wangzai's weakness that she would definitely soften her heart because of this. They've lived together for so long, how could he not know Li Wangzai's personality? Xiao Long knew that no matter what, Li Wanxi wouldn't take his life. Otherwise, Xiao Long wouldn't have said those words. After saying these words, Xiao Long had already decided who his next target would be. That was the widow from old Wang's house next door. He had been eyeing her for a long time, but because of Li Wanxi, he didn't dare to think too much about it. Now that Li Wanxi is ready to take on someone else's form, he naturally needs to think about his way out. As for Xiao Fan, he's a spoiled brat who always throws his weight around. and I've had to clean up his messes a lot. Now, because of him, the Shao family has offended the Su family, causing him to lose both his wife and his army. If it weren't for the fact that he was related to Shao Fan by blood, he probably would have killed Shao Fan already. However, blood is thicker than water, and Shao Long will definitely treat Shao Fan well when he returns to the Shao family. However, he definitely won't value it as much as before. He's decided to create a new account. Sigh. I know. I'll go. Li Wanshi took a deep breath, her eyes filled with determination and Xiaolong's disappointment. That's wonderful, Wanshi. I knew you were a reasonable person. Hearing Li Wangzai's words, Xiaolong was overjoyed, feeling as if he had escaped a calamity. It was all worth the life or death drama he had just staged. Your master has been killed by me. If you don't want to die, surrender. After dealing with these few nascent soul cultivators, Suzan looked coldly at the tens of thousands of troops surrounding Tianshan City. Before a nascent soul cultivator, these tens of thousands of troops are nothing but ants. If Suzan wanted to, he could take them down in no time. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, it's no longer a matter of numbers. As long as there's enough spiritual energy, no amount of cannon fodder will matter. There are three main reasons why Suzan did not kill the other party. First, it was to save time. After all, his nascent soul experience card only lasts for 1 hour, and he might need it in the future, so it's not worth wasting time on a bunch of lowly soldiers. Every minute and every second of this hour is extremely precious. Rather, it was because he didn't want to commit too much killing, as excessive killing would affect his future breakthroughs in cultivation. Although I now have a system and will no longer follow the usual path to improve my cultivation level, it is still just in case. Thirdly, and most importantly, if all these people are killed, who will spread his glorious deeds to intimidate the people of the Heavenly Might sect? Most importantly, without these tens of thousands of people, who would draw the hatred of Yi Fan and their masters? Indeed, Suzan spared the lives of tens of thousands of people mainly to incite hatred between Yi Fan and them. This can be considered Suzan's small act of revenge. Having acquired the villain's aura, Yi Fan is destined to be his own enemy. Although they still call each other brothers on the surface, who can explain what's going on behind the scenes? Suzan had already decided to treat Yi Fan as his treasure-hunting mouse, so that he could develop more rapidly in the future. After all, there are definitely limits to the number of chosen ones in this world, which also means that there are limits to the number of those who meet the system's conditions. To avoid jeopardizing his future invincibility, Suzan had no choice but to betray his good brother. He. We surrender. We surrender. The soldiers dropped their weapons and stared at Suzan in horror. The soldiers present witnessed clearly what Suzan had just done by brutally killing 6 nascent soul cultivators. Faced with such a terrifying Suzan, they did not hesitate at all and chose to surrender immediately. Go back and tell the people behind you, what kind of skill is it to bully my good brother? If you've got the guts, come find me, Yi Fan. Remember this, make sure you pass on the message, or you'll bear the consequences yourselves. Suzan coldly stared at the crowd. Even though he was only one person, he managed to scare tens of thousands of people into silence. The soldiers nodded and bowed repeatedly, not daring to be negligent in the slightest, for fear of offending Suzan if they were even a step too slow. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Hand over your storage bags, and then you can leave. Suzan sneered. Upon hearing this, the soldiers present all felt a chill. Seriously, dude, you're a nascent soul cultivator, and you're actually robbing a group of people who are only at the Golden Core, Foundation establishment, and even Chi refining stages. That's utterly shameless. Although they were disgusted by Suzan's behavior, Suzan was a nascent soul cultivator. If they did not obey, Suzan could kill them first and then take their belongings. In the end, anyway, I'm bound to have my things taken away anyway, so it's better to be taken away alive. At this point, some people are happy while others are sad. Some people go out without taking any of their belongings with them, while others go out and empty their pockets. Those who emptied their savings are in real trouble, all their savings from so many years are gone. Others, while also suffering losses, did not leave with absolutely no inventory. The tens of thousands of troops were very orderly and completed Suzan's requirements in just a quarter of an hour. Chapter 27. A bumper harvest. A bumper harvest. A huge harvest. Suzan looked at the storage bags that were almost piled up like a small mountain inside his storage bag, and felt very pleased. With so many resources, it's impossible to imagine how many golden core cultivators could be created, and it's even possible that many nascent soul cultivators could be produced. Oh, right, I almost forgot, there are these too. Suzan picked up the storage rings of the 6 nascent soul cultivators he had just killed. The contents of these rings were almost as much as all the other soldiers' belongings combined. No wonder they were nascent soul cultivators. However, all 6 storage bags are secured. If they are forcibly removed, the contents inside will be reduced to ashes. However, these restrictions were nothing to Suzan. Although he only temporarily possessed the strength of the nascent soul stage, opening these storage bags was still a piece of cake. Young Master, these people have just betrayed the Su family. We've captured them. What should we do with them, young master? Suzan looked up and saw that the supporters of the Su family were escorting several people who looked terrified. Suzan recognized all these people. They had all received favors and protection from the Su family. He never expected that at this critical moment, not only would they not help the Su family, but they would also kick them when they were down. Young Master Su, spare us. We had no choice. They forced us to do this. Yes, we don't want to die either. Young Master Su, we were wrong. Please, spare our lives. These people knelt on the ground, wailing incessantly. If they had known Suzan had such strength, they would never have surrendered. Blame Suzan. He clearly had this trump card, but he didn't reveal it sooner. He only brought it out now. It made them choose the wrong side. It's all Suzan's fault. Even if we take a step back and say that all they wanted was to live, what did they do wrong? Absolutely not. You bunch of bastards. Have you all forgotten how young Master Su treated you back then? If it weren't for the Su family helping you back then, you would all be dead by now. The Su family is in trouble, and not only do you not help them, you even kick them when they're down. Do you have any conscience? Seeing the people begging for mercy, the Su family's supporters couldn't stand it and kicked them directly. They had just beaten them up, but seeing them still so brazenly begging for mercy made them furious. All right, stop hitting them, spare their lives, not trying to be a saint, read on before commenting. Suzan spoke slowly. Suzan expressed his understanding of the dog's actions, saying that he might have done the same thing if he were in the dog's shoes. Upon hearing Suzan's words, the people present immediately showed expressions of joy. They were saved. Young Master Su, they're already in this state. Why are you still letting them go? Some people said, not understanding. Who said I was going to let them go? If I'm not going to spare their lives, how am I supposed to kill them? Suzan sneered. Upon hearing this, the man suddenly realized that Suzan had spared their lives so that he could take action against them. I was short-sighted and failed to understand Suzan's intentions. Your lives were given to you by the Su family. The Su family can give you a dog's life, and they can take it back. Since you have made your choice, then you may die. Suzan looked coldly at the group of people who were immersed in the joy of surviving the ordeal. Upon hearing Suzan's words, they were stunned for a moment. When they understood what Suzan meant, they panicked. They wanted to beg for mercy, but Suzan didn't give them a chance at all. I'm sorry, you only get one chance. If you didn't seize it, don't blame me. Suzan didn't need the system's power to deal with these people, he could easily handle them using his own strength. The art of the 5 elements. With a wave of his hand, Suzan enveloped the group in a ball of flame. From within the flames came painful howls. Ah, spare me, young Master Su. Ah, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Ah, Suzan, I hate you. I hate you. I'm not reconciled. Ah, I hate you so much. Ah. Filled with resentment and boundless hatred, they ultimately turned to ashes. Call. Suzan blew gently, and the ashes immediately scattered with the wind and disappeared into the air. Gentlemen, you stood with our Su family through thick and thin when the Su family was in peril. I will remember this kindness. After dealing with these people, Suzan expressed his gratitude to everyone who supported the Su family. The Su family's initial assessment of them was correct. Although they may have misjudged a few, most people were still very grateful. Young Master Su, you flatter us. The help the Su family gave us back then cannot be repaid with just a few words. Now that the Su family is in dire straits, we can only offer our meager assistance. Young Master Su, there's no need for thanks. Someone spoke up. The Su family is not heartless. I will never forget what happened today. On behalf of the Su family, I thank you all. Su Zan bowed. Afterwards, Su Zan took out 1/3 of the seized storage bags and distributed them to everyone. They just pulled out all the stops to protect the Su family, so Su Zan's actions are perfectly reasonable. Thank you, young Master Su. Thank you, young Master Su. Looking at the mountain of resources in their hands, everyone was deeply moved. With these resources, they could make up for their recent losses. They even made a small profit. As expected, their decision to support the Su family was the right one. After seeing off the supporters of the Su family, Su Zan turned to look at the few people hiding in the corner. Patriarch Wang, Patriarch Li, it's been a long time. You've been following me for so long, yet you haven't even said a word. How incredibly impolite. Su Zan's voice echoed in the air, tinged with a hint of mockery. Even before he left home, Su Zan had already noticed that someone was following him. Moreover, Su Zan also sensed that someone had just harbored a sinister thought towards him. However, considering that they ultimately did not take action or kick him while he was down, Su Zan did not kill them. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Since the other party hadn't made a direct move, he wouldn't kill them outright. However, this does not mean that Su Zan will let them off so easily. He, young Master Su, how have you been? The head of the Li family approached Su Zan with a fawning expression. After witnessing Su Zan's terrifying strength, they no longer had any thoughts about him. Originally, I was thinking of waiting for these nascent soul cultivators to wipe out the Su family so I could get a share of the spoils. Unexpectedly, these nascent soul cultivators were all show and no substance. They were all wiped out by Su Zan, a mere foundation establishment cultivator. The tens of thousands of troops they brought were utter rubbish. They surrendered without firing a single shot. Chapter 28. Blackmail. The head of the Wang family also hurriedly stepped forward, his face beaming with smiles, and said, "Young Master Su, it's been a long time. It seems like the last time we met was just a while ago. It's been so long. Young Master Su, you've become even more handsome. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young." Wang Jia, the head of the family, flattered. "Hey, stop trying to change the subject. You two patriarchs have been following me all this way, is this all you've got to say?" Su Zan had already discovered their whereabouts and placed them under restraint. Unless Su Zan allowed it, they had no chance of escaping. This is why the two of them have not left to this day. The Li family head and the Wang family head exchanged a glance, their faces showing embarrassment. They also felt the restraint on their bodies and realized that they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. In an instant, they were filled with regret, regretting why they had come to provoke Su Zan. If they had known Su Zan was so powerful, they should never have had such malicious intentions in the first place. "Young Master Su, we have offended you greatly before. Please forgive us and not hold it against us old men," the head of the Li family said, forcing himself to speak. "Oh, how did I offend you before? I don't remember. Why don't you two family heads tell me in detail what offenses I committed?" Su Zan crossed his arms and looked at them with a half-smile. "Young Master Su, please don't make things difficult for this old man. Just tell me what you want." The head of the Wang family couldn't stand it anymore. Su Zan's words clearly showed that he wanted to kill them. "How would I know what I want? Why don't you two patriarchs tell me your thoughts?" Su Zan smiled. "Young Master Su, we know we were wrong. From today onwards, we will follow the Su family's lead without question. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Please, young Master Su, have the magnanimity to give us a chance to follow the Su family." The Wang family head and the Li family head said in unison. "Follow the Su family? Do you think I'm a fool? People like you, who knows when you'll switch sides? Do you think I can trust you?" Su Zan sneered. I am willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao." The head of the Wang family gritted his teeth and spoke. The heavenly oath is a vow made by the Tianquan continent at the cost of its own karma, and it has attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. This is different from swearing oaths in our real world. Here, no matter how much you swear, you're unlikely to be struck by lightning. But on the Tianquan continent, that really means you'll be struck by lightning. If a vow is not fulfilled, then one will be punished by heaven. In mild cases, it can lead to lifelong impotence and an inability to advance further in cultivation. In severe cases, it can even result in death. It can be said that the oath made by the Wang family head was extremely vicious. I am also willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. The head of the Li family echoed this sentiment. A vow to heaven, you think you can fool me with that? What do you take me for? You two made a vow, but does that mean your Li and Wang families also make vows? Su Zan sneered. Do you think you're fools? Even if these two people made a vow to heaven, so what? Just because they abide by it doesn't mean their families will too. Moreover, even oaths made in accordance with the will of heaven can have flaws, since no oath is perfect. Upon hearing Su Zan's words, the two turned pale with fright, because that was indeed their thought. After you return, hand over half of the family's existing resources, and 1/3 of the resources every year. In addition, all the talented individuals from your clans will be brought to my Su family to cultivate for 10 years. Su Zan spoke up. When the two heard Su Zan's request, they almost had a heart attack from fright. This Su Zan is going to devour them completely, leaving not even bones. It's absolutely outrageous. The first requirement is manageable, it only requires half of the industry. If they take it easy for a while, they can still weather the storm. Moreover, handing over 1/3 of the resources each year is not a very fast pace. The Wang and Li families still have a surplus after deducting cultivation expenses from their current income and adding the resources they hand over. However, the second point was something they found hard to accept. Everyone knows that those with cultivation talent are the core of a family. Once they reach the upper limit of their talent, they will become the foundation of the family. Once these people arrive at the Su family, they stay for up to 10 years, and they are brainwashed by the Su family. So, 10 years later, will they obey the Su family or themselves? Moreover, if it has to be handed over every year, wouldn't that mean that some newborns with talent would also have to be sent to the Su family? Children of this age are most easily influenced. Once the Su family instills in them the idea of loyalty to the Su family, wouldn't they? This is an attempt to wipe out our family line. This Su Zan, he's absolutely ruthless. Both family heads cursed Su Zan in their hearts without prior agreement. However, given the formidable strength Su Zan had previously demonstrated, would they dare to utter a single word of objection? If anyone is to blame, it's because they are weaker than the Su family and have no choice but to accept such an unequal treaty. If their roles were reversed right now, they would make the same decision as Su Zan. Young Master Su, I can accept the first condition, and I can raise the funds within a month at most. But isn't the second condition a bit too much? Can't it be reduced to 3 years? The head of the Wang family still wanted to struggle a bit more. 3 years. What do you take the Su family for? Your free meals. A child like this has only been in my Su family for 3 years. Do you expect my Su family to raise your child for free? Su Zan sneered. I'm only giving you 2 choices, accept or not accept. If you accept, you'll have a chance to live. If you don't, then you're doomed. You've all seen my strength just now. If you don't want to repeat the same mistake, then you'd better accept it. I believe you two are both pragmatic people. Su Zan smiled slightly. His smile was clearly kind and friendly, but in front of the two family heads, it was undoubtedly a devilish smile. Alas, heaven is against me. The two family heads sighed helplessly. Under Su Zan's coercion and enticement, they finally agreed to the conditions he proposed. What's even more outrageous is that Su Zan forced them to make a heavenly oath, promising that if they didn't follow the agreement, they would be struck by lightning. You two are indeed sensible. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. From today onwards, we're good friends. We're family. Su Zan smiled slightly, and the two family heads could only smile back. Chapter 29. A stark contrast. After handling these funeral arrangements, Su Zan returned to the Su family home. Outside the Su residence, Su Hai, Wang Ping, Wen Shui, and other members of the Su family had been waiting for a long time. Father, mother, sister Wenzu, Su Zan strode towards them, a gentle smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, good lad, it seems my Su family has produced a true dragon. Su Hai couldn't suppress the smile on his face, walked over and patted Su Zan's shoulder hard. Su Zan's battle undoubtedly brought a huge shock to the Su family. In the past, they would never have dared to dream that a foundation establishment cultivator could kill 6 nascent soul cultivators. Such terrifying strength is something even the holy sons and daughters of those holy lands probably couldn't achieve. Wang Ping's eyes reddened as she held Su Zan's hand and said, "Shuner, I'm so glad you're all right. I was so worried about you." Wang Ping simply couldn't imagine how Su Zan had the courage to face such a powerful figure. If she were to face those high and mighty nascent soul cultivators, she wouldn't even be able to stand still. "Husband, young Master Su, it's so good that you're all right." Wen Shui stood to the side, looking at Su Zan with obvious worry in her eyes. However, because Su Fu and Su's mother were both there, she could only forcefully suppress the urge to go up and hug them. When Wen Shui learned that Su Zan was going to face a nascent soul cultivator, she was almost scared to death. Although she hadn't been involved in cultivation for long, she knew what a nascent soul cultivator meant. In her eyes, it was like shaman. No matter how powerful Su Zan was, he could never be their match. However, to Wen Shui's surprise, Su Zan actually did it. This was something even Yi Fan couldn't do. In that instant, Wen Shui's feelings for Su Zan deepened even more. Such a powerful man was worthy of her trust. "Wah, young master, you're finally back. I thought I'd never see you again." Su Ru hugged Su Zan and burst into tears. "Father, mother, sister Wenzu, sister Ruer, and everyone from the Su family, I'm sorry to have worried you all." Su Zan smiled faintly. Young master is indeed no ordinary man. After this battle, he will likely become famous throughout the Qi kingdom. A Golden Core elder spoke up. Indeed, to kill a nascent soul cultivator with only foundation establishment cultivation, if word got out, even the emperor would be astonished. Who knows, if the emperor is in a good mood, he might just let our young master become a prince consort for a bit of fun. Some people joked, "Why would we need a prince consort? I think Su Ru and the young master are a perfect match. She's no less beautiful than a princess." The Shu family was overjoyed, while Su Ru, who had been teased, blushed deeply and had completely lost the courage she had when she hugged Su Zan earlier. Su's parents also learned about Su Ru's situation from other people. Upon learning how pitiful Su Ru was, they felt sorry for this pretty young girl. As for whether to match her with Su Zan, that remains to be discussed, since it all depends on Su Zan's own wishes. Of course, if Su Zan likes her, they will definitely agree. After all, Su Ru is so beautiful, they can't let an outsider take her away. "Your father has prepared a celebration banquet for you." Su Hai patted Su Zan on the shoulder. "In that case, let's eat and drink to our heart's content, and drink until we're completely drunk." Su Zan smiled slightly, and the crowd immediately burst into cheers. On the other side, at the residence of the direct disciples of the Tianwei sect. "Ha ha ha ha, I've achieved the golden core. I've achieved the golden core. I've achieved the golden core." Yi Fan laughed loudly, and his terrifying aura blasted the roof into pieces. After a period of seclusion, Yi Fan finally broke through from the peak of foundation establishment to the golden core realm. The golden core realm is nothing special in the Tianshuan continent, but in the Qi kingdom, it is definitely considered a strong person. No matter which city they go to, they will be respected. Even in the Heavenly Might sect, if they are lucky, they can become an outer sect elder. It's actually a heavenly grade golden core. What a pity, it still didn't form the legendary divine grade golden core, it's still just a little short. Yi Fan sighed. "I thought that with my talent and the resources my partner provided, breaking through to the divine golden core stage would be a natural thing, but I never expected that I would only reach the heavenly golden core stage." The quality of golden elixir is divided into grade 1 to grade 9, earth grade, heaven grade, divine grade, and perfect. Disciple, don't be discouraged. Back then, your master was only a 9th grade golden core cultivator, and I still reached the divine realm. Sometimes, talent doesn't determine everything, luck and opportunity also play a role. When you become a god in the future, I will have a way to shatter and reshape your core. At that time, let alone a divine-grade golden core, even the legendary perfect golden core may not be impossible to try. A pleasant voice came from the ring in Yi Fan's hand. It was the ring that Yi Fan had found by chance, and according to her, it belonged to a powerful being who came down from the god realm. Everything Yi Fan possesses today is largely due to the owner of this ring. She helped Yi Fan rise to power, and Yi Fan promised to help her rebuild her physical body and kill her enemies. She is a classic example of an old man with a destiny. I understand, Master. I will definitely work hard from now on. Yi Fan nodded and said respectfully, your talent now surpasses mine back then, and your future achievements will definitely be no less than mine. As long as you work hard, becoming a god is only a matter of time. Yi Fan's master started making empty promises. Something's wrong. Senior brother Yi, something terrible has happened. Just as Master Yi Fan was still making grand promises, a disciple of the Tianwei sect suddenly barged in. Seeing this, Yi Fan's master also fell silent. Don't panic. What happened? Yi Fan said calmly. Oh no, the Tianwei sect disciples had just entered when they saw that Yi Fan's roof was gone, and they immediately understood what was going on. Congratulations on your breakthrough, senior brother Yi. However, that's not the key point. Young Master Qin and young Master Zhang have led tens of thousands of troops to Tianshan City. They said they would flatten Tianshan City. What? Yi Fan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How dare they? How dare they? These despicable and shameless bastards. Don't they understand the principle of not harming family members? Yi Fan was furious. No, I have to chase after them and stop them, or at least warn Brother Su and Mother to leave. Otherwise, their lives might be in danger. Yi Fan thought to himself. It's too late, senior brother Yi. By the time I received the message, they had already been gone for 2 days. Even if we go at top speed, we can't catch up. The man spoke. How so? Yi Fan clutched his head in disbelief. No wonder he'd been feeling like he was about to lose something important lately. It was because of this. Chapter 30. Pretty or not. The Heavenly Might sect is far from Heavenly Mountain City. Even if I travel there at the fastest speed, it will still take me 2 days. The other side, however, has already gone 2 days ahead of time. Yi Fan estimated that Tianshan City had already been caught in a tight trap, and it seemed like there wasn't enough time. No, I still have a master. I'll go find my master. Yi Fan suddenly remembered that he had become the disciple of the Grand Elder. If the Grand Elder intervened, there would definitely be a way. At the very least, we must protect Su Zan and Wen Shui. Brother Su, Mother, I'm so sorry. You must live, I'm coming to save you. Yi Fan clenched his fist. At this very moment, in the Elders' Hall, Mo Qingyu, the first elder of the Heavenly Might sect, was taking a bath in a tub. Yes, the Grand Elder of the Tianwei sect, the #1 sect in the Qi Kingdom, and known as the #1 person after the sect leader, is a woman, and a peerless beauty at that. Her snow-white skin, stunningly beautiful face, and the barely visible figure she possessed made her an irresistible temptation for any man. Master, Master, something terrible has happened. Mo Qingyu, who was taking a bath, suddenly heard someone else's voice coming from the courtyard and immediately frowned. I don't know where this brat came from, so clueless, disturbing me while I'm taking a shower. Upon closer listening, wasn't that the voice of his granddaughter, Mo Rushui's little man, Yi Fan? Little Fanzi, why are you in such a hurry to see your master? Is there something important? Mo Qingyu transmitted his voice. The door had already been secured, and even if Yi Fan tried to force his way in, he wouldn't be able to. Master, please, save Tianshan City. Just now, Yi Fan learned that his arch-enemies were going to attack Tianshan City. Before he even arrived at the Heavenly Might sect, he had already offended an inner disciple during the assessment. Fortunately, he had become the Grand Elder's disciple, and under the Grand Elder's intimidation, the other party dared not do anything to him. However, not long after arriving at the Tianwei sect, he offended several Elder's disciples. Simply because they were both suitors of the Grand Elder's granddaughter, and he was also pursuing the Grand Elder's daughter, so naturally the two sides were irreconcilable enemies. In addition, Yi Fan had some friction with them recently, and since they couldn't do anything to Yi Fan, they simply went to Yi Fan's relatives and friends to vent their anger. His family and friends were all in Tianshan City, especially his mother and his good brother Suzan. Yi Fan panicked immediately. Tianshan City was his home. If Suzan and Wen Shui died, it would be a lifelong demon for him. Yi Fan recounted the whole story in detail. "Oh, is that so?" Mo Qingyu frowned. She knew these little children. They had always adored her granddaughter. Unfortunately, his granddaughter had fallen for Yi Fan. At first, Mo Qingyu was also somewhat puzzled as to why her granddaughter would fall for Yi Fan, an unknown person. But later, Mo Qingyu discovered that Yi Fan was no ordinary kid. He was already at the peak of foundation establishment at such a young age. And he was even at the divine grade foundation establishment level. Such talent is among the best, even in the Heavenly Might sect. No wonder Mo Rushui would be interested in Yi Fan. A proud and talented woman like Mo Rushui has a standard that requires someone stronger than herself, and Yi Fan undoubtedly meets that standard. That's right, Master. They set off 2 days ahead of schedule, and they've probably already arrived in Tianshan City by now. Master, please, help your disciple. My family and friends are all there. Yi Fan pleaded. Disciple, don't panic. With your master here, these are all minor matters. Leave them to me. Mo Qingyu smiled slightly. Given her status, the other side would retreat as soon as she spoke. At this moment, Mo Qingyu had also finished showering, and she invited Yi Fan in. Master Yu. Upon smelling the fragrance in the air, Yi Fan's expression immediately became somewhat uneasy. No wonder I couldn't go in earlier. It turns out my master was taking a shower. That explains it. However, to be fair, Mo Qingyu is really beautiful. If she weren't a bit older, Yi Fan might have had some feelings for her too. Now that you have accepted me as your master, your affairs are my affairs. I will now draft a decree and deliver it to the Zhang family, ordering them not to lay a hand on Suzan or your mother. Then, we'll set off immediately for Tianshan City. I want to see who has the guts to touch my people. Mo Qingyu said domineeringly. Hearing this, Yi Fan was overjoyed. Sure enough, having a powerful backer makes all the difference. Soon, Yi Fan took Mo Rushui and Mo Qingyu with him to Tianshan City. Time flew by, and 3 days later, in the Tianshan City prison, Xiao Fan was eating a chicken leg with a worried expression. He was unaware of what was happening in the outside world, nor did he know what kind of crisis Tianshan City had encountered a few days ago. These past few days, Xiao Fan has been living a very comfortable life. Not only is he provided with delicious food and drinks every day, but he can also take hot baths. The only slightly uncomfortable thing was that Xiao Fan hadn't changed his clothes for several days. Oh, mother, when are you coming to save me? If this keeps up, I'll forget all about home. Xiao Fan sighed, then swiftly devoured the roast chicken in front of him. Report, young master, there's a woman outside named Li Wanxi who specifically asked to see you. Inside the Su residence, Suzan was enjoying a massage from Su Ru when he was disturbed, which made him somewhat annoyed. However, upon hearing Li Wangzai's name, Suzan immediately perked up. Suzan was familiar with this name. Wasn't this the person he had asked Xiao Fan to write a letter to a few days ago? He. I never expected the Xiao family to be so obedient. I haven't even sent a gift yet, and they've already dutifully delivered Li Wanxi over. Suzan thought to himself. Suzan guessed that the reason why the Xiao family was so obedient must be because they had witnessed the battle that killed the nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, given the Xiao family's resources, they would never have been so obedient as to send Li Wanxi over. After all, this is like being cuckolded, and having to put it on your own head. Aside from being threatened, Suzan couldn't think of any other reason why the Xiao family would be so obedient. It can't be that Xiao Long has some kind of unusual fetish. Suzan thought about it and felt that it was probably impossible. Tell me, what does that woman named Li Wanxi look like? Is she pretty? Suzan spoke up. Oh, the servant was a little confused, not understanding why Suzan was asking this. Chapter 31. Li Wanxi. This is not Suzan's fault. Although he knew the name Li Wanxi, he did not know what Li Wanxi looked like. If it looks rather unusual, then Suzan will have no choice but to turn off the lights. For the sake of the reward, Suzan could still endure it. If all else fails, I can always find another one myself. I don't need this reward. Just answer truthfully, don't overthink it. Suzan spoke up. Beautiful. She's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, but none as beautiful as Sister Su-ru. The servant, fearing to anger Suzan, dared not say that Li Wanshi was prettier than Su-ru. According to his aesthetic sense, Li Wanshi and Su-ru can be said to have their own merits. However, compared to Su-ru, he still preferred a more mature woman, which is why he gave Li Wanshi a high score. However, there have been rumors circulating in the manor recently that Su-ru is Suzan's childhood sweetheart, and that Suzan has feelings for Su-ru. He was afraid of angering Suzan, so he said this. I see. Then I'm relieved. Suzan laughed heartily. It seemed he was in luck. Ruer, you wait here for me. I'm going to meet this Li Wanshi for a while. Be good. Quickly, bring Miss Li to my study. I want to see what Miss Li's purpose is. After settling Su-ru in, Suzan set off. Although Su-ru was somewhat dissatisfied, Suzan was, after all, the young master, and she was just a servant. Although their relationship had improved somewhat, it hadn't reached the point where he could disobey Suzan's orders. Meanwhile, under Suzan's instructions, Li Wanshi was successfully brought to the Su residence. As soon as Li Wanshi entered the Su residence, she attracted the attention of everyone there. It must be said that Li Wanshi is truly beautiful, with skin as white as snow and a face as lovely as a peach blossom. Although she is a bit older, she is still stunningly beautiful. Not only that, Li Wanshi also dressed up specially today, wearing a red dress and applying rouge to her face. Everyone, stop looking. This person is here to see the young master. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately averted their gazes and exchanged knowing glances. That's the young master's study inside. The servants led Li Wanshi to Suzan's study and then left. Li Wanshi hesitated outside the study. She stood at the doorway, her hand raised in midair, unsure of what to do. Li Wanshi felt a sense of fear, thinking that opening the door might lead her into an abyss. However, for the safety of the Xiao family and for Xiao Fan, Li Wanshi thought about it and finally decided to push open the door. Madam Xiao, I've heard so much about you. You are indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. Before Li Wanshi could open the door, Suzan pushed it open. Suzan raised his hand and lifted the beauty's chin, carefully admiring her appearance. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. The Li Wanshi before me is in no way inferior to Wen Shui, and even more charming than Wen Shui. Come in. Before Li Wanshi could get angry, Suzan pulled her into the study. Only now did Li Wanshi get a clear look at the person in front of her. With a refined and approachable face, dressed in white, and with flowing long hair, he looked so elegant and handsome. Li Wanshi never imagined that someone with such a face would do such a thing. You're Suzan. Li Wanshi frowned. Indeed, it is I. Suzan sat down, admiring the beauty before him with great interest. Beautiful things are pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at them. Where is my son? Li Wanshi questioned. Who knows? Maybe he's dead, maybe he's still alive. Suzan smiled faintly, enjoying Li Wangzai's angry yet helpless expression. Hey Su, let me tell you, I absolutely will not agree to do anything with you until I've confirmed Fan's safety. If you force me, I will kill myself. You will never get anything from me. Li Wanshi presented herself as a loyal and virtuous woman. It must be said that Li Wangzai's threats were indeed effective against Suzan. He didn't know if he would still be able to receive the system's rewards after Li Wanshi made the purple clay teapot. Don't worry, host, the back door has been opened for you. If you're feeling confident, this system might consider giving you a little leeway. This reward is a bit meager. As if sensing Suzan's thoughts, the system's voice sounded at this moment. I see. Suzan gave a wicked smile. Okay, then you can have a Zisha teapot. Anyway, I don't really care. You don't really think I value you that much, do you? You're mistaken. What I'm after is that desperate, angry, and helpless expression on your face. Even if you've made purple clay teapots, I can find someone else to do it. Suzan sneered. Here's what we'll do. You're in Zisha now, and I'll find someone else right away. Your son, Xiao Fan, is still in my hands. Your family, your friends, everyone you care about, I can take them all. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I want you to see with your own eyes how they go to hell. Suzan laughed heartily, his previous gentle demeanor completely gone. Birth. You devil, you deserve a terrible death. Hearing Suzan's words, Li Wanshi was filled with despair. She never imagined that Suzan would say such a thing as this. Really something a human being could say. I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over. You choose whether to listen to me or rebel. Suzan sneered. Li Wanshi hesitated. She wanted to end it all, but if she did, Suzan would take his anger out on her family. Her father and mother are still alive and well, and they are quite old. They can't withstand Suzan's antics. Thinking of this, Li Wanshi was filled with despair. She wished she had nothing at this moment, so she could take Suzan down with her without any scruples. You have 4 minutes left. Suzan spoke up. How could that be? You only just said it. Li Wanshi exclaimed in surprise. Only a few seconds have passed since Suzan said that. How could a minute have passed? What I say goes here. If you disagree, then you're better than me, aren't you? Suzan sneered. In the Tianshuan continent, strength reigns supreme. As long as your fist is big enough, no one will dare to defy you even if you call a deer a horse. The consequence of resistance is death. You have 3 minutes left. 2. Wait a moment. 1. I promise you. Okay. Li Wanshi was being driven crazy by Suzan. She had prepared many arguments, but they were useless at this moment. Chapter 32. Marking again. That Suzan is just too domineering. He's bullying her so much. He doesn't give her a chance to refuse at all. Li Wanshi originally thought that rather than waiting to die, she might as well try to use herself as a honey trap and see if she could bewitch Suzan. Unexpectedly, before Li Wanshi could even reveal her plan, Suzan had already completely outmaneuvered her. Li Wanshi overlooked one fact. If you want to use a scheme, it must be done when both sides are roughly equal in strength. In the face of absolute power, no amount of intrigue or trickery is worthwhile. All of that is unnecessary. Excellent. There's an old saying in our Chi state, a wise man submits to circumstances. Madam, you are indeed a clever person. Suzan smiled. I've never heard of that saying before. Li Wanshi was a little puzzled. However, judging from Suzan's condition, his parents and Xiao Fan should be safe. Was it just that I ultimately had no choice but to take that step? Once you take this step, it's a dead end, you'll never go back. No, rather, from the moment he stepped into the Su family, there was no turning back. Even if nothing actually happened between her and Suzan, outsiders would subconsciously assume that they had already. So, no matter what, Li Wangzai's reputation is ruined. From the moment she stepped into the Su family, she was no longer the powerful matriarch of the Xiao family in Tianshui City. Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation, 50,000 system gold coins, and 10 points of immortal essence. This reward seems pretty good. Suzan counted the rewards for completing daily tasks. He thought he could use this opportunity to break through to the Golden Core realm, but it seems he's still a bit short. However, with his Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation, Perfect Foundation Establishment, and Heaven-level cultivation technique, his strength is already not much worse than that of a Golden Core cultivator. On the contrary, his Foundation Establishment realm might cause his opponents to underestimate him, achieving a surprise effect. Suzan didn't rush to use these rewards, but instead stored them in his system inventory. When no one was around, Suzan used them one by one. The main reason is to cover it up. If others find out that I have sex with someone, my cultivation level will advance by leaps and bounds. Who knows how much trouble that will cause? Young Master Su, now that you've gotten what you wanted, can I see my son now? Li Wanshi wiped her mouth and swallowed. Her attitude wasn't exactly great. After all, no one can maintain a good attitude in that situation. Don't worry, a gentleman's word is his bond. I will certainly do what I promised you. Just now, Suzan promised that after the matter was completed, he would let Li Wanshi take a look at Xiao Fan. Under those circumstances, Suzan would basically agree to whatever Li Wanshi asked for. Of course, if it's too outrageous, Suzan will definitely go back on his word after it's done. Fortunately, Li Wangzai's request wasn't too unreasonable, she just wanted to see Xiao Fan. Come with me, madam. Oh, no, shouldn't I call you, wife? Seeing Li Wangzai's resentment and helplessness, Suzan couldn't help but tease her. You whatever you want. Li Wanshi really wanted to scold Suzan, but after all, Suzan had the right to say whatever he wanted, and she didn't have the power to shut him up. Besides, even if I insulted Suzan, so what? Such verbal words won't hurt Suzan at all. On the contrary, they will only excite him more. How could I have possibly provoked this devil in the first place? If Li Wanshi had known that Suzan was so shameless, she wouldn't have come here, even if it meant using Zisha pottery. But since we're already here, it's impossible not to leave something behind. All right, then I'll listen to my wife. Please, my wife. Suzan made a very polite gesture of invitation. Helpless, Li Wanshi had no choice but to cooperate with Suzan's act, forcing a smile that looked even uglier than crying. My wife, you are so beautiful, the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Suzan smiled. Li Wanshi ignored Suzan's teasing. At that moment, all she wanted to do was see Xiao Fan as soon as possible. My wife, this is not right. Why don't you answer when your husband calls you? Suzan stopped Li Wanshi. Come, my wife, call me, husband, so I can hear it. Just like when they first met, Suzan lifted Li Wangzai's chin. After what had just happened, Li Wangzai's face involuntarily flushed red at Suzan's actions. Let me go. How can you expect me to say something like that? How could Li Wanshi possibly call her enemy her husband, especially since he was so much younger than her? That's going to be difficult. If you don't call him today, you probably won't get to see Xiao Fan. Suzan sat down in the chair, crossed his legs, and looked like he wasn't going anywhere. Seeing this, Li Wanshi had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Husband, my husband. Her voice was softer than an ant's, only she could hear it. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Suzan smiled. My husband. Li Wanshi forcibly suppressed her inner shame and shouted those words out. Ha 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 ha, my wife. Come on, I'll take you to see our son. Suzan laughed heartily, picked up Li Wanshi in one swift motion, and left the Su residence. Tianshan City, the prison. At this moment, Xiao Fan was no longer in a sorry state. Instead, he looked radiant. I don't know what's wrong with Suzan. I've always asked him to turn on a hot shower for me, but he always refused. I don't know what happened today. They suddenly approved it for me. They even gave me 2 roast chickens to eat. Although Xiao Fan didn't know what bad intentions Suzan had, he hadn't showered for several days and was smelly all over. Now that he finally has the chance to take a bath, he naturally won't miss it. After taking a nice hot shower and changing into new clothes, Xiao Fan seemed to have returned to his former self as the eldest son of the Xiao family. He looks better this way. Xiao Fan looked at himself in the mirror with a touch of narcissism. Seeing his reflection, his confidence returned considerably. Young master, did you pour out the hot water you just drank? If not, could I borrow it for a moment? Just as Xiao Fan was feeling smug, an embarrassed voice came from behind him. Xiao Fan turned around and saw a somewhat familiar face. Chapter 33. You're not dead yet. Elder Xiao Ran, you're still alive. Xiao Fan was somewhat surprised. The person who had just spoken to him was none other than the Xiao family elder who had protected him earlier, named Xiao Ran. I vaguely remember that Xiao Ran was crippled by the Su family back then, with all 4 of his limbs broken. He was also tortured for so long by that big devil Suzan. I never thought he would still be alive. As expected, the vitality of a golden core cultivator is truly extraordinary. I wish he could break through to the golden core stage someday. Young master, I am incredibly lucky. I was spared death. I'm still clinging to life. Xiao Ran shook his head with a wry smile. He ended up in this state because he provoked Suzan. Damn Suzan, if only he had just bought Xiao Fan back then, he shouldn't have stood up for him. If he were to sell Xiao Fan outright, he would at most receive a scolding when he returned to the Xiao family. Given his position in the Xiao family and the circumstances at the time, he was certain he would not be punished too severely. But now, not only has he become a prisoner, but his cultivation has also been destroyed by the Su family. Even getting food has become a problem. For the past few days, he has been surviving on the straw in the prison cell. He didn't eat any of the food sent from the prison because he simply didn't have the strength to carry it. The jailer in the dog trough thought he was resisting, so he simply stopped feeding him. Seeing Xiao Fan eating and drinking to his heart's content every day, he was extremely envious. Unfortunately, he was already on his deathbed at the time. He wanted to ask Xiao Fan for something, but he couldn't make a sound. Only now, when Xiao Ran's condition has improved slightly, has she finally been able to ask Xiao Fan for help. Xiao Fan frowned. He never expected that the once-spirited elder Xiao Ran would become like this, where even taking a hot bath was such a luxury. Elder Xiao Ran, you sigh. It doesn't matter, I've already used this hot water. If you don't mind, you can take it and use it. It's still a little warm if you use it now. If you don't mind, you can take it. Xiao Fan sighed. Xiao Ran nodded quickly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you very much, young master. I will never forget your great kindness. Xiao Ran was practically kneeling down. It's all right, you became like this because of me. If you want more, I can ask Suzan to prepare some more. Although I don't know what got into him, he actually prepared so many things for me today. Xiao Fan spoke up. There's always something fishy going on when things are unusual. Xiao Fan wasn't unaware of this principle, but he still couldn't figure out what Suzan was up to. Why was he suddenly being so nice to him? Could this be the legendary last meal before someone's execution? Xiao Fan suddenly had a bad feeling. Legend has it that in prison, the guards would arrange a good meal for a prisoner sentenced to death the day before his execution, and would even grant him any request. And now, the treatment I'm receiving seems to be not much different from that of a death row inmate. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan couldn't help but shiver. He had just taken a hot shower. Yet now he felt a chill down his spine. No way, this can't be. My mother hasn't even arrived yet. Suzan wouldn't kill me so quickly. Xiao Fan was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Just then, a dark voice came from behind Xiao Fan, almost scaring him to death. Young master, I really have no strength left. Could you help me move some of the hot water over here? Xiao Ran said somewhat embarrassedly. Oh, no problem. Hearing that it was Xiao Ran's voice, Xiao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that it was Suzan, the great demon king, who had come to find him. After finishing everything, Xiao Fan continued eating the roast chicken he hadn't finished earlier. However, as soon as Xiao Fan mentioned Suzan, Suzan's voice rang out. Young Master Xiao, it's been a long time. It seems you've been living quite comfortably these past few days. Suzan's sinister voice rang out from behind Xiao Fan. Hearing that familiar voice again, Xiao Fan got goosebumps all over his body. Young Master Su, it's you. What are you doing here? Xiao Fan was on the verge of collapse. He wasn't some immortal, so how could he possibly make his words come true? He had just mentioned Suzan, so how come Suzan immediately appeared in front of her? Xiao Fan is now filled with fear of Suzan, although this fear has dissipated considerably after not seeing Suzan for several days. However, when Xiao Fan saw that familiar face again, the memories of the past resurfaced, and Xiao Fan once again recalled the fear of being dominated by Suzan. What? This is my territory, can't I come here? Suzan sneered. He laughed. Every time Suzan laughed, nothing good ever happened. Xiao Fan had a premonition that he was about to face terrifying torture. Don't be so nervous, I'm not some kind of devil. Do you have to be like this? Suzan was speechless. Am I that scary looking? I'm totally handsome. Why is Xiao Fan so afraid of me? Besides, she hadn't tormented Xiao Fan these past few days. On the contrary, she had been providing him with good food and drink, even though it was all Xiao Fan's money that was being spent. Why is Xiao Fan so afraid of him? She had prepared quite a few things for Xiao Fan specifically for this important moment. Do you even believe what you're saying? Xiao Fan trembled like a little girl, cowering in the corner, completely at a loss. Immediately, Suzan's gaze fell upon Xiao Ran. At this moment, Xiao Ran hadn't even had a chance to warm up in the hot bath before Suzan ordered his men to throw him out. Where did this stray dog come from? It's a mother and child meeting, such an important occasion, they don't need outsiders to disturb them. Suzan smiled. Today is a day he has been preparing for a long time, and he must not let Xiao Ran's mission disturb him. Other families are enjoying a reunion with their children. Why are you, an outsider, meddling in this? Most importantly, Xiao Ran was incredibly smelly at the moment, and Suzan simply couldn't stand the stench. Of course, this is also because Xiao Ran hasn't taken a shower at all during this period. Come in, madam, your child. No, we should say, our child has been waiting here for many days. Young Master Xiao, you don't need to be so reserved. We have an important guest here today. As Suzan finished speaking, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Xiao Fan. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Xiao Fan's eyes showed not surprise, but rather deep despair. Chapter 34. Would I lie to you? Only now did Xiao Fan remember why Suzan had said today was an important day. Because today is the day his mother, Li Wanxi, comes to Tianshan City to redeem him. As for the conditions for redeeming people, he didn't need to think too much about it. You all probably already know what they are. Xiao Fan never dreamed that Li Wanxi would actually come. And she came alone. Mother, why did you come alone? Did you come to deliver vegetables to Suzan? Xiao Fan was on the verge of tears. He hadn't expected the Xiao family to value him so much, and to actually send Li Wanxi over for his sake. Unfortunately, Xiao Fan was unaware that the Xiao family made this decision after witnessing Suzan's brutal killing of 6 nascent soul cultivators. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just Li Wanxi coming now, but the Xiao family's army. Fanur, my Fanur, Wah, Fanur. When Li Wanxi saw Xiao Fan in the dungeon, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. During this time, she couldn't imagine what kind of torment Xiao Fan had suffered. Suzan, that devil. He's utterly inhuman. He even abused a beauty like her, let alone her Fanur. Wah, Fanur, you've suffered so much these past few days. Mother is so sorry. Li Wanxi gripped the tightly closed cell door, tears streaming down her face. Because Suzan did not open the cell door, nor did he light the candles, and because Li Wangzai's cultivation was sealed by Suzan, Li Wanxi could not see clearly what the inside of the cell looked like. However, blood is thicker than water. Although Li Wanxi did not see Xiao Fan's face clearly, the person in the dungeon was definitely her Xiao Fan. She would never mistake Xiao Fan's aura, even if he had turned to ashes. Mother, seeing Li Wanxi crying with tears streaming down her face, Xiao Fan couldn't help but shed tears as well. He knew what it meant for Li Wanxi to come here alone. Although he had no proof, he could tell from Li Wangzai's somewhat disheveled hair. You son of a bitch, Suzan. Once I get out of here, I will never let you get away with this. Xiao Fan secretly vowed that once he got out of here, he would definitely find an opportunity to tear Suzan to pieces. What a touching scene of motherly love. As an outsider, I feel like I have no reason to be here. Thinking of this, Suzan stepped aside and quietly watched the show he had prepared. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. Seeing that Suzan had left, Xiao Fan finally mustered up the courage to approach Li Wanxi. Fanur, I'm so sorry for making you suffer. Li Wanxi felt ashamed, then lit the candles, ready to take a good look at her son whom she hadn't seen for many days. As the candle was lit, a ray of light instantly illuminated the dimly lit cell, as if darkness had met light. At this moment, Li Wanxi finally saw Xiao Fan's face clearly, the face she hadn't seen for many days. However, the moment Li Wanxi saw Xiao Fan clearly, she broke down emotionally. Because Xiao Fan was not as tormented as she had imagined. On the contrary, he looked radiant and spirited. At this moment, Xiao Fan hardly looked like a prisoner, he seemed more like someone enjoying life in jail. Most importantly, Li Wanxi could smell perfume and shampoo on Xiao Fan. What? You can take a shower in prison? And a hot shower at that? Li Wanxi had lived for so long, and she had never heard of any prison offering such treatment. Fanur you. Li Wanxi broke down. The emotions she had been building up crumbled at the slightest touch. She had been prepared to see Xiao Fan's miserable state and had prepared tissues to catch her tears. With Xiao Fan looking like this right now, how could she possibly cry? How could she possibly cry? She suffered terribly outside, while Xiao Fan was enjoying himself here. How could she accept this? No, mother, please let me explain. It was all arranged by Suzan. Xiao Fan explained. Oh, so, you two were in cahoots, right? Just how much did you take from him? How much did you get in return that made you write that letter and send me here? Li Wanshi was going crazy. Xiao Fan wasn't as miserable as she had imagined, which should have been a happy thing, but she just couldn't be happy. How to put it, if she hadn't gone through those things, she would still be very happy. But the problem is, what she experienced. But the Xiao Fan of today is not the same as she remembered. This made her feel somewhat resentful. It's like she worked herself to the bone, risking her life to save Xiao Fan, only to find him living a carefree life inside. Anyone would feel resentful in that situation. It's a misunderstanding, mother. I didn't do it. How could I do such a thing? Suzan forced me to do it. Xiao Fan said in despair. No wonder Suzan has been treating me to good food and drink all this time. It's all because of this. What a despicable and shameless fellow. You forced me to eat these chicken legs and roast chicken. Did Suzan force you to eat them? Did Suzan force you to take this bath in this hot water? Li Wanshi glared at Xiao Fan. Despite their close blood ties, Li Wanshi looked at Xiao Fan like an enemy. After all, while he was working himself to the bone outside, Xiao Fan was enjoying a life of luxury here all by himself. I didn't. No matter how Xiao Fan tried to explain, Li Wanshi didn't believe him. In the end, Li Wanshi left with a look of disappointment on her face. Wife, what's wrong? Did Xiao Fan upset you? Seeing Li Wangzai's disappointed face, Suzan immediately leaned closer. Why did you do this to me? Li Wanshi burst into tears. In order to save Xiao Fan, she had been abandoned by the Xiao family. Perhaps Xiao Long had already started researching the origin of life with some woman. She had hoped to find some solace in Xiao Fan, but she never expected that Xiao Fan would be living a more comfortable life than she had imagined. In an instant, Li Wanshi felt abandoned, as if no one wanted her anymore. Don't cry, my wife. Since they don't cherish you, then I will. Don't be fooled by the special methods I used on you. My feelings for you are genuine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to all this trouble to bring you here. Suzan said with deep emotion. Is what you're saying true? Li Wanshi is currently very emotionally fragile and desperately needs someone to comfort her. Suzan is undoubtedly the right choice. Of course, would I lie to you? Suzan smiled faintly. My husband. Chapter 35. I was wrong. A few hours later, Suzan returned to the prison. At this moment, Xiao Fan's eyes no longer held their former brilliance. He didn't know why, but Li Wanshi had scolded him severely and even threatened to sever ties with him. Young Master Xiao, it's been a long time. The instigator, Suzan, gave a wicked smile. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you. Xiao Fan was furious. If Suzan hadn't arranged all of this, why would Li Wanshi have treated him like that? What's it to me? I've been terrified you'd die, feeding and caring for you, and you're still blaming me. You don't even thank me for my great mercy, and you actually blame me. I think you really don't want to live anymore. Suzan said with a cold look in his eyes. Hearing Suzan's voice, Xiao Fan finally calmed down. At this moment, he was no match for Suzan at all. He had actually spoken to Suzan in that tone just now. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Thinking of this, Xiao Fan no longer had the arrogant attitude he had just displayed. Even though he was extremely angry, he held back his anger. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. Once I get out of here and gather my strength, I'll get my revenge on Suzan one day. I'm sorry, young Master Su, I was out of my mind just now, otherwise I wouldn't have said such a thing. Xiao Fan immediately backed down. All right, don't look at me like that. Your father treated me so well, so naturally I won't treat you badly. Suzan's lips curled up slightly, displaying the posture of a victor. Seeing Suzan like this, Xiao Fan's defenses were completely broken. If it weren't for the iron gate, he would have rushed over and bit Suzan to death. Don't get so worked up. I told you, I'll treat you well. As Suzan finished speaking, several extremely ugly women, whose appearances could be described as unique, walked in from outside the cell. Young Master Su. The crowd shouted something, but Suzan only nodded without responding or daring to meet their gaze. Give our young Master Xiao a good welcome. He's been holding back for a long time. If my wife hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten that the young Master Xiao used to be a big shot who frequented brothels and loved to squander money. Young Master Xiao will do his best to help any girl who needs his help, regardless of her appearance. Perfect timing. You've been at Yichun Tower for so long without achieving anything. Why not let our benevolent young Master Xiao lend you a hand? After Su Zan finished speaking, the women immediately revealed greedy eyes. He. This is my first time playing with a young master from a Golden Core family. I'm in for a treat. Don't say that. Who would normally choose you? It's the first time for anyone to be chosen. He. That makes sense. I'm still a virgin, so it seems like young Master Xiao isn't at a loss. Yes, it's all thanks to young Master Xiao for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much, young Master Xiao. Hehehe. Xiao Fan stared in horror at the approaching, big men. He tried to say something, but his stomach reacted first. You. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Xiao Fan had roamed the martial world for many years and had never encountered anything like this before. He immediately vomited on the spot. Young Master Xiao, we haven't even made a move yet. How could you vomit like that? That's incredibly rude. Yes, at least, we should wait until we make our move before saying anything. He. Those who disrespect us will pay a price. One of the big men twisted his waist and stretched out his thick fingers, trying to touch Xiao Fan's face. Don't go too far. If you make him stupid, I won't let you get away with it. Su Zan spoke up. Don't worry, young Master Su, we know what we're doing. Upon hearing Su Zan's voice, fear was evident in the eyes of the group. They had all witnessed the previous battle. Su Zan not only killed 6 nascent soul cultivators, but also single-handedly scared away tens of thousands of troops. Su Zan's reputation has already reached the royal family. It's said that several princes want to win him over. Then please be gentle, young Master Xiao. Several burly women pressed closer, but Xiao Fan, being just an ordinary mortal, had no power to resist. Help! Don't come any closer. Young Master Su, help me. Big brother, help me. Xiao Fan's screams echoed in the prison, while Su Zan, the instigator of the whole affair, had long since fled. The next morning, after settling Li Wanxi in, Su Zan came to visit Xiao Fan. Last night, Li Wanxi begged him all night, saying she hoped Su Zan would release Xiao Fan. After all, blood is thicker than water, and as Xiao Fan's relative, Li Wanxi still didn't want to see Xiao Fan locked up in prison forever. After thinking it over, Su Zan finally agreed to Li Wangzai's idea. This was not about letting the tiger return to the mountain. Besides, although Xiao Fan is the protagonist of Destiny, he's been kept locked up and tortured here, and it seems like he's not getting any benefit from it. It's better to release Xiao Fan and let him be his treasure-hunting mouse, so he can get more opportunities for himself. However, even so, after letting Xiao Fan go, how am I supposed to find out his whereabouts? Su Zan began to think. He couldn't be following Xiao Fan around all the time. If Xiao Fan had any good fortune, how would he know? The host may wish to spend 50,000 gold coins to purchase a tracker, which can pinpoint Xiao Fan's location at any time. Furthermore, this tracker is intelligent. It records whatever treasure Xiao Fan finds, making it extremely useful. It only costs 50,000 gold coins to use. Absolutely fair and transparent. Such a good thing. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Zan was immediately tempted, but why did he always feel like the system was trying to trick him? 50,000 gold coins. Wasn't that the reward he got after completing the system task last time? He's spent it all in one go. Oh well, money is money, it's meant to be spent. Once it's used up, it's used up. After thinking it over, Su Zan finally bought the tracker that the system had mentioned. Suddenly finding his wallet empty, Su Zan felt a sense of panic. Looking at the remaining 5,000 gold coins in his system inventory, Su Zan felt a sense of crisis. Inside the prison, Xiao Fan huddled in a corner, trembling, tears welling up in his eyes. He kept muttering, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. I know I was wrong. Beside Xiao Fan lay a corpse, already lifeless. Upon closer inspection, this person was none other than Xiao Ran, who had been imprisoned earlier. Chapter 36. The protagonist calls him Dad. Yesterday, After Xiao Fan fainted, those women weren't satisfied and set their sights on Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was an old man, and with his cultivation destroyed, he couldn't withstand such a blow and was literally played to death. Poor Xiao Ran, a dignified golden core cultivator, actually died in the prison of Tianshan City. Speaking of which, this also breaks the record of the Tianshan City prison. Before Xiao Ran, no golden core cultivator had ever died in prison. Now that Xiao Ran is dead, the prison in Tianshan City has become infamous. Rumors have already spread that the Heavenly Mountain City prison is an inescapable place even for golden core cultivators, leaving behind considerable fear for those evildoers who attempt to commit crimes. Upon entering the prison, the women from yesterday were gone, leaving only Xiao Fan trembling alone. My dear young master Xiao, you're not as benevolent as the rumors say. This is nothing, and you've already turned out like this. Su Zan joked. When Xiao Fan saw Su Zan, his eyes no longer held anger, but instead looked pleading for help. When he saw Su Zan, it was as if he had seen a lifeline, and he wanted to grab it tightly. Big brother, young master Su, please stop torturing me. I've already done as you asked. My mother came here personally as you instructed. Is there anything else you're not satisfied with? Please let me go. I'm really scared, I really can't take any more of this. Xiao Fan pleaded. Seeing Xiao Fan's pleading expression, Su Zan felt a strange sense of pleasure. Perhaps this was the unique joy that villains experience when they successfully suppress the protagonist. Alright, since you're being so sensible, I won't make things difficult for you. Su Zan's words made Xiao Fan feel like he was bathed in a spring breeze. At this moment, he felt that Su Zan was simply the best person in the world. Wah, thank you, young Master Su. Thank you, young Master Su. I will never forget your great kindness. Xiao Fan immediately kowtowed to Su Zan. Look, he should thank us. Seeing Xiao Fan kneeling and begging for mercy, Su Zan almost burst out laughing. However, there's no need for polite words. Since you're so grateful to me, you should at least show some sincerity, right? Su Zan spoke up. Brother, just tell me. If it's something I can do, I definitely will. Xiao Fan was on the verge of tears. At this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. As long as he could escape from this hellish place, he was willing to call Su Zan father. It's not really a difficult request. It's just that, given our current relationship, shouldn't you call me Dad? Su Zan suddenly had a mischievous urge. Dad, my dear Dad, young Master Su, from today onwards, you are my dad. You are even closer than my own father. If it weren't for you taking care of me during this time, young Master Su, I would have died long ago. You're even closer to me than my own father. Xiao Fan clung to Su Zan's leg, and despite his deep reluctance, he had no choice but to utter these insincere words. Ha, my good son, you're so good. Wan Shi really gave birth to a wonderful son. Su Zan laughed heartily and patted Xiao Fan's head. Faced with such an insulting act, Xiao Fan was not angry at all. Instead, he greeted him with a smile, as if Su Zan really was his father. It was at this moment that Su Zan successfully placed the tracker into Xiao Fan's body. Damn it, I have to curse this system. The tracker only works if I pet the other person's head like a dog. Otherwise, there will be an additional charge. He knew it. The things the system recommended were definitely not well intentioned. Fortunately, I now have Xiao Fan firmly under my control, so installing a tracker won't be a problem. If it were a different protagonist, Su Zan would have wasted 50,000 gold coins for nothing. My dear son, congratulations, you can leave now. Su Zan waved his hand. Is it really possible? Xiao Fan swallowed hard, somewhat incredulous. He glanced at Su Zan, fearing that Su Zan was just teasing him. Don't worry, a gentleman's word is his bond. When have I ever lied to you? Or is it that there's something about this place that you still feel attached to? Staying isn't out of the question. Oh, by the way, those girls from yesterday had a really good opinion of you. If you'd like to stay and keep them company, that's perfectly acceptable. Su Zan's lips curled up slightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's expression immediately changed. He would rather die than experience what happened yesterday again. Yesterday, He was almost killed by those devils, but luckily Xiao Ran took the blow for him. Alas, Elder Xiao Ran, as a protector of the Tao, is indeed a man of great loyalty and righteousness. It's a pity I couldn't protect him. Looking at Xiao Ran, who had become a corpse, Xiao Fan felt a pang of guilt. If it weren't for me, I wouldn't have dragged Xiao Ran into this mess. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Seeing that Su Zan seemed genuinely going to let him go, Xiao Fan quickly knelt down and kowtowed several times to Su Zan. However, Father, before I leave, I have one small request, and I hope you can grant it. Xiao Fan said cautiously. Oh, what are your requirements? Tell me. Su Zan felt very comfortable with Xiao Fan calling him Dad. If Su Zan's request wasn't too unreasonable, then Su Zan wouldn't mind fulfilling his wish to have his eldest son. I hope Father can give Elder Xiao Ran a proper burial. After all, he sacrificed himself for me. I don't want to see his body abandoned in the wilderness after he dies. Xiao Fan spoke up. Don't worry, it's a small problem, I promise you. Su Zan readily agreed. It was just burying someone, a simple matter. As long as Xiao Ran isn't thrown into a mass grave, there won't be any problems. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Xiao Fan knelt down again. Su Zan then released Xiao Fan from his restraints. The moment the confinement was lifted, Xiao Fan felt as if he had been reborn. They're back. They're all back. My cultivation. It's all back. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fan shouted excitedly. This is goodbye forever, young Master Su. Xiao Fan hurriedly stood up and rushed out of the prison without looking back, as if a flood or ferocious beast was chasing him. Never to meet again. No, we'll meet again soon. Su Zan watched Xiao Fan's disheveled escape and a smug smile appeared on his lips. Xiao Fan, having just left the prison, greedily inhaled the fresh air outside. The sunlight shining on his face gave him a feeling of being reborn. But the fear that Su Zan instilled in him did not dissipate. Chapter 37. Su Zan's parents' attitude. There was no way around it. The experiences of the past few days were simply too unforgettable for Xiao Fan. Even if he killed Su Zan in the future, he would never forget them. To heal the emotional wounds I've suffered during this time, I need to go to Yichun Tower and find a few girls to comfort myself. Xiao Fan thought to himself. At the same time, he also needed to figure out why the Xiao family sent Li Wanxi over, and what exactly happened that he didn't know. After all, given the Xiao family's strength and Xiaolong's personality, they wouldn't necessarily do such a thing. Shuiner, what's the deal with that woman you brought back yesterday? On the other side, after dealing with Xiao Fan's matter, Su Hai, with a somewhat strange expression, called Su Zan into the study. He had naturally heard about Xiao Fan's recent actions and knew that a woman had recently entered the Su residence looking for Su Zan. As a father, he couldn't possibly ignore something like this. They've come knocking on our door. It's hard to say what bad thing Su Zan did to them. If it really is as I imagine, then I must give Su Zan some serious advice and make sure he doesn't betray her heart. However, what Su Hai didn't know was that Li Wanxi didn't come with a heart full of love. It was good enough that she didn't bring a knife. Oh, you mean Li Wanxi? She's the person in charge of the Xiao family, a sensitive title, and she came to the Su family to discuss Xiao Fan's matter. Su Zan explained. Hearing Su Zan say that, Su Hai was immediately embarrassed and swallowed the words he had prepared. Originally, he was prepared to give Su Zan a good talking to and impart his decades of dating experience. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't come with romantic intentions, but rather to negotiate with her. Ahem, you should have said so earlier. I see. What conditions did the Xiao family propose? Su Hai coughed to ease the awkwardness, and then continued the topic. The condition is very simple. She herself is the condition. In fact, this was the condition I originally proposed to the Xiao family. Su Zan said calmly. So that's how it is. What did you say? Su Hai was momentarily confused about what Su Zan had just said and what conditions he had proposed. I said, this was originally the condition I proposed to the Xiao family. Su Zan was somewhat confused and repeated himself. My hair? Su Hai asked in surprise. What? Hearing Su Zan's reply again, Su Hai was incredulous. I originally thought Su Zan called Li Wanxi over to discuss the conditions for the Su family to release Xiao Fan, but I didn't expect that she was the one who was supposed to be the condition for Xiao Fan's release. For a moment, Su Hai didn't know what to say. He was already prepared to extort money from the Xiao family. Don't worry, father, I have my own plans. Besides, this isn't a loss for us at all. In fact, it's a huge profit for us. Su Zan spoke up. All right, since you put it that way, then there's no problem. Su Hai's main concern was that this deal wasn't worthwhile. In his opinion, it would be better to exchange a pile of supplies for a woman. Although this woman had a somewhat perverse sense of humor overall, supplies were still more practical. However, since Su Zan said that this deal was profitable, he couldn't say anything more. What a joke. In just one night, Su Zan gained the peak of Foundation Establishment Cultivation plus 10 drops of Immortal Essence. Putting everything else aside, even if you sold the Su family and the Xiao family, you still couldn't get these 10 drops of Immortal Essence. This is something related to immortals. It's said that if you keep taking it, you might even eventually qualify to become an immortal. However, the exact dosage is unknown. However, there's something I still want to ask. What exactly is your attitude towards that woman? Su Hai asked curiously. If it's just for fun, then once she gets tired of it, Li Wanxi will be of no use anymore. Rather than keeping her in the Su family, it would be better to kill her or trade her with other families. Given Li Wangzai's current situation, the Xiao family will definitely not accept her again. However, Li Wangzai's beauty was undeniable. In her youth, she was known as the most beautiful woman in Tianshui City. Su Hai believed that if this was used as a gimmick, a good deal could definitely be negotiated. As for staying, Su Hai had considered it, but he always felt a little awkward about it. After all, Li Wanxi was about the same age as him. Why would someone his age call him Dad? Su Hai felt something was off. Father, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I have already promised to take care of her, and naturally I will take good care of her. There's no need to say more about that. Su Zan spoke up. Although Su Zan only set his sights on Li Wanxi to complete the system's mission, she is now his woman. Besides, Li Wanxi is now homeless, and she definitely can't go back to the Xiao family. The only one who can take her in is herself. Su Zan was a compassionate person and couldn't bear to see these young women in distress suffer. Sigh. All right, since you like it, I won't say anything more, but you'd better watch carefully. Seeing that Su Zan liked it, Su Hai didn't say anything more. It's like updating a game. It's always the player who adapts to the game, not the other way around. If you don't like playing it, then don't play it. Su Hai is in a similar situation. He may not accept Li Wanxi, but in terms of seniority, he is Li Wangzai's father, even if they are not blood relatives. Thank you for your kindness, father. Su Zan smiled. Ahem, but speaking of which, when did you develop this kind of hobby? I've never heard of it before. Isn't a girl like Su Ru good enough? Su Hai couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Having raised Su Zan for so many years, this was the first time Su Hai had ever known that Su Zan had this kind of hobby. Moreover, Su Zan's performance during this period has exceeded his expectations, but he is still his own child. Ahem, well, that's a long story. Su Zan gave an awkward smile. He couldn't very well tell Su Hai about the system, could he? Although Su Hai was his nominal father, he was a transmigrator, and they didn't seem to know each other very well. All right, I won't say much more, but you must be careful not to play with fire and get burned. Su Hai reminded him. This kind of thing can only be done if you are stronger than the other party, otherwise, it will be difficult if you encounter a strong opponent. Don't worry, father, I will be careful. Su Zan nodded. Just kidding, nobody values their life more than him. Chapter 38. The Cautious Mo Qingyu. In that case, I'm relieved. Now that you've made your choice, treat her well. Oh, by the way, you absolutely mustn't tell your mom about this, or I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. Su Hai gave instructions. Su Hai was afraid that Wang Ping would disagree after she found out about this, since this kind of thing was indeed not something that could be discussed openly. Just as Su Zan was about to agree, a faint voice sounded from outside the door. What can't you tell me? The door was pushed open, just like the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he appears. Su-hai had just mentioned Wang Ping when Wang Ping pushed open the door and walked in. Su-hai, you need to explain yourself clearly. What is it that you can't tell me? As soon as Wang Ping came up, she grabbed Su-hai's ear. This dignified Golden Core expert couldn't even muster the thought of resisting and was immediately under Wang Ping's control. Having no other choice, Su-hai had to tell Wang Ping everything about Suzan. What's wrong with that? Isn't this a good thing? As long as Shuner likes it, what's wrong with it? Su-hai had expected a bloody storm, but Wang Ping's actions surprised him. He thought Wang Ping would use this as an opportunity to give him a good scolding. Madam, do you really think this is a good thing? Su-hai asked, puzzled. Of course, would I lie to Shuner's face? Wang Ping smiled. Then, Wang Ping released her grip on Su-hai's ear, walked up to Suzan, and said gently, Shuner, since you've made this decision, you must treat her well. No matter who she is, as long as you truly like her, your mother will support you. A warm feeling welled up in Suzan's heart. Is this what they call villains being all in the same boat? To be honest, he suddenly understood why so many people like the villains in novels. The main thing is that they have a harmonious family and their own conditions are not bad. Who wouldn't like that? After all, nobody wants a family where neither grandparents nor uncles care for them. Mother, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of her. Suzan smiled. After chatting about everyday matters, Suzan excused himself and left, saying he needed to cultivate. Watching Suzan's departing figure, Su-hai couldn't help but ask again, Madam, do you really support her? The other party is Li Wanshi. What Suzan didn't know was that in the past, Li Wanshi and Wang Ping were mortal enemies. One was known as the #1 beauty in Tianshui City, and the other was the #1 beauty in Tianshan City. The two had some friction in their early years, which was later resolved, but these things still bothered Wang Ping. Su-hai was afraid that Wang Ping was being hypocritical and might sabotage Suzan behind his back. What's wrong with supporting it? Besides, with Shuner's current strength, what good would it do if we refused? Wang Ping smiled. Su-hai suddenly realized, yes, Suzan is now a ruthless person who can kill 6 nascent soul cultivators in a row. I, as his parents, am only at the Golden Core stage. Even if I disagree, what difference would it make to Suzan? Shuner has grown up. We don't need to interfere too much in many things. I think it's time for you to step down as the head of the Su family. Shuner is capable now, so it's better to let him take over as soon as possible. You're not getting any younger, so you should take advantage of this time to cultivate properly, otherwise you'll be left behind by Shuner. Wang Ping smiled faintly. Earlier, Su-hai was also a well-known genius, whose talent was not much different from that of Suzan. However, having inherited the position of family head, Su-hai has rarely focused on cultivation in recent years. So many years have passed, and Su-hai's cultivation level remains at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Although Su-hai is in his prime, once he reaches the Golden Core realm, he can no longer make rapid progress as easily as before. What you say makes sense, madam. I never imagined that time would pass so quickly. Shuner is already capable of handling things on his own and has even surpassed his old father. Back when Shuner was first born, he was only the size of a palm. Now he's so big. Su-hai sighed. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and his 2 companions, who had come from the Tianwei sect, finally arrived in Tianshan City. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Tianshan City was besieged by tens of thousands of troops and that nascent soul cultivators were attacking it? Why is it such a peaceful scene? Mo Qingyu stood on her flying sword, looking down at Tianshan City. As a nascent soul cultivator, she felt very strange. She could sense that a nascent soul cultivator had indeed been here during this period, but their aura had disappeared. The cautious Mo Qingyu immediately became alert. She had a feeling that there might be some hidden powerful figure lying in ambush in Tianshan City. Otherwise, how could those tens of thousands of troops and those nascent soul cultivators have vanished without a trace? Master, look, there's a whole bunch of stoves here. Yi Fan rode his flying sword to the outskirts of Tianshan City and discovered a large number of stoves that had not been taken away. Preliminary calculations estimate that there are tens of thousands of units. Based on 1 stove per person, There are at least 50,000 stoves here, which matches the information Yi Fan had previously obtained. In addition, some equipment was scattered on the ground, as if it had been frightened. What on earth could have scared away tens of thousands of troops? They didn't even have time to pack up their cooking stoves. And they even abandoned so much equipment. Mo Qingyu suddenly felt a little scared. If the stove couldn't be moved in time, it could be interpreted as a strategic relocation or something similar. But they're even giving up their equipment. Something must have happened to them. She even suspected that the Tianshan city before her had been occupied by some demonic cultivators, and that the piece she saw was just an illusion. What frightened her even more was that she hadn't noticed any trace of illusion here. What does this mean? It means there's a huge problem here. If you can't see the problem here, doesn't that mean the other party's strength is far superior to yours? If someone is above me, doesn't that mean they are at least a nascent soul cultivator? In the Heavenly Might sect, apart from those few ancestors and the sect leader, there is no one else who has reached the nascent soul stage. This doesn't feel good. Should I run away? But wouldn't it be too embarrassing to run away? I'm doing this in front of my disciple in Rushui. No, perhaps I lost my chance to escape the moment I stepped into this place. The other party is at least a nascent soul cultivator, while I am only a core formation cultivator. How could they let me leave so easily? Chapter 39. Surprise. Mo Qingyu imagined many possibilities, and the more she imagined them, the more she felt that she was doomed. On the other side, Yi Fan observed his surroundings but found nothing unusual. Apart from the stove and equipment, there were no signs of a battle. Master, what's going on? Yi Fan asked softly, looking at the ring. Although Yi Fan didn't understand, he had a knowledgeable master. I don't know either, but there's no danger in Tianshan City. I didn't sense any aura. The woman spoke first. She was also puzzled as to why Tianshan City was so peaceful, but she did not sense any powerful aura, unless the other party was stronger than her. Of course, if it were the latter, then even if they struggled, they wouldn't have a chance to survive, so it could only be the first one. That means, nothing happened to Tianshan City. Master, let's go into the city and take a look. I don't feel there's any danger here. Yi Fan said to Mo Qingyu. Go into the city. If we go into the city, wouldn't that mean facing a nascent soul cultivator head-on? Wouldn't that be like handing them free food? But running away is not very realistic, since the other side has definitely already locked onto him. I can die, but at least I can't let Rushui and Xiaofanzi get hurt. Do not speak lightly of your thoughts. Therefore, Mo Qingyu decided to meet the so-called nascent soul expert. If the other party was easy to talk to, he might let them go. What's wrong? Is there a problem, master? Seeing Mo Qingyu's hesitant expression, Yi Fan thought that Mo Qingyu had discovered something. Ah, it's all right. Let's talk about it after we get into the city. Mo Qingyu gave an awkward smile. Soon, the two arrived at the city gate of Tianshan City. Could you please hand over the ticket for entering the city? Hey. Isn't this young Master Yi? You're back. The soldiers guarding the city were just about to collect their fees in a routine manner when they saw that the person who came was Yi Fan. They were so excited that they almost jumped up. Wasn't this Yi Fan? Yi Fan is a celebrity in Tianshan City, a genius on par with Su Zan. Yi Fan's story of rising from nothing has inspired many people in Tianshan City. Previously, Yi Fan went to the Tianwei sect to cultivate, and it was thought that they would not see each other again for a long time. Unexpectedly, they met again so soon. Young Master Yi, I'm your idol. I'm your fan. The soldiers guarding the city were so excited when they saw Yi Fan that they even misspoke. The captain of the city guards frowned as he came down from the city gate when he saw the commotion. When he saw that the person who came was Yi Fan, he became excited. Young Master Yi, Miss Mo, it's been a long time. After we parted ways, I thought it would be years before we met again. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Pan Russian said excitedly. Back then, he and Yi Fan became acquainted through a fight, and he even captured Yi Fan when the Sun family was the city lord of Tianshan City. Later, after being enlightened by Yi Fan, Pan Russian abandoned his evil ways and joined the Su family. Otherwise, Pan Russian would probably have already turned into dust in the wind and scattered. Therefore, at the farewell banquet for Yi Fan, Pan Russian was the one who cried the loudest, and later he even got drunk and had to be sent back home. Captain Pan, it's been a long time. Yi Fan returned a polite smile, as did Mo Rushui. As Yi Fan's girlfriend, Pan Russian knew some things about Yi Fan's relationship. The two exchanged pleasantries. Oh dear, what a lapse in judgment I've made. How could I let our esteemed guest stand at the city gate for so long? Let them through immediately. Pan Russian slapped his forehead. In the midst of their conversation, he had almost forgotten that Yi Fan and the other two were still standing outside the city gate. Soon, Pan Russian invited Yi Fan into Tianshan City. Young Master Yi, Miss Mo, if I may be so bold as to ask, what is the name of this fairy-like lady beside you? Pan Russian then noticed that Yi Fan had another beautiful woman by his side, and she looked somewhat like Mo Rushui. Pan Russian sighed inwardly, as expected of young Master Yi. He's surrounded by beautiful women, while I'm still single at my age. She is my master. Yi Fan spoke. So it's master. My apologies. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Pan Russian broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that the beautiful woman in front of him was actually Yi Fan's master. Did that mean that the big shot in front of him was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Might sect? I thought someone of that status would be a gray-bearded old man, but I never expected her to be a beautiful woman. This completely changed Pan Russian's understanding. Faner's friend is my friend, you don't need to be so polite with me. Mo Qingyu was very approachable and had a friendly smile. Not at all, you're a grown-up. Pan Russian smiled somewhat awkwardly. He dared not be polite to Mo Qingyu. After all, what was her status compared to his? Furthermore, even if the other party wasn't Yi Fan's master, he was still a powerful nascent soul cultivator. How could a mere golden core cultivator like himself dare to be so polite to him? Mo Qingyu smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. By the way, young Master Yi, you've come back this time to see Su Zan and Miss Wen, haven't you? Pan Russian spoke up. Yes, what happened to them? After chatting for a while, Yi Fan was about to speak when Pan Russian spoke first. Indeed, a major event has occurred these past few days. Young Master Yi, you probably don't know, but a few days ago, a nascent soul cultivator attacked our Tianshan city. Pan Russian said with a solemn expression. That day, he almost thought he was going to die. A nascent soul cultivator. What happened next? Yi Fan and Mo Qingyu couldn't help but ask at the same time. Although Yi Fan was somewhat surprised as to why Mo Qingyu acted this way, he didn't say anything more. After all, the fact that Mo Qingyu acted this way shows that Yi Fan's family and friends also hold a very high place in her heart. You have no idea. Back then, our Tianshan city was on the verge of certain death. Even the city's protective formation was breached. It was all thanks to that person. Recalling the previous scene, Pan Russian still felt like he had narrowly escaped death. After all, as a member of the guard team, he had faced those 6 nascent soul cultivators head-on back then. Just facing 6 nascent soul cultivators head-on almost scared him to death, let alone after they stormed into the city. What important person? Mo Qingyu couldn't help but ask, and Yi Fan did the same. Finally is it coming, that legendary nascent soul cultivator. If it weren't for him, Mo Qingyu would never understand how Tianshan City survived being surrounded by 6 nascent soul cultivators and tens of thousands of troops. Do not speak lightly of your thoughts. Chapter 40. Return to Tianshan City. Who else could it be? It's young Master Su, of course. Thanks to young Master Su's intervention, otherwise our Tianshan City would have been gone long ago. Pan Russian said with a face full of admiration. Pan Russian was present when Su Zan killed 6 nascent soul cultivators, leaving a very deep impression on him. Normally, those high and mighty nascent soul cultivators would be slaughtered like dogs one day. The person who slaughtered them was just a teenager. It can be said that Su Zan's battle has undoubtedly fulfilled the childhood dreams of many people. Young Master Su. Which young Master Su? Yi Fan was somewhat surprised. He had a vague guess in his mind, but he dared not believe it. Who else could it be but young Master Su? Young Master Yi, have you forgotten? It's your good brother, Su Zan. Pan Russian said with some doubt. Yi Fan doesn't seem like the kind of heartless person. How come he's already forgotten about Su Zan after only a few days at the Heavenly Might sect? Captain Pan, don't kid me. Don't I know my brother Suzan well? He is talented, but he's only at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly cross two major realms to kill a nascent soul cultivator? Yi Fan still found it hard to believe. He had known Suzan for so long, how could he not know Suzan's background? Earlier, Suzan could be considered his equal, but since he achieved the divine rank foundation establishment, Suzan has become no match for him. Moreover, after being chosen by the Heavenly Might sect, the gap between the two of them has been widening. When he left that day, he was already at the peak of foundation establishment, while Suzan was still stuck at the early stage of foundation establishment. Even if Suzan had some extraordinary encounters, it was impossible for him to break through several major realms in just a few days. Unless you're cheating. Even now, I can't defeat a nascent soul cultivator who is above my level. At most, I can only escape from their grasp. And what was Suzan's record? He directly killed 6 nascent soul cultivators, all in just 5 minutes. Yi Fan had only ever seen such a record on nascent soul cultivators, never on foundation establishment cultivators. Mo Qingyu was also shocked. She originally thought that it was a nascent soul cultivator who had saved Tianshan City, but she never expected it to be Suzan. Mo Qingyu had also heard of Suzan from Yi Fan. This boy who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Fan now possesses such formidable strength. Could it be that you, young Master Yi, left some kind of backup plan for young Master Su? Then I have no idea. Pan Russian was also curious about how Suzan had such strength. He initially guessed that Yi Fan had left Suzan some kind of backup plan, otherwise there was no other way to explain it. However, judging from Yi Fan's expression now, he is also very puzzled about this matter. I wish I had that kind of backup plan. Yi Fan smiled wryly. If he really had such a backup plan, he would have already dominated the entire Qi kingdom. After all, that's the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator. Well, if you have any doubts, young Master Yi, you might as well just ask young Master Su. Since the two of you know each other so well, young Master Su certainly won't hide anything from you. Pan Russian laughed. That's right, everything will be clear once we meet Brother Su. Yi Fan nodded. However, no matter what, Yi Fan was genuinely happy for Suzan. After all, without Suzan's sudden display of divine power, Tianshan City would probably have been razed to the ground by now. It was all thanks to Suzan that Tianshan City was saved and his mother was protected. However, what Yi Fan didn't know was that Suzan not only saved his mother, but also to kill a nascent soul cultivator with only foundation establishment cultivation. I'm quite curious about you, brother. Curiosity gleamed in Mo Qingyu's eyes. All right, young Master Yi, I'll leave you here. I still have a mission to complete, so I won't keep you company any longer. Pan Russian chatted with Yi Fan all the way until his subordinate sent a message via paging, at which point he remembered that he still had a mission to complete. We'll talk again next time, Captain Pan. You can go ahead and get busy. Yi Fan saw Pan Russian off. Then, led by Yi Fan, Mo Qingyu and Yi Fan began to walk towards the Su family's location. Along the way, people were talking about Suzan's heroic deeds, recounting how Suzan had killed those 6 nascent soul cultivators that day. Yi Fan and his 2 companions, their faces full of gossip, naturally took all of this into account. It seems Captain Pan wasn't lying. The one who killed 6 nascent soul cultivators really was Brother Su. Yi Fan asked in surprise. If only one person says so, it might be false, but since everyone says so, Yi Fan has to start to doubt the truth of the matter. Disciple, I feel there's something fishy about this. According to you, Suzan is only at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly have the power to kill a nascent soul cultivator? I think it would be better if we stayed here for the night and carefully investigated to see if there was anything suspicious. Mo Qingyu said cautiously. She strongly suspected that some powerful being had set a trap here, and she needed to investigate. If the investigation uncovers any problems, she will have to ask someone to seek help from the Heavenly Might sect. After hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Yi Fan thought about them for a while and felt that they made sense. This matter is too strange, and Yi Fan also suspects that there may be other people involved. Yi Fan even began to suspect those young masters from powerful families. Perhaps this was a trap they had set to lure him in. Anyway, There's still plenty of time, so Yi Fan isn't in a hurry. The most important thing right now is to ensure his own safety. Okay, master, I'll listen to you. Better safe than sorry. Yi Fan always kept this principle in mind. Soon, Yi Fan and his two companions arrived at an inn. To conceal their identities, Yi Fan covered his face. Hello, sir, madam. How many rooms would you like? The waiter quickly came to greet them. Seeing that Yi Fan was with two beautiful women, it was obvious that he was someone of high status. At the same time, he also envied Yi Fan. What kind of important person could have women of this caliber, and even two at once? Let's get two superior rooms. Yi Fan spoke. All right, sir. The waiter didn't try to impress Yi Fan. He simply handed him the plaques for the two superior rooms. Seeing Yi Fan hand one of the pieces to Mo Qingyu, the waiter was filled with mixed emotions. The rich have such different interests. Are they planning a night raid? This is truly eye-opening. The waiter was so jealous that Kun Kun turned purple with envy. When would he be able to live the life he had now? Forget it. Let's think about when we can get our hands on the boss's daughter first. The waiter shook his head. Chapter 41. Madam, aren't you going back? Madam, aren't you going back? Su Zan returned to the room and embraced Li Wanxi. Forget it. Given how the Shao family has treated me, there's no point in me going back. I might as well stay here with you. Li Wanxi replied tenderly. In just over one night, Li Wanxi had already fallen for him. This is undoubtedly related to his own hard work. Of course, the Shao family's attitude towards Li Wanxi also played a crucial role. If it weren't for Xiaolong's request, Li Wanxi wouldn't have become disheartened with the Shao family. Don't you have any lingering feelings for Xiaolong at all? After all, you've known each other for over 20 years. Su Zan smiled. Li Wanxi shook her head. So what if it's been more than 20 years? It's been more than 20 years, and only now do I realize that he was nothing more than a man who sold his wife for personal gain. Only now do I realize that it really only takes a moment to hate someone. Li Wanxi smiled. Ever since Xiaolong did that day, Li Wanxi has completely given up on him. Moreover, during this period, the Shao family hasn't even had anyone to deliver messages. Perhaps Xiaolong is already having an affair with some woman from who knows where. Now, my heart belongs only to you, so please don't let me down. Don't worry, my lady, I will protect you for the rest of my life. If anyone tries to harm you, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Su Zan's swearing to the heavens amused Li Wanxi. Although she knew Su Zan was just making empty promises, Li Wanxi, in her current state, really loved to believe it. She could never go back to the Shao family, and her maternal family was long gone. Now, only Su Zan was willing to accept her. No matter how big the promises Su Zan made were, she had to accept them. Su Zan gently stroked Li Wangzai's hair, a slight smile playing on his lips. Since the Shao family treats you this way, how about I destroy the Shao family? Su Zan said with a hint of mischievousness. Li Wanxi shook her head. You're so young, how come you have so many bad intentions? They've already taken me for themselves, yet they still want to kill them. The Shao family has treated me quite well. At least in the past 20 years, they haven't mistreated me. Please give me face and let them go. Now, I belong to you forever. Li Wanxi said with deep affection. All right, in that case, I'll listen to you. Su Zan smiled. After all, Li Wanxi was the person he was going to spend his life with, so Su Zan had to respect her decision. Of course, this only applies to today. If the Shao family does anything foolish in the future, I wouldn't mind wiping them out. Oh, no, I should say that if Shao Fan is just slacking off and not putting up with his efforts, then he has no choice but to do this in order to put some pressure on Shao Fan. By the way, what about Faner? How is he now? After all, it was her own child, so Li Wanxi still cared about him. Don't worry, I've put it back as we agreed. That's good, that's good. Upon hearing this, Li Wanxi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Shao Fan was still in prison, which would make things difficult. What, are you afraid I won't keep my word? Su Zan smiled. How could I not believe my husband? But, after all, he is my child. I've watched him grow up all these years, so it's only natural that I care about him. Li Wanxi shook her head and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Fan is your child, so naturally he is also my child. From now on, whenever I see him, I will treat him as my own son." Su Zan laughed heartily. "You're so mean." Li Wanxi rolled her eyes at Su Zan. How could Su Zan be so wicked? He's not that old, what's going on in his head? In order to correct Su Zan's bad ideas, Li Wanxi decided to personally teach Su Zan a lesson. Ha 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 ha, I'm back, I'm finally back. After a day and a night of travel, Xiao Fan finally returned to the Xiao family home. However, just as Xiao Fan was about to enter, he was stopped by the security guard. "Where did this beggar come from? Get the hell away from me. Do you know where you are? This is the Xiao residence. You must be tired of living, daring to come here." The gatekeeper of the Xiao residence, seeing Xiao Fan dressed in tattered clothes and covered in wounds, couldn't help but speak with some disdain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was instantly enraged. He glared at the guards and shouted, "Are you all blind? I am Xiao Fan, are you blind?" The two guards looked at each other and carefully examined Xiao Fan. He was dressed in rags, his face was dirty, his hair was disheveled, and he looked utterly wretched. Most importantly, Xiao Fan also had an indescribable stench, like a pair of smelly socks that hadn't been washed for days. "Fuck you, you stinking beggar, how dare you impersonate our young Master Xiao? Our young Master Xiao is handsome and dashing, he walks with an air of elegance, how could he possibly be a stinking beggar like you? If you're young Master Xiao, then I'm still Patriarch Xiao Long. You're like a toad trying to eat swan meat, dream on. This is my last warning to you. If you don't get out of here, don't force me to use a stick on you." The gatekeeper remained unmoved and even raised his stick as if to drive Xiao Fan away. Xiao Fan was trembling with anger, but he was helpless. He knew that his current appearance was indeed hard to believe. "That's right, the token. I still have the token." Xiao Fan hurriedly searched his body for the token that symbolized his identity. Finally, he found the token in a tattered bag. Ha ha ha, heaven is on my side. With this token, let's see who dares to touch me. Xiao Fan laughed heartily. Is this beggar crazy? What is he laughing at? The gatekeepers exchanged bewildered glances, somewhat confused about what Xiao Fan was trying to do. "Open your dog eyes. Look carefully. This is my identification token." "Ouch, why are you hitting me?" Xiao Fan raised his token, ready to unleash his fury, but to his surprise, the gatekeeper responded with several large sticks. "Go to hell, didn't I warn you? If you don't get out of here, you're going to get a beating. You won't listen, will you?" The security guard brandished his big stick and beat Xiao Fan so badly he was running away in a panic. Xiao Fan tried to resist, but Su Zan, who was in the ditch, did not release him from his restraints when he let him go. At this moment, Xiao Fan was still an ordinary person, and he was no match for the two Foundation establishment gatekeepers. He was knocked unconscious in no time. "Brother, I think I just heard this beggar shouting about some kind of token. Did I hear that right? Where is there any token? You must have misheard me." As the gatekeeper spoke, he lifted Xiao Fan up, preparing to throw him into the alley. At that moment, the token fell from Xiao Fan's hand. "What is that?" The gatekeeper stomped on the token, shattering it into pieces. Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't think much of it and left after leading Xiao Fan to the alley. Chapter 42. Where did the stray dog come from? After a long while, Xiao Fan slowly woke up. By the time he woke up, it was already evening. He felt pain all over his body, his head was spinning, and something was touching his face. Go to hell, where did this stray dog come from? Xiao Fan chased away the stray dog that was licking him. Xiao Fan opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar and dirty alley around him, a surge of grief and indignation welling up in his heart. He never imagined that after going through so many hardships to return to the Xiao family, he would end up like this. Ah, those two damned, blind bastards, when I get back to the Xiao family, I'll make you pay. Oh, right, and that Su Zan. I let you be the local bully on your turf. Once I get back to the Xiao family, I'll definitely have someone kill you. Xiao Fan said through gritted teeth. At this moment, his hatred for Su Zan reached a new level. He wished he could devour Su Zan's flesh and drink his blood. If it weren't for Su Zan, How could he have ended up in this state? Besides, he also needs to figure out why his father sent Li Wanxi to the Su family. Isn't this just sending food to the Su family? Xiao Fan looked down at his tattered clothes and the wounds all over his body, and the anger in his heart burned brighter and brighter. He had to find a way to return to the Xiao family and prove his identity. Suddenly, Xiao Fan thought of someone, the butler, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen had been with the Xiao family for many years and had always been loyal to him. He would definitely recognize him. Uncle Chen goes to a small workshop to buy wine every afternoon. As long as I wait for him there, I'm sure I'll be able to get some. Xiao Fan thought to himself. However, it is already night, and according to the time, Uncle Chen has already left, so he has to spend the night in this alley. Damn it, it's all your fault, Su Zan. When I get back to the Xiao family, I'll have someone kill you. A moment later, Xiao Fan found a relatively clean corner in the alley and curled up. The night wind was a bit chilly, and he hugged his tattered clothes tightly, trying to ward off the cold. His hatred for Su Zan and the two guards surged within him, and he kept thinking about how he would take revenge after returning to the Xiao family. In the darkness, Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with anger. He secretly vowed that once he returned to the Xiao family, he would immediately gather men to assassinate Su Zan. He wanted Su Zan to pay a heavy price for what he had done to him. He wanted Su Zan to pay tenfold. That night, Xiao Fan barely slept a wink. Hunger, cold, and pain tormented him, but the anger and determination for revenge in his heart sustained him. Finally, the sky began to lighten, and a new day had begun. Xiao Fan couldn't wait to get up and head towards the small workshop that Chen Bo often frequented. His steps were somewhat unsteady, but his eyes were unusually firm. Along the way, he endured the strange looks from passers-by, with only one thought in his mind: to find Uncle Chen and return to the Xiao family. When Xiao Fan arrived at the small workshop, it was still early, and the workshop had not yet opened. He paced anxiously nearby, glancing towards the workshop every now and then, hoping for Uncle Chen's appearance. During this time, he was almost mistaken for a suspect by the law enforcement team. If they hadn't seen that he was starving to death and had no ability to commit a crime, they would have been wrong. Otherwise, Xiao Fan would be thrown into jail again. Fortunately, Xiao Fan did not come away empty-handed. Some members of the law enforcement team took pity on him and bought him 2 steamed buns, which filled his stomach. Finally, after a long wait, Uncle Chen appeared. Xiao Fan rushed forward excitedly, shouting, "Uncle Chen! It's me, Xiao Fan! It's me, Xiao Fan!" Chen Bo was initially startled, but upon closer inspection, he recognized the disheveled man in front of him as Xiao Fan. He gaped in astonishment. "Young master, how did you become like this?" Xiao Fan briefly told Uncle Chen about his experience. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen was furious. "Those 2 guards are really going too far. Young master, let's go back to the Xiao family right away. I will definitely get justice for you." Uncle Chen said indignantly, "They're really blind. They don't even recognize their own young master. Not knowing him is one thing, but daring to beat up Xiao Fan. Isn't that just asking for death? Besides those 2 guards, I also want to get revenge on Su Zan. I'll show him the power of the Xiao family." Xiao Fan said angrily, Young master, what's wrong?" Xiao Fan asked in confusion. "Nothing." Uncle Chen hesitated, but fearing it might upset Xiao Fan, he didn't say anything. "In that case, let's go back." Xiao Fan spoke up. Accompanied by Uncle Chen, Xiao Fan walked briskly towards the Xiao family. When they arrived at the gate of the Xiao family, Xiao Fan stood tall and proud, ready to step into the mansion with the dignity of a young master. "Butler Chen, you're back, and who is this?" the gatekeeper asked, puzzled. Uncle Chen glared angrily and shouted, "Are you blind? This is our young master, Xiao Fan. Kneel down right now." "What? It's the young master." The gatekeeper was terrified and immediately knelt down. He never expected that the young master, who had been missing for many days, would return at this time, still looking like a beggar. "Where are the 2 security guards from before?" Xiao Fan was pleased with the gatekeeper's appearance. This was exactly the kind of person he had always dreamed of. "Before? When?" "This subordinate does not know. Please tell me the specific time, young master." "It was yesterday at noon. Those two guards, one tall and one short, who were carrying sticks. The gatekeeper's doubts deepened upon hearing this. Young master, you must be mistaken. Yesterday at noon, none of us were on duty, we all went to a wedding banquet. The Shao residence was empty. Huh, how is that possible? Did I encounter a ghost? Shao Fan frowned, his mind filled with doubt. He tried hard to recall what had happened yesterday, making sure he hadn't misremembered. Are you sure no one was on duty yesterday at noon? Shao Fan questioned. The gatekeeper nodded repeatedly. Young master, I dare not lie. There was indeed no one on duty yesterday, we all went to a wedding banquet. Shao Fan fell into deep thought. Could it really be that he was hallucinating? But the scars on his body were a stark reminder that what he had experienced yesterday was not an illusion. Uncle Chen said from the side, Young master, there might be something else going on in this matter. Why don't we go back to the manor first and investigate slowly? Shao Fan nodded, deciding to return to his residence first. But speaking of which, Uncle Chen, what's this wedding banquet they're talking about? Who's getting married? They're making such a big fuss, the entire Shao family is coming. Shao Fan asked in confusion. Don't you know, young master? Yesterday, the patriarch married the widow from the Wang family next door and invited the whole town to a wedding feast. What? Upon hearing this, Shao Fan fainted. Chapter 43. Long time no see. Young master, we've done as you instructed. We not only gave Shao Fan a severe beating, but we also crushed his identity token. At the Su residence, two servants respectfully reported to Su Zan everything that had happened in Tianshui City. That's right, the two guards Shao Fan encountered earlier were actually spies sent by Su Zan. Su Zan's main purpose in doing this was to increase Shao Fan's hatred for him. That would give Shao Fan motivation. Motivation to go out and seek opportunities. In this way, Shao Fan can act as a treasure hunter, while he can reap the benefits. Well done. This is a reward for you. Use it however you like. Su Zan tossed a bag of spirit stones to the two of them. Seeing the pile of mid-grade spirit stones inside, which looked like a small mountain, the two of them were immediately stunned. In the Tianshuan continent, spirit stones are the currency of cultivators, and they are divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones. Every 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for one mid-grade spirit stone. Currently, only 3 types of spirit stones are available on the market: lower, middle, and upper. Top-grade spirit stones are rare because they contain extremely rich spiritual energy and are generally used for cultivation. Top-grade spirit stones generally cannot be exchanged at a ratio of 1:100, a premium is quite normal. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. The two thanked Su Zan profusely and then left happily. Finally solved. It's been so long since I chatted with Wen Shui. Let's go see what he's up to. Su Zan gave a wicked smile. Meanwhile, after a night of investigation and exploration, Yi Fan and Mo Qingyu found no problems with Tianshan City. Forget about nascent soul cultivators, Tianshan City doesn't even have a single core formation cultivator. It seems I was overthinking things. But better safe than sorry, it's always good to be cautious. Do not speak lightly of your thoughts. The next day, Yi Fan brought Mo Qingyu and the other person to the Su residence. The guard was new and didn't recognize Yi Fan. After hearing Yi Fan announce his name, he left a message for Yi Fan to wait and then left. Just as Su Zan was about to get intimate with Wen Shui, he received a report from his subordinate. Young master, a man named Yi Fan has come looking for you, saying he's an old acquaintance. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait. What did you say? That person's name is Yi Fan. Just as Su Zan was about to make a move, he was interrupted by his subordinates. He was about to lash out when he unexpectedly heard a familiar name. You're back so soon. Looks like my good brother Fanzi still cares about me. Su Zan smiled faintly. It would take at least 2 days to travel from Tianshan City to Tianwei sect. Only 2 days had passed since Mo Rushui's sycophantic siege of the city, and Yi Fan had already arrived. This shows that Yi Fan still values his good brother very much. Husband, should I hide? Wen Shui was a little scared, especially after hearing Yi Fan's name. She had a feeling that Yi Fan knew something, which was why he came back so quickly. What are you hiding for? We haven't done anything wrong. Don't be so guilty. We're completely innocent. What does Yi Fan know about us? This isn't it. A few days ago, people from the Heavenly Might sect came to besiege the city, so he specially came here. Su Zan smiled, seeing Wen Shui's suspicious and guilty look. If he were Yi Fan, even if he hadn't suspected her before, he would have started to suspect her now. All right, I'm relieved then. If Yi Fan comes looking for me, just say I've gone to sleep. Wen Shui ran away in a flash and hid under the covers. Given this relationship, Wen Shui was too ashamed to see Yi Fan, so she made up a random excuse. She needs some time, otherwise, she'll always feel guilty when she appears before Yi Fan. Also, she didn't want to cause trouble for Su Zan. If Yi Fan found out something, both she and Su Zan might face serious consequences. All right, you'd better hide. If Yi Fan insists on coming after you, there's nothing I can do to stop him. They want to find their biological mother. I can't just find a reason to stop them from going. Su Zan smiled. Oh, you're so mean. She said she doesn't want to see me. You'd better think of something. Wen Shui said coquettishly. A solution? What solution do I have? There's nothing I can do. Su Zan smiled wryly. That's true. Although Wen Shui was staying at his house, he couldn't very well stop Yi Fan from coming to visit someone else's son, could he? That would be too impolite. I don't care. If you do that, then later I don't mind fulfilling some of the new tricks you mentioned earlier. Wen Shui said, blushing. Upon hearing this, Su Zan was immediately intrigued. Since Wen Shui had said so, he had to come up with a good solution. I understand, my wife in that case, just wait for my good news. Su Zan agreed. Hearing this, Wen Shui finally felt relieved, as if Su Zan was certain that he would keep his promise. Yi Fan is my good brother and a distinguished guest of our Su family. Bring them in immediately and arrange for them to be treated to the best food. Do you understand? Su Zan said to his subordinate beside him. Yes, sir, I understand, young master. Although his subordinates were somewhat puzzled as to why Su Zan came out of Wen Shui's house, they didn't think much of it. Perhaps I'm mistaken. After all, Miss Wen lives next door to the young master. His subordinate thought to himself. Soon, his subordinates rushed back to the entrance of the Su residence and welcomed Yi Fan and his two companions in, then served them the finest tea. This even alarmed Su Hai and Wang Ping. After all, Yi Fan's return was undoubtedly great news for the Su family. After resolving everything, Su Zan changed his clothes and prepared to meet Yi Fan. The clothes she was wearing now were what she wore when flirting with Wen Shui and Li Wanxi, and they weren't suitable for being seen in public. After Su Zan changed his clothes, Yi Fan and the other two had been waiting for a long time in the Su family's council hall. Seeing that Su Zan had not yet arrived, Yi Fan started chatting with Su Hai. Uncle Su, it's been a long time. Yi Fan greeted him warmly. Nephew Yi, it's been a long time. In just a few days, your cultivation has already reached the golden core stage. This old man of mine is completely no match for you. Su Hai sensed Yi Fan's cultivation level and sighed. Is this the power of a genius? Su Hai has only known Yi Fan for 2.5 years, and Yi Fan has already transformed from an ordinary person into a golden core cultivator. Such an achievement is truly astonishing. Although Yi Fan is only in his early 20s, Su Hai knows that he has only been cultivating for 2.5 years. Chapter 44, Conversation. If he were given even a little more practice time, wouldn't he explode at the mere sight of it? Uncle Su, you flatter me. In my heart, you will always be my senior. Yi Fan smiled. The Su family had been kind to him. If they hadn't provided him with cultivation resources back then, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the Golden Core realm so quickly. Of course, he also gave back to the Su family later, for example, by helping the Su family eliminate the Sun family, a major enemy, and enabling the Su family to successfully ascend to the position of City Lord of Tianshan City. It can be said that Yi Fan and the Su family mutually benefited each other. Seeing Yi Fan's humility, Mo Qingyu felt a little smug. Besides Yi Fan's talent, his humble and respectful personality was also a reason why she accepted him as her disciple. I wonder who this young lady is. Su Hai looked at Mo Qingyu with curiosity. This is my master, Mo Qingyu. Yi Fan explained. So it's Elder Mo. I've heard so much about you. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Su Hai's hand holding the water trembled involuntarily. Good heavens, the person sitting next to me is actually the legendary Grand Elder of the Heavenly Might sect. What Su Hai found even more unexpected was that the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Might sect was actually a woman. And such a beautiful one at that. How wonderful it would be if this person were my Shuner's master. Su Hai felt a pang of jealousy. Why couldn't Su Zan have all these good things? Patriarch Su, you flatter me. Mo Qingyu smiled. Seeing Mo Qingyu's attitude, Su Hai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Mo Qingyu was easier to get along with than he had imagined. Good heavens, why isn't Su Zan out yet? Do you know how much pressure I'm under chatting with a nascent soul cultivator? Su Hai composed himself and continued, it is truly an honor for the Su family that Elder Mo has come in person. May I ask what brings Elder Mo and nephew Yi here today? As far as I remember, Yi Fan only left Tianshan City a few days ago, right? How come he's back so soon, and with his master too? What's going on? Su Hai couldn't help but be curious. Uncle Su, the main reason we came to Tianshan City this time is because of the siege that happened a few days ago. Yi Fan explained, so that's what it was about. Yi Fan suddenly realized what was going on, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. Yi Fan is truly loyal and righteous. It was definitely the right thing for the Su family to help him so much before. When the Su family was in trouble, Yi Fan rushed over immediately. However, the only drawback was that Yi Fan arrived far too slowly, and Su Zan had already resolved the matter. Yes, I heard about the siege of Tianshan City from within the sect, so I rushed over immediately. To be honest, this whole thing started because of me. Those aristocratic disciples have recently had a conflict with me, and since they can't target me, they've turned their evil clutches on you. Yi Fan said with shame. It's all my fault for being too flamboyant. If it weren't for me, Tianshan City wouldn't have fallen into such a crisis. Now, having learned his lesson, Yi Fan is much smarter. He must leave Tianshan City with some means of self-defense. Uncle Su, I'm so sorry, this isn't Yi Fan's fault. Actually, the main reason is because of me. Mo Rushui also said with self-reproach. It's all my fault for not explaining things clearly to those people. If I had explained things more clearly, they wouldn't have bothered Yi Fan. Su Hai quickly waved his hand and said, Nephew Yi, Miss Mo, you're too kind. How can this be blamed on you? Those people are narrow-minded by nature. Even if you don't provoke them, they will find other excuses to cause trouble. Su Hai saw things very clearly. He probably figured out why Yi Fan had offended them. It was because Yi Fan had stolen their woman. That's right, those people are really narrow-minded. Rushui and I are in love, but they couldn't win Rushui's heart, so they took their anger out on me. It's as if they could definitely win Rushui's heart without me. Yi Fan smiled. The hatred of having one's wife stolen is indeed irreconcilable, but here's the problem. Mo Rushui wasn't their wife. What grudge did they have against them? Their actions were nothing more than the final, impotent rage of sycophants. While the group was chatting, Su Zan finally arrived at the council hall, and Su Hai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You little brat, you're finally here. Do you know how much pressure it is for your father to talk to a nascent soul cultivator? Especially since I have to pretend to be nonchalant. This made Su Hai value Su Zan even more. He didn't even have the courage to talk to a nascent soul cultivator for a long time, while Su Zan directly killed 6 nascent soul cultivators. I'm really getting old. The future ultimately belongs to the young. Brother Yi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I just went to change my clothes. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Su Zan finally arrived at the council hall and bowed to apologize to everyone. Brother Su, it's been so long. I've missed you so much. Upon seeing Su Zan, Yi Fan was overjoyed and immediately gave Su Zan a hug. After the hug, Yi Fan felt a little strange. Why did Su Zan smell of rouge? And why does this rouge smell so familiar? It seems to be the one Wen Shui often uses. What am I thinking? Brother Su and I are like brothers, how could he do such a thing? Besides, it's not like my mother is the only one in the world who uses that kind of rouge. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Yi Fan immediately came up with a reason in his mind. Brother Yi, it's been so long. I've missed you terribly too. Suzan said this on the surface, but in his heart he almost cursed Yi Fan to death. If it weren't for Yi Fan, Tianshan City wouldn't have been besieged. Fortunately, I had bound myself to the system, otherwise I would have been really doomed. Otherwise, it would be like this. Family, who would understand? I just transmigrated into the body of a young master, and I'm already about to become an abandoned young master. Brother Su, I feel like there's been a change in you. Yi Fan looked at Suzan curiously. For some reason, he always felt a sense of resistance, or even disgust, towards Suzan. Suzan felt the same way, except that instead of disgust and resistance, he couldn't help but want to mock Yi Fan's face, or even slap him. Fortunately, I have received professional training and would never take action for such a reason unless I couldn't help it. Master, what's going on? If you're unsure what to do, just ask the system. In reply to the host, you are now a man with the villain's aura, so it's quite normal for you to encounter the destined protagonist. Hearing the system's explanation, Suzan suddenly understood. So it was all because he was a villain. Oh well. Really, you've been away for so long, you must have misremembered. How could someone change so much in just a few days? Chapter 45. 7th Level Luck. Suzan answered with a smile. At the same time, Suzan couldn't help but use the Qi observation technique to scan Yi Fan's luck level. Good heavens, 7th level luck, that's a level higher than Xiao Fan. No wonder Yi Fan is so powerful. He rose to prominence in just 2.5 years. At the same time, Suzan also discovered that the ring in Yi Fan's hand had a very high luck level, actually level 5. Level 5, that's almost the level of a chosen one. What does that mean? It means there's definitely something good inside this ring. It seems Yi Fan is destined to be the protagonist of the old man's story. I just don't know if he's male or female. Suzan thought to himself. Everyone, now that Shuner is here, we won't disturb you any longer. If you have any questions, just ask Shuner. After Su Hai finished speaking, he took Wang Ping and ran away in a flash. Uncle Su. Yi Fan looked at Su Hai, who had fled, with some regret. He had wanted to chat with Su Hai a little longer. My dad is under too much pressure, so please don't make things harder for him. Suzan smiled. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan understood the meaning behind Suzan's words and smiled. Brother Su, let me introduce you. This is Elder Mo Qingyu, who is also my master. Yi Fan turned to the side and introduced Mo Qingyu, who was sitting next to him, to Suzan. Mo Qingyu wore a light blue robe, exuding a cool and aloof temperament, reminiscent of an ice queen. Suzan glanced at her a few times and almost fell for her. Women of this age were too much of a threat to him. Young Master Su, is there something on my face? Mo Qingyu asked in confusion. No, my apologies. I was just thinking about something happy and lost in thought. I'm so sorry, Elder Mo. Suzan explained. Mo Qingyu smiled and didn't expose Suzan's words. She had just seen that Suzan's eyes had changed when he looked at her. Mo Qingyu was already used to such gazes, so she did not blame Suzan. On the contrary, if Suzan hadn't treated her this way, she would have become suspicious of him. At the same time, Yi Fan also secretly contacted the woman in the ring. Master, Brother Su has arrived. Can you tell if there's anything different about him than usual? Yi Fan asked. I haven't actually discovered anything, nor has there been any case of possession. The woman spoke first. That's good. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing his master say that, he felt at ease. He was afraid that Suzan had made a deal with someone or that he had been possessed, which would be troublesome. After all, it's absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to kill a nascent soul cultivator while only at the foundation establishment stage. Brother Yi, it's been a long time. How about we have a drink together? Suzan spoke up. Okay, no problem. Knowing that Suzan was all right, Yi Fan felt relieved and began to drink with Suzan. Mo Qingyu glanced around and found that the Su family was fine, so she felt relieved. It seems the Su family is fine, and there are no powerful figures or demonic cultivators in Tianshan City. This Suzan must have had some extraordinary encounter, which is why he was able to kill a nascent soul cultivator while only at the foundation establishment stage. Do not speak lightly of your thoughts. Since that's the case, there's no need for her to stay here. She might as well go back to the Heavenly Might sect and continue her carefree life. As for coveting Suzanne's extraordinary encounter, Mo Qingyu didn't have that thought. Firstly, because Suzanne was Yi Fan's friend, how could she, as his master, covet what belonged to her disciple's friend? Secondly, it's because I'm not strong enough. My opponent is suspected of having the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator. How can I, a mere nascent soul cultivator, possibly contend with him? Of course, Mo Qingyu never intended to have any designs on it. Since everything is all right, I'll head back now. Little Fanzi, don't linger here too long. Don't forget, you still need to cultivate. After saying this, Mo Qingyu left, leaving only Su Mu, Mo Rushui, and Yi Fan behind. Since you're all right, what do you mean, Brother Yi? Do you have something to discuss with me? Suzanne spoke up. Yi Fan took a sip and said, actually, it's nothing, it's just. Yi Fan told Suzanne his purpose for this trip and took all the blame upon himself. Brother Su, we're brothers, I'm relieved to see you're all right. You don't need to tell me how you defeated those nascent soul cultivators. Everyone has their own secrets, you don't need to tell me. Yi Fan smiled. Of course, he wouldn't covet Suzanne's opportunity. After all, Suzanne was his good brother. Moreover, because of his own mistakes, Suzanne had taken so much for him and taken care of his sister. Yi Fan didn't know how to repay this kindness. Brother Yi, Suzanne looked at Yi Fan with feigned emotion. He had already prepared his excuse to deceive Yi Fan, but he didn't expect Yi Fan to not care about him at all, which surprised Suzanne. Yi Fan simply smiled and didn't say anything more. By the way, Brother Su, I wonder how my sister is doing these days. Yi Fan asked with some concern. Besides checking on Suzanne's safety, the other reason he came to Tianshan City this time was to see Wen Shui. She's fine, perfectly fine. I'm taking care of her, so you can rest assured. Suzanne smiled. Hearing Suzanne's words, Yi Fan felt something was off. Why did he find this concern a little jarring? I'm probably overthinking it. Looking at Suzanne's sincere face, Yi Fan couldn't doubt Suzanne at all. I want to see her, can you take me there? Yi Fan spoke. Your sister isn't feeling well today. The doctor said she needs to rest and shouldn't be disturbed by anyone so. Suzanne pretended to be embarrassed and said, all right, in that case, let's forget about it. With Brother Su here, my sister will definitely be fine. Hearing Suzanne say that, Yi Fan didn't think much of it. Since that's the case, and we're all in such a good mood today, let's just drink to our heart's content. There's no need to say anything else. Since that's the case, Yi Fan didn't care about anything else and started drinking with Yi Fan. Brother Su, do you remember when we first met? I was being chased to Yichun Tower, and it was thanks to you that I was safe. Upon hearing this, Brother Su laughed heartily, his thoughts returning to the scene from back then. Of course I remember. Back then, you were being chased by the Sun family and didn't even have a decent set of clothes. Look at you now, dressed so smartly. Brother Su laughed. Indeed, who would have thought that the poor boy whom everyone looked down on would achieve what he has today? Yi Fan's thoughts returned to the past. If he hadn't gone into the mountains to gather herbs, if he hadn't found that ring, if he hadn't met Suzanne, he would never have achieved what he has today. Chapter 46. Half a month later. The two reminisced about the past while continuing to drink, and before they knew it, an afternoon had passed. Brother Fan, you've had enough to drink, stop. Let me help you back to rest. Mo Rushui carried the already drunk Yi Fan and, guided by the servants of the Su family, led him to a guest room that had been prepared in advance. With Yi Fan's cultivation level, he definitely wouldn't get drunk from all that wine. It was mainly because he was too happy that he didn't use his spiritual energy to clear away the alcohol fumes, which is why he got drunk. Suzanne, also completely drunk, unknowingly climbed into Li Wangzai's room. The next day, Yi Fan, who had spent the day at the Su residence, prepared to leave. His original purpose in coming to Tianshan City was to check on the safety of the two of them. Since there was nothing wrong, he naturally wouldn't linger here any longer. He still needed to return to the Heavenly Might sect to handle sect affairs and, incidentally, help Suzanne educate those aristocratic scions. Brother Su, now that we part ways, I don't know when we'll meet again. I don't have anything good to give you. This amulet was given to me by my master. It contains the power of her attack and can be used 3 times. With this protective talisman, even a nascent soul cultivator would be no match for you. Yi Fan solemnly handed the talisman to Su Zan. Originally, Mo Qingyu had given this talisman to him for self-defense, but he had another trump card, so he simply gave it to Su Zan. Brother Yi, this is something your master gave you to save your life. It's not right for you to just give it to me like this. Although Su Zan said it wasn't good, his actions betrayed his true feelings and he took it. This thing is useless to me. Rather than wasting it on me, I'd rather give it to you, Su Zan. Yi Fan smiled. Then I can't. Su Zan accepted it without hesitation and put it in his pocket. Oh, by the way, Brother Su, I also have a charging stone here, which I obtained by chance. This thing can enhance the strength of the city's protective array. If you place it in the array's core, unless a nascent soul cultivator attacks, Tianshan City will be absolutely impregnable. Moreover, this charging stone can be used for a maximum of 1 week. I left a mark on it, so as soon as it is activated, I will know no matter how far away it is. If you encounter any difficulties, Brother Su, I will definitely come to your aid as soon as possible. Yi Fan handed the charging stone to Su Zan, who solemnly accepted it, his heart filled with emotion. To be honest, Yi Fan is not bad as the protagonist of Destiny, he is indeed a very loyal person. However, he is now a mature villain, and one day they may become enemies. Brother Yi, I, Su Zan, will never forget your kindness. Su Zan said, moved. Yi Fan smiled slightly and patted Su Zan on the shoulder. Brother Su, there's no need for further words between us. Don't forget, we're good brothers. Yi Fan smiled. Good brother, forever. Good brother, forever. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. Husband, we should go. If we don't leave soon, Sister Mo will get angry. Mo Rushui spoke up. Although Mo Qingyu is Mo Rushui's grandmother in terms of seniority, Mo Qingyu's appearance is really not suitable for using this title to address her. Therefore, Mo Rushui usually calls the other party Sister Mo or Elder Mo. Rushui, wait a moment, I'm coming right now. Yi Fan responded. In that case, Brother Su, we shall meet again sometime. Oh, by the way, could you please tell my sister that I'm doing well at the Heavenly Might sect, and that she shouldn't miss me too much, and that if she has time, she can do more of the things she enjoys. I'll go see her whenever I have time. Yi Fan gave instructions. Don't worry, Brother Yi, I will pass on the message for you. Brother Su nodded in agreement. In that case, we'll meet again someday. Until we meet again, this is truly goodbye. After saying this, Yi Fan mounted his flying sword and left Tianshan City, looking back every few steps. They're finally gone. Su Zan watched Yi Fan leave until Yi Fan completely disappeared from his sight before returning to the Su residence. Time flies, and half a month has passed. In the past 2 weeks, nothing major has happened in Tianshan City. However, someone has spread the word about Su Zan's fame that day, and several powerful families in nearby cities are vying to befriend the Su family. In the past 2 weeks, the Wang and Li families have delivered the promised resources to the Su family as agreed. In addition, the disciples of the Wang and Li families who had some talent were sent to the Su family. Not only that, Su Zan also gave the Wang family instructions to have more children, and to ensure that they had eugenics. For each outstanding disciple born, the Su family will provide a certain reward. This was undoubtedly good news for both the Wang and Li families, and it directly resulted in all the women in both families now being pregnant. Not only that, they also believed that as long as they associated with powerful cultivators, they could increase the probability of having outstanding offspring. The Golden Core cultivators of the Wang and Li families both took several concubines. However, to be fair, it's a pity that this batch of disciples didn't produce the few destined protagonists that Su Zan had hoped for, which made Su Zan a little disappointed. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. The place I'm in is just a small city, and the Golden Core stage is already the highest level one can reach. Where are all these destined protagonists coming from? It's already incredibly lucky that someone like Yi Fan could emerge. Nevertheless, this group of talents is of vital importance to the Su family. Although there is no protagonist destined for greatness, there are one or two who have the potential to reach the golden core stage. During this time, Suzan was busy brainwashing this group of people and almost neglected Wen Shui and Li Wanxi, which made the two of them quite resentful. Of course, Suzan wasn't idle either. He first used the Foundation Establishment peak cultivation level in his system inventory to raise his cultivation level to the Foundation Establishment peak. With his peak Foundation Establishment stage, perfect Foundation Establishment, and heaven-level cultivation technique, Suzan, even if he weren't the young master of the Su family, could still roam freely in Tianshan City. In addition, Suzan also gave Su Hai the 10 points of immortal essence that the system had rewarded him with. Su Hai was already quite talented, and after consuming the immortal marrow, his aptitude was greatly improved. His original 8th grade golden core instantly transformed into an earth grade golden core. It even approached the heaven grade. Not only that, Su Hai's cultivation level also improved to the late golden core stage, which made Su Hai overjoyed. Hey, this immortal marrow is really something. It's just that there's not enough of it. Suzan closed the system store and sighed. This thing sells for 100,000 gold coins per drop in the system shop. Even if Suzan emptied his pockets, he still couldn't afford it. Chapter 47. The Third Prince. Next, Suzan checked Xiao Fan's activity status. Since Xiao Fan returned to the Xiao family that day, he has basically never gone out again. He spends his days singing and dancing in Yichun Tower. In his words, he needs these things to comfort his weak heart. After all, the harm Suzan had caused him back then was too deep. And then there was the harm Xiaolong had done. That day, when Xiao Fan returned to the Xiao family, he discovered that his father had actually married the widow next door. This almost made Xiao Fan die of anger. He thought that this was the reason why Xiaolong gave up on Li Wanxi. However, to Xiao Fan's utter surprise, Xiaolong's next words plunged him into despair. Indeed, Xiaolong told Xiao Fan how Suzan had brutally killed 6 nascent soul cultivators. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was filled with despair. He never imagined that Suzan possessed such terrifying strength. No wonder the Xiao family dared not seek revenge against Suzan. It turned out that Suzan was no longer on their level. Seeing this, Xiao Fan simply gave up. Why waste a lifetime? He was a Foundation Establishment cultivator and could live for at least 100 years. However, with his talent, even if he lived for another 100 years, he might not be able to surpass Suzan. Moreover, as you improve, others are also improving, and they can even prevent you from improving. Having figured things out, Xiao Fan ultimately chose to lie flat, and became a lying flat youth. This greatly worried Suzan. He thought to himself, this won't do. How can you, the protagonist, not go out? If you don't go out, where will you get any opportunities? If there are no opportunities, how am I supposed to seize them? If you don't go out, then I've wasted tens of thousands of gold coins buying that tracker, haven't I? Therefore, during this period, Suzan joined forces with several of the Xiao family's mortal enemies in Tianshui City to target the Xiao family. He refused to believe that Xiao Fan wouldn't come out even though he was putting so much pressure on the Xiao family. At worst, I could just wipe out the Xiao family in one fell swoop, or beat Xiao Fan half to death and throw him off a cliff. Who knows, I might have some kind of adventure. People really can't live without pressure. I'll deal with the Xiao family after I finish what I'm doing. Suzan thought to himself. Reporting, young master, someone outside requests an audience. Suzan was already used to it. During this period, many people had come to curry favor with the Su family and himself. This was the benefit of having great strength. You're here to deliver something, right? Just tell him to put it there and that the Su family will remember it. Suzan casually dismissed the question. At first, Suzan would be polite and go out to meet them, but later he found that there were just too many people, so he simply stopped going. Young master, the visitor claims to be the third prince. He says he insists on seeing you in person. What? Suzan was startled. The legendary third prince had actually come to see him in person. If he didn't go, things would really get complicated. In the state of Qi, who is the most powerful? It is none other than the emperor, who reigns supreme. Secondly, there are those princes. The third prince can be considered second only to the emperor, and above all others. The old emperor was focused on cultivation and never paid much attention to having children, unlike other dynasties where emperors had dozens of princes and princesses. The state of Qi had only 4 people, 3 princes and 1 princess. It wasn't a large number, but it wasn't a small number either. Even members of the royal family have come to see me. It seems the rumors we've been hearing are true. Su Zhan thought to himself. Su Zhan dared not delay and ordered someone to take the other party to the council hall, after which he straightened his clothes. Before long, Su Zhan arrived at the council hall, where the third prince had been waiting for some time. A distinguished-looking man in luxurious attire sat down in the council hall, surrounded by attendants. Upon seeing young Master Su arrive, the third prince quickly stood up. "This must be young Master Su, right? Meeting you today, he is indeed extraordinary. Truly, a hero emerges from among the young." Upon meeting, the third prince couldn't wait to flatter Su Zhan, and Su Zhan immediately knew that the third prince definitely wanted something from him. "I dare not accept such praise. I was unaware of the third prince's presence and have failed to greet you properly," Su Zhan said politely. After all, the other party was a prince. Although the other party flattered him from the start, Su Zhan still had to give him some face. The third prince waved his hand. "Young Master Su, there is no need for such formalities. I have come here today to discuss important matters. Please speak. I don't like beating around the bush. I always prefer to speak my mind." "With your status, young Master Su, you must already know about that matter, right?" The third prince spoke up. "That matter, could it be true?" Su Zhan was somewhat surprised. "Yes, just as you thought, it's true. 2 months ago, there were rumors that the Emperor of Qi had failed to break through his cultivation level, causing his cultivation realm to plummet and leaving him on the verge of death. This directly led to an assassination attempt. The assassins, who were lying in wait in the state of Qi, actually launched an assassination attempt, trying to kill the old emperor in one fell swoop. But little did anyone know, the so-called injury was just a pretext. After the mole was exposed, the old emperor returned to power, and the rumor disappeared. At that time, in order to stabilize public sentiment and expose the spies, my father had to force himself to appear in public. After those spies were exposed, my father finally couldn't hold on any longer," the third prince said with a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Such a confidential matter. The third prince just told me like that." Su Zhan took a sip of water and said slowly. He knew perfectly well why the third prince had come here. Wasn't he trying to win him over? Unfortunately, the third prince is not some chosen protagonist, so Su Zhan naturally has no way of siding with him. "To be honest, young Master Su, the reason I came here today is to form an alliance with you. Now, my 3 siblings are all secretly gathering strength for the throne. I heard that Brother Su is exceptionally powerful, which is why I came up with the idea of forming an alliance. As long as Brother Su wants it, as long as I can meet your request, I will do it." After speaking, the third prince handed a storage ring to Su Zhan. Not only that, the 2 beauties beside the third prince were also exchanging flirtatious glances with Su Zhan. Looking at the mountain of resources and the woman exchanging flirtatious glances with him, Su Zhan felt no emotion whatsoever. If the third prince is the protagonist of destiny, then Su Zhan will lend a hand. Moreover, the protagonist of destiny generally won't do things like turning your back on someone after you've served your purpose. Moreover, becoming sworn brothers with the protagonist of destiny might bring you many benefits. The Su family was able to develop to this point because they initially benefited from Yi Fan's influence. Therefore, Su Zhan ultimately refused the third prince's temptation. Chapter 48. Princess Tang Ru. "I'm so sorry, Your Highness, this matter is very serious, and I need to consider it further." Su Zhan neither agreed nor refused, just like a goddess facing a sycophant's confession. Upon hearing this, the third prince's lips curled up slightly, because Su Zhan's statement had a high probability of success. Half a month ago, Su Zhan's battle in Tianshan City made him famous. Killing 6 nascent soul cultivators in 5 minutes, regardless of how Su Zhan did it, demonstrates that he is a formidable force. In that case, there's no need to rush. Let's consider it when you've thought it through, young Master Su. I believe that you are a smart man, Mr. Su, and you will make the right choice. After saying this, the third prince left with his men. However, the third prince did not take the storage ring and the two women with him. Your master has left, aren't you going to follow? Su Zan asked curiously. His Highness said that from this day forward, we are your people, young Master Su. Wherever you go, we will go. The two women said in unison. Okay, so what are your names? Although Su Zan felt somewhat helpless, seeing that the two people had a high level of affection for him, he agreed. Not only that, the two women in front of me are actually at the Golden Core stage. As expected of royalty, Golden Core realm combat strength, just given away like that. Su Zan thought to himself. My name is Dame, and her name is Xiaomei. We have been orphans since we were young and don't have names. That's what your highness calls us. The eldest sister spoke up. Su Zan glanced at Lei and thought, he really does live up to his name. His eldest sister is quite big, and his youngest sister is not small either. The third prince really knows how to name people. Since that's the case, then you will be maids of the Su family from now on. Go and change your clothes with Su Ru. Su Zan spoke up. Yes, master. The elder and younger sisters spoke disrespectfully. However, one problem after another arose. Shortly after Su Zan saw off the third prince, both the second prince and the first prince sent messengers with their intentions to win him over. Unlike the third prince, who came in person, the second prince sent a servant to meet him on his behalf. The eldest prince was even more different. He directly summoned Su Zan to the capital to meet him and discuss business. He was incredibly arrogant. Hilarious. Judging from their attitude, these two can't possibly be the main characters. Su Zan smiled and threw the crown prince's letter directly into the trash can. However, despite this, Su Zan was still very interested in the struggle for the throne. After all, his system meant that he couldn't stay in Tianshan City forever, so he might as well take this opportunity to go to the Imperial City and maybe even meet a few protagonists destined for greatness. Oh right, there's another princess. She hasn't shown up yet, has she? Her three brothers have all come to win me over, she can't possibly refuse, can she? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. No sooner had Su Zan finished speaking than someone outside the door announced that the princess had arrived. This caused an uproar in Tianshan City, because this princess was known as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Now even she had come to the Su family. It was truly the envy of everyone. Some even said that the Su family had been chosen by the royal family, and that Su Zan was going to become the prince consort of the Qi kingdom. In short, all sorts of outrageous rumors began to emerge, and if they continued to spread, Su Zan might become the emperor of Qi. Before long, the princess entered the Su family home surrounded by people. Su Zan looked up and saw a woman with an elegant demeanor and stunning beauty walking slowly towards him. She was dressed in gorgeous clothes, adorned with pearls and jade, and exuded an air of nobility with every gesture. The princess's first impression on Su Zan was that she was very big, so big that Su Zan couldn't take his eyes off her. Of course, this was referring to the jewels she wore on her head. Any one of them was the size of a thumb. While Su Zan was sizing up the other person, Tang Xiaoro was also sizing up Su Zan. Your Royal Highness, I have admired you for a long time. Su Zan said respectfully, glancing at the other party with his Qi observation technique. It would have been better if he hadn't scanned it at all. Once he did, Su Zan's jaw almost dropped in astonishment. 7th level luck. Good heavens, she's actually on the same level as Yi Fan. This princess is indeed someone of great importance. Thinking of this, Su Zan suddenly became a little excited. Of course, he wasn't excited because Tang Xiaoro was the protagonist of Destiny. There was no reward for winning over the protagonist of Destiny, so why would he be excited? What excited Su Zan was that Tang Xiaoro's mother, Tang Ru, was still alive. As for her appearance, there's no need to elaborate. How could someone who can become an empress be anything less than exceptional? They are all chosen from among thousands. Young Master Su, it's an honor to meet you. Tang Xiaoro paused for a moment, then continued, let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Xiaoro. You can also call me Xiaoro or Ruer, whatever you prefer, young Master Su. Unacceptable, Your Highness. What brings you to my humble abode today? Su Zan spoke up. Young Master Su, I'm sure my 3 elder brothers have already told you about the situation. The royal family's situation is not optimistic, and my 3 elder brothers are scheming against each other to seize the throne. Some of them even defected to other countries, and were even willing to use my mother as a bargaining chip. All for the sake of becoming this so-called emperor. I couldn't bear to see my father's empire and my mother destroyed by these people, so. Listening to Tang Xiaoru's endless chatter, Suzan smiled faintly. Unlike her 3 older brothers, Tang Xiaoru immediately spoke of her great ambitions and vision, giving people a very responsible impression. It can only be said that he truly deserves to be the protagonist of destiny. His vision and ambition are a level above others. All right, I understand what happened. To put it simply, Your Highness, you want my help to ascend the throne, right? Suzan interrupted Tang Xiaoru's long speech. Tang Xiaoru was taken aback, then nodded. What makes you think I have the ability to help you ascend the throne? I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator. Suzan smiled. Young Master Su is too modest. You can just call me Xiaoru. Furthermore, I heard that when you killed those 6 nascent soul cultivators that day, young Master Su, it wasn't like this. Although I don't know what methods you used to kill him, the situation is urgent, and I would like to ask young Master Su for your help. Tang Xiaoru looked at Suzan earnestly, her eyes full of expectation. In fact, besides this, Tang Xiaoru had another purpose in winning over Suzan, which was the Tianwei sect. Tianwei sect, as the largest sect in Qi Kingdom, has not yet declared its stance. Of course, they will not participate in the conflict here, as this is not allowed under the sect's rules. Tang Xiaoru's purpose in winning over Suzan was to drag Yi Fan into the mess. Chapter 49. The Bold Suzan. She had already heard that Yi Fan was a man of great loyalty and affection, and that he and Suzan had a very close relationship, like brothers. If he fails to seize the throne and puts Suzan in danger, then Yi Fan will definitely take action. After all, didn't the 2 of them say they were like brothers? This was also a backup plan that Tang Xiaoru had left for herself. She had already calculated everything. All right, Miss Xiaoru, it's not impossible for me to help you, but what are your conditions? Look at your brother, the 3rd prince. He gave me a large amount of cultivation resources and 2 golden core stage maids. What can you give me? I can't just help you for no reason, can I? I can't get rid of trouble without taking money. Suzan spoke up. If young Master Su helps me ascend the throne, then whatever you wish to ask for, I can grant it. Even if young Master Su wants me, it's not impossible. It all depends on whether you want or not. As she said this, Tang Xiaoru's expression instantly became alluring. Her big, bright eyes blinked, and her expression seemed to be able to bewitch anyone. Fortunately, Suzan possessed exceptional willpower and unwavering commitment to his preferences, otherwise, he would have truly fallen into Tang Xiaoru's trap. What a load of empty promises. Tang Xiaoru's skill in making empty promises is almost on par with those capitalists from my previous life. Suzan sneered inwardly. They say they can make any request, but there's no real effort involved in the process. Isn't this just a classic case of getting something for nothing? If Tang Xiaoru really ascends the throne, she will be above all others. At that time, it is hard to say whether she can fulfill her promise. The most untrustworthy things in the world are women's words and, secondly, emperor's words. Tang Xiaoru, on the other hand, has both of them. She's really got all the buffs stacked up. They're not even as good as the 3rd prince. He's so sincere, he hasn't even agreed yet, but he's already offering money and beautiful women. No wonder the 3rd prince is in the lead now. Miss Xiaoru, you're putting me in a difficult position. Rather than believe your empty promises, I'd rather believe in something that actually exists. Suzan pulled his younger sister into his arms, and she immediately blushed, but she didn't stop feeding him fruit. Damn it, this Suzan is so hard to fool. I guess I underestimated him. Upon seeing this, Tang Xiaoru immediately began to curse inwardly. She had previously used this method to successfully deceive many civil and military officials and scions of noble families into helping her, but she never expected to fail so miserably with Cao Zhan. So, what does young Master Su want? Tell me your conditions. Seeing that Suzan wasn't fooled, Tang Xiaoru had to try a different approach. Actually, I don't have any special requests. I just want to find an opportunity to have a private chat with your sister. Preferably one-on-one, the kind that goes on all night. Suzan took a sip of water and said calmly. How dare you, you thief Suzan! How dare you covet His Highness's sister? You have no fear whatsoever. Tang Xiaoru's bodyguard was immediately enraged and drew his sword, pointing it at Suzan. Damn it, do good people have to be targeted with swords? He just wanted to chat with someone, what did he do wrong? Seeing this, Suzan immediately prepared to make a move. Tang Xiaoru's guards were only at the golden core stage, and even if he gave them one hand, they might not be a match for him. Get out, you have no right to speak here. Tang Xiaoru scolded. Your Highness, it's him. The guard hesitated to speak, but was once again ordered to leave. Step back, can't you hear me? Young Master Su is my friend, someone I want to win over. How dare you offend him? Tang Xiaoru said coldly. After hearing this, the guard reluctantly lowered his sword and then walked out of the Su family's council hall. Before leaving, the guard glanced at Suzan, his eyes filled with coldness. Oh my, that's terrifying. It scared me to death. Suzan was not afraid at all and went to meet him. After all, he had killed a nascent soul cultivator before. He did not take a mere golden core cultivator seriously. I'm sorry, young Master Su, my subordinate was ignorant. I'll have him sent away tomorrow. Tang Xiaoru smiled. Seeing this, Suzan was stunned. He didn't expect that Tang Xiaoru would directly shut the other party up before he even made a move. It's okay, just don't do it again. Suzan smiled. They're really pushing their luck. Tang Xiaoru thought to herself. The guard's words were exactly what she had just wanted to say, but for the sake of her own goals, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Moreover, Suzan's demands once again shattered her worldview. No wonder Suzan looked down on her. It turned out he was after her spring water. For a moment, Tang Xiaoru didn't know whether to be angry or happy. She was angry because Suzan was actually eyeing her spring water and wasn't interested in her, such a beautiful woman. The reason for the happiness was that Suzan's request wasn't so outrageous. He just wanted a woman, even though she was the current empress. It was still much simpler than any heavenly level cultivation technique. Young Master Su, if I may be frank, I truly cannot fulfill your request. Tang Xiaoru spoke with some difficulty. Although Suzan didn't say it explicitly, everyone with eyes could tell what Suzan's purpose was. They had a private chat that lasted all night. Why don't you just fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Empress Dowager? Tang Xiaoru naturally could not agree to such a request. That's really disappointing. I have no other purpose than to ask her some questions. Suzan had the appearance of a virtuous gentleman. I don't believe you. Tang Xiaoru thought to herself, no one would believe Suzan's words. Young Master Su, can't you ask for something different? If you want to chat with someone, you can ask me. I've been reading extensively since I was a child, so you could say I know everything from astronomy to geography. I also know a little bit about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If young Master Su is interested in me, I can show you how. Why bother with older women like that? They're not as good as someone like me. Suzan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Tang Xiaoru, a faint smile playing on his lips. So, young Master Su, are you interested? Seeing Suzan's expression, Tang Xiaoru thought she had a chance. No, Suzan said calmly. Tang Xiaoru never expected that Suzan would reject her again. As a princess of Qi Kingdom and known as the most beautiful woman in the capital, she felt a sense of defeat for the first time in this matter. Chapter 50. Persuasion. This Suzan, he doesn't believe in that stuff, so why is he so concerned about this kind of thing? Tang Xiaoru thought to herself. Looking at Tang Xiaoru, who was looking worried, Suzan couldn't help but smile slightly. Tang Xiaoru underestimated herself. His love for this kind of thing will never change, no matter how long it takes. Excuse my frankness, but this request is very difficult for me to grant. To ask me to sacrifice my own sister for the sake of the throne. I will absolutely not do such a thing. Besides, young Master Su, you don't really think I can't live without you, do you? Tang Xiaoru snorted coldly. She had already made such concessions, even sacrificing her own beauty. However, Suzan remained unmoved by reason. This really annoyed Tang Xiaoru. Could it be that Suzan really sees himself as something he absolutely needs? Even without Suzan and the Heavenly Might sect as a trump card, Tang Xiaoro was confident that she could snatch the throne from her 3 useless brothers. Oh, is that so, Your Highness? You don't really think you can do it, do you? Suzan sneered. What do you mean? Tang Xiaoro frowned. Putting aside the fact that you rejected me, and even if you can get out of here, if I were to agree to one of the other 3 princes' requests now, they would send someone over right now. Do you really think you can get out of the Su family on your own right now? Suzan's lips curled up slightly. Also, if I remember correctly, you're the weakest of the 4 candidates, right? You're even at risk of being used as a bargaining chip. Why should I help you? If you want to cooperate with me, you have to agree to my conditions. Of course, you can refuse, but I can turn around and join one of the other 3. With my strength, although I may not be able to influence the outcome of the battle, whichever side I join will have a high chance of winning, right? When that time comes, everything you want to protect will be gone. Especially your sister. You don't want anything to happen to your sister, do you? That's right, Suzan is now trying to force a sale. Since Tang Xiaoro has changed her mind, he certainly won't agree. If you ask Suzan why he didn't pretend to agree and then force it later. This is mainly because they are afraid that the other party will disagree, resist, or even commit suicide. As the mother of a nation, she should have the integrity she deserves. If she dies, then Suzan will not be able to get what he wants. Of course, if Tang Xiaoro agrees, it will give the other party the wrong impression. What is this illusion? It's the illusion that Tang Xiaoro needs me, that she needs me to make sacrifices. Tang Ru, the older sister's name, has the best relationship with Tang Xiaoru, so she should be able to make the necessary decisions, right? When that time comes, won't the other person have to obediently crawl to your bedside? Hey, I'm so wicked, but maybe that's what makes a villain. Suzan was already bursting with laughter inside, but in order to maintain his current persona, he had to force himself to hold it in. After listening to Suzan's speech, Tang Xiaoro fell silent. She never expected that Suzan would try to force her to buy something. As Suzan just said, if he wants Tang Ru so much, why doesn't he just go to his 3 older brothers? Why force himself to do this? What kind of twisted sense of humor does Suzan have? It's disgusting. That damned bastard. If that's the case, why don't you just go find my 3 older brothers? Why come to me? If it were my 3 older brothers, they would probably be very happy to agree to this, right? Tang Xiaoro spoke up. You're wrong. It's not what you think. Suzan smiled. As you said, they would indeed agree, but given your mother's relationship with them, do you think they would let me have my way? I'm afraid that before I even see your sister, she'll have already hanged herself with Zishitipat, right? That would go against my original wishes. Suzan smiled. But it's different if it's you. Your sister is closest to you, and you've been protecting her all this time. If it were your request, she would definitely agree, right? Suzan spoke up. I see. After hearing Suzan's words, Tang Xiaoro understood that this guy was truly born with a terrible background. He might even have been born worse off. Ahem, Your Highness, think about it. If you agree to my request, it will be entirely beneficial for you. First of all, I won't harm Tang Ru, and I'll help you ascend the throne. Even if you don't ascend the throne, you know, right? Yi Fan of the Heavenly Might sect is my brother. If I were in danger, Yi Fan wouldn't stand idly by. Especially since his sister is still in my hands. Your Highness, the reason you came to me for cooperation is not only because you value my strength, but also because you see my relationship with Yi Fan as a factor, right? Suzan's words surprised Tang Xiaoro. She didn't expect that this young man could see through her thoughts. It seems I've been underestimating Suzan all along. I thought he was the kind of animal who only thought with his lower body, but I never expected him to have guessed everything. He actually knew all of that. Now, Tang Xiaoro had no choice but to re-evaluate Suzan. If she cooperated with Suzan, perhaps she could really ascend to the throne. Of course, if you don't agree, then don't blame me for being impolite. At worst, I'll just tie you up right here and use you to make a deal with your sister or those princes. I think they would be very happy to accept, right? Think about it. If I were to collaborate with someone else, what would happen to you if you failed? Don't forget, your eldest brother, the first prince, has already promised to give your sister away. If that's the case, what kind of torment will your sister suffer? And the other two princes will also agree to my request. At that time, I'm afraid your sister won't agree and will choose Zisha in the end. Suzan has already explained the pros and cons, now it's up to Tang Xiaoro to decide. Of course, in theory, Tang Xiaoro, as the protagonist of Destiny, would most likely have succeeded even without me. However, Tang Xiaoro was unaware of the existence of a destined protagonist. No wonder she took advantage of that. I understand, young Master Su, I underestimated you before, I never expected you to actually convince me. After thinking for a moment, Tang Xiaoro spoke. I can agree to your conditions, but only if you keep your promises. Chapter 51. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. If I find out that you are not good to my sister, or do something to hurt her, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will destroy you too. Tang Xiaoro spoke. Don't worry, a gentleman's words, horses are hard to chase. As a dignified and upright gentleman, I, Suzan, will naturally not go back on my word. Quote. Suzan smiled. However, you have to show your strength, right? I have to know, are you as powerful as you are rumored? Quote. Tang Xiaoro was very witty, and did not agree directly, but first looked at Suzan's strength. If Suzan is a fancy, then she will have the confidence to cross the river and demolish the bridge. If Suzan is really strong, then he can just hug his thighs honestly. Yes, how do you think I can show it? Suzan took a sip of tea and said. Old Huo, come out. As Tang Xiaoro's voice fell, an old figure came out of the darkness. Although the old man was as thin as firewood and hunched over, his eyes were bright and his whole body exuded a powerful aura, and he was still a squinting eye. At a glance, you can tell that you are a master. Let me introduce, this is my protector, Fire Elder, Yuan Ying Cultivation. If you can defeat him, then I will believe you. Tang Xiaoro spoke. Yes, no problem. Suzan nodded. Old Fire, this is young Master Suzan. Young Master Su wants to cooperate with me, but I need to see his strength first. Old Fire, you can compete with young Master Su. Tang Xiaoro said with a smile. By the way, young Master Su, you don't have to show mercy. Don't look at Huo Lao's old appearance. He is still very resistant to beatings. If you have any ability, use it. As Tang Xiaoro's protector, Huo Lao's strength naturally goes without saying. His cultivation is in the late Yuan Ying period, and he is also a big boss in the state of Qi. Moreover, Huo Lao also has a characteristic, that is, it is resistant to beating, and it is difficult for ordinary Yuan Ying monks to even break his defense. This is also characteristic of the Guardian. After all, if you really encounter danger, the longer the Guardian carries it, the more chances you have to escape. Young man, let the old man try your skills. Huo Lao nodded slightly, looking at Suzan like a torch. Then please give me more advice. Suzan made a gesture of invitation. Subsequently, the two came to the Su family's martial arts competition platform, which is the place where the Su family's disciples resolve their personal grievances on weekdays. The battle between the two quickly attracted the attention of the disciples of the Su family, especially Tang Xiaoro, a big beauty. They still remember the scene of Suzan's previous killing of 6 Yuan infants, but they didn't expect that now someone actually took the initiative to come up to find death, and they couldn't wait to watch this good show. I really didn't expect that someone would dare to challenge the young master. What a death-seeking thing. Quote. Yes, even the Yuan Ying monk is not the opponent of the young master. This old man is really tired of hanging the old birthday star. The disciples of the Su family talked a lot, and there was no doubt that they were all sarcastic about Huo Lao. Huo Lao looked at Suzan. His face was still calm as usual, and he was not angry because of everyone's words. By the way, who is that beautiful woman sitting over there? Why do I look a little familiar? Quote. Shut up. That's Her Royal Highness. I once saw her portrait, and she looked exactly the same. Quote. Someone recognized Tang Xiaoro's identity and was extremely surprised. Today there is a third prince, and now there is another princess. It seems that their Su family really has something to do with the royal family. Moreover, it seems that they are all here to win over Suzan. In this situation, the other disciples of the Su family also thought of the previous rumors. It seems that the rumors are true. They just hope that the young master will not stand on the wrong team, otherwise, it will be difficult. Fire is old. Go all out. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to make a move. Quote. Suzan made a gesture of invitation. You, looking for death. Quote. Huo Lao never expected that Suzan would be so arrogant, and he actually said that he didn't even have a chance to make a move. Huo Lao narrowed his eyes slightly, and the momentum on his body instantly burst out, and with a wave of his hands, a fiery flame rushed towards Suzan. No wonder he dares to challenge the young master. It turns out to be a Yuan Ying monk. The battle of the Yuan Ying monk is rare. I have to observe it carefully, maybe I can learn some experience. Quote. You learn a fart experience. But Yuan Ying monk is just a second, what's so good looking about it? Quote. It seems to be too. If it was just a Yuan Ying monk, it would really be nothing to see. Really, I thought there was some kind of God-transforming power. It's really boring. Quote. Seeing this, the disciples of the Su family, who were still watching just now, suddenly felt bored and dispersed. After all, the 6 Yuan Ying monks had not survived 5 minutes under Suzan's subordinates, and they were all killed in seconds, so there was nothing good to see in this battle. Damn, how dare you underestimate me? Quote. Hearing the ridicule of the children of the Su family, Huo Lao suddenly became angry. If you want to say that others look down on him, it's okay, just a group of people who practice Qi realm, actually mock him. What is the special few seconds? Huo Lao wanted to see if Suzan was really as powerful as they said. It's all said, let you go all out, if you are like this, isn't that very ornamental? Suzan sneered, the aura on his body continued to rise, and he came to the peak of the transformation of the god in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the entire Tianshan city was suppressed by this terrifying aura. At close range, Huo Lao felt even more difficult to breathe, and his heart seemed to stop beating. Transform into a god, how is it possible? Huo Lao's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. Tang Xiaoro on the side was so frightened that she almost fell off her chair. This breath can't be wrong. This is the breath of a god, and stronger than his father. Quote. Tang Xiaoro looked at Suzan in front of him excitedly. At this moment, she really picked up the treasure, but she didn't expect that Suzan actually had the strength to transform into a god. Scatter. Suzan just raised his hand and extinguished the flames created by Huo Lao, and in the next second, the clods of soil on the soles of Huo Lao's feet began to wrap up rapidly, instantly binding his legs firmly. Huo Lao was shocked, and hurriedly ran his spiritual power to try to break free, but the clod of earth seemed to be alive, getting tighter and tighter, and finally, it surrounded Huo Lao's whole person. Except, when the clods dispersed, Huo Lao had already fainted, and if it was a few minutes later, Huo Lao would have gone to the west to learn the scriptures. The whole battle lasted only 30 seconds, and Huo Lao lay down directly. Throughout the whole process, Suzan also said 2 words. Killing a Yuan Ying monk in 2 words is really terrifying. Chapter 52. I saw it all. Logically speaking, as a tank, Huo Lao should have been able to withstand attacks for a little longer than the previous 6. However, the reason why the opponent was able to hold out for so long last time was mainly because Suzan was not yet proficient in the power of the nascent soul realm. Having learned from his previous experience, Suzan became even more familiar with using this power. Therefore, Huo Lao couldn't even last a minute this time. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoro was very surprised. That aura just now was definitely from the nascent soul realm, without a doubt. It seems the rumors were true. Suzan in front of us does indeed have a big secret. But she also knew that this kind of secret was not something she could pry into right now. Young Master Su, I really want to know, with such power, why are you so obsessed with that kind of thing? Tang Xiaoro couldn't help but ask. Does it matter? If I had to put it in perspective, it would be that I wanted to do it this way, so I did it this way. Suzan said in a deliberately profound manner. We can't exactly say that this was all part of a systems arrangement, can we? That would be too low class. I see. Tang Xiaoro suddenly realized that as long as she was strong enough, she could do whatever she wanted. Alright, now that everything is settled, let's head back to the capital tomorrow. Suzan spoke up. So fast. Tang Xiaoro was both amused and exasperated. Why did it seem like Suzanne was even more anxious than she, the heir? Was he really that impatient? Don't you need to handle these kinds of things afterward? Like, explain things to your parents or something. That makes sense. You can stay here tonight and wait. I'll explain to them and then we'll set off the next day. Suzanne was very domineering and didn't give Tang Xiaoro a chance to refuse. He made the arrangements for her directly. Mother, I'm leaving for the capital tomorrow. You and father stay in Tianshan City until I've finished my business. Then I'll bring you to the capital. Shuiner, have you thought it through? Are you confident? Su Hai was somewhat worried. He had already figured out why the third prince and Tang Xiaoro had come to the Su family today. Something had happened in the capital that had dragged the Su family into it. Or rather, Suzanne was dragged into it. In the past, Su Hai wouldn't have been so worried about similar situations. However, with Su Hai's current strength, he is completely unable to get involved in the huge vortex of the imperial city, and he cannot protect Suzanne. Don't worry, father, I'm absolutely certain. With his own system and being the chosen protagonist who has chosen a side, Suzanne can win even if he goes there to flounder. Of course, his main purpose was for Tang Ru, everything else was just secondary. Shuiner, you need to think this through carefully. Choosing the wrong side could be a catastrophe. Su Hai said with concern. All right, stop worrying. Since Shuiner has made a decision, he's already thought it through. If Shuiner thinks that way, then he must be confident. Besides, if we fail, Yi Fan will be there to back us up, right? We helped Yi Fan so much back then, and now that Shuiner is in trouble, he can't just stand by and do nothing, can he? Wang Ping, on the other hand, saw things very clearly. Sigh, that's true, but all right, that's enough. We'll support Shuiner's decision. Wang Ping immediately shut Su Hai up. Hearing Wang Ping say this, Su Hai didn't say anything more. Don't worry, father, mother, I'm confident in my abilities. Just trust me. Suzanne smiled. Shuiner, just do it. Your mother and father are here at home, so don't worry. Your mother will take good care of Wen Shui and Li Wanxi for you. Wang Ping assured her. No, mother, you just need to take care of yourselves. I will take Wenzu and Wanxi to the capital. Suzanne spoke up. Hearing this, Wang Ping and Su Hai were both a little confused. They could understand bringing Li Wanxi along, but what did it mean to bring Wen Shui? Wasn't that strange? Ahem, don't misunderstand, this is Yi Fan's request. He said he wanted me to take Wen Shui out more often, and this is just the right opportunity. Besides, Sister Wenzu also said that she feels bored here and wants to go out for a walk. Suzanne used Yi Fan as a shield. All right, since it's Yi Fan's request, we won't say anything more. Just be careful. Seeing this, Wang Ping and Su Hai said no more, only reminding Suzanne to be careful and not to do anything bad. Suzanne nodded in agreement, but whether he could actually do it was another matter entirely. Late at night, Tang Xiaoro was in the room arranged by Suzanne, her thoughts a mix of emotions. She didn't know if the decision she made today was right or wrong. Was it really a good idea to agree to Suzanne's conditions? Tang Xiaoro thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution, so she simply gave up on thinking about it. So annoying. Tang Xiaoro took off her top and soaked in the tub. The warm water flowed over her skin, as if washing away the restlessness and unease in her heart little by little. The warm water gradually relaxed her body, and Tang Xiaoro felt more relaxed than ever before. Sure enough, whenever I encounter something unpleasant, a bath will make me feel better. My sister was right. Tang Xiaoro closed her eyes slightly, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Just then, a voice broke the silence. Miss Tang, are you all right? Suzanne's voice broke the silence from outside the door. Hearing this voice, Tang Xiaoro frowned slightly. What was Suzanne doing here so late at night? A sense of panic welled up in Tang Xiaoro's heart, and she plunged into the bucket. Young Master Su, I'm fine. What brings you here so late? Tang Xiaoro quickly responded. Suzanne paused slightly outside the door and said, I just heard that there was no movement inside, so I came to check if you were all right. We're setting off for the capital tomorrow, and I don't want any accidents to happen. Tang Xiaoro bit her lip lightly and said, Thank you for your concern, young Master Su. I'm fine, so please don't worry. Oh, I see. That's all right then. Miss Tang, please get some rest. Let's set off first thing tomorrow morning. After she finished speaking, the footsteps gradually faded away until Suzanne's footsteps could no longer be heard, at which point Tang Xiaoro reappeared. What exactly is Suzanne up to? I have a feeling he has ill intentions. Tang Xiaoro thought about it for a moment, but couldn't come up with a solution. No, he just said he came over because he heard no movement from my side. That means, in other words, Suzanne had been listening outside ever since she started showering. She hadn't even hung up the shower curtain, meaning Suzanne had seen everything. The end.